All right, we are live. All right, wait for a couple minutes for people to come in. Okay. All right. All right, I'm just waiting a couple minutes. Got some people coming in. All right. All right. All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Nubian Queen Nikki. All right, good to see you. Okay, people are starting to come in. Awesome. All right, welcome everybody to tonight's live stream. And this is earlier than usual. Usually I don't go on this early. I'm actually a bit late from the time I wanted to come on. Hello, Jerry Jameson. Good to see you. Bridget Cobb. Good to see you also. Welcome everybody. Um, welcome to tonight's live stream. What I'm going to be talking about tonight. Oh, you're in Washington, D.C.? Oh, nice. What I'm going to be talking about tonight is about keeping your options open. Okay. And today's world, okay, where marriage ain't um, as important to many people like it used to be. Um, if you're looking for marriage or, relationship with a good man, woman, I think we all need to keep our options open. Uh, I think everybody should, regardless of their race or gender. The key is to find good quality people. Hey, Cece. Um, and Too many times we live in a segregated mindset, even in 2022. Kendra Hulbert, how are you doing? Seeing some new people I haven't seen yet. Awesome. But I want to talk about this. This is an important subject, and through our history of our country, we've lived a segregated in a segregated society, and you know, sooner or later, people can't really live together and live a segregated life and just be with people that look like them. Some people will do it, but some won't. Some will, you know, have relationships with other people, regardless if you make it illegal or tell them it's wrong or shame them in the staying away. People are going to be attracted to each other of all races. Um, it just is what it is. And it's a good thing. Hey, Melanie, too. Um, but so many times, people are caught in that segregated mindset. People are believing that it's unnatural to love somebody that don't have the same skin tone as you. To me, that's crazy. Men and women are attracted to each other. I've seen beautiful women in every racial ethnic group. I have. And there's men in every ethnicity, every racial group. There's attractive ones and not so attractive. It just That's life. Um, and there are good men and bad men, and I think it's important to have that option open because you don't know what you might be missing out on. You don't know what blessing might be, you know, right at your doorstep. And sometimes we push it away because we're in that segregated mindset, and we have been for years. We still are, if you look at it. How we date, those barriers, and reality, we're all people. Okay, and and when I go on and I talk about interracial relationships, I talk about interracial marriage, and I share, my life with you guys. I give you a portion of what on how I live. Hey, Afro Angelique, buy the book. good to see you. I share my life story, and you see both me and my wife, and been married several years. We opened up our option, and we found true love. And I want to tell everybody about that. Our story. I want to put the message out there. You can find good quality people in other groups. You can. And I found Black women to be amazing. Because I took the time to open up my options and get to know them, get to see how they are. And amazingly, Black women are beautiful. And I'm not just talking how they look, I'm talking what's inside, how caring they are, how nurturing they are. And us as men need that, really. That's a quality men need. And marriage is a healthy thing, and opening up your options, you got plenty of options. You can go anywhere. And the more choices you have, the more your value goes up. The more people, you're open to everybody. You're not competing in a box, in a pond. You're actually competing in the ocean. And I always tell women, open up your options, or at least have that option at your fingertips. You don't have to open up your options, but have that option. The more people open up their options, the better things will be. And some people think that, I come up here and I say nice things about Black women, and I talk about Black women a lot. I talk about my interracial marriage and back in the day when I was interracially dating. And some people got the idea that I do not like Black men, but that ain't true. There are many Black men I have love and respect for. My wife's family's got plenty of them. I don't hate them at all. But I will do the sinful thing and defend myself as a white guy. I will do that. People come at me, I'm going to stand up to it. Hey, Thelma, how's it going? And that's all it is. And I will put stats out there. Okay. And it is true in the Black community. Statistically, that's the smallest group to be married. And, it is what it is. I'm not saying it to put anybody down. The facts are the facts. And Black women, 1 out of 4 Black women will get married. Okay. And Black men date and marry twice as much outside of the race as Black women do. And there's more Black women than Black men. Well, there's more women than men on the planet. Let's just face it. That's what it is. So when you do not open up your options, you got to compete within that group. And it's supposed to be men competing for women. Women are the prize. And I see this nonsense about how women got to do this and be, beating themselves at the gym and be a size 4, and the quality man's got 100,000 or more a year. And to me, that's silly. That's stupid. Let's be honest. In the world today, most of us are average. And for some people, it's hard to accept that. Most of us are average. Most of us are average at best. Most women walking around don't look like supermodels. And most guys don't walk around looking like Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, or a Denzel Washington. It just ain't that way. Most people are average. Most people, and hold that super high standard that women got to do. But you know what? They can do that. Because if you're loyal to one racial group and they know it, you will have to compete for them. I mean, it is what it is. And, and I tell people, open up your options because you don't know. You'll be missing out on a blessing of someone that really, truly loves you. And a lot of times when we open up our options and date outside our race, we think that the other group does not like us. I've heard Black women say that, white men don't like us. And that ain't true, and vice versa. There's white guys that think, hey, they ain't going, they're just out for black men and I ain't got a chance, so why try? No, you should always try because you'll be surprised. It's like that pretty girl syndrome, right? You see a woman at, if you go to like a club or something, very beautiful, men not approaching her. And a lot of times they're intimidated. They don't think they have a chance because she's so beautiful. And people don't think they have a chance because they're of a different racial group and that they're going to kick you to the curb and treat you bad or something crazy. You open up your options, and I found out that, that I thought black women wouldn't even give me a chance back when I was dating. I thought, but still, I was motivated to try. And I found out that, there's some out there that like me along the way. It's a beautiful thing, and you'll find that. And, us as men, we got to approach, we got to take that step. And don't worry about the haters. They're going to be there. Don't let no hater put you on the wrong path. I mean, you guys have seen, some of the comments that come in. You've seen some of the haters tell me, call me a fetishizer and a racist and how's this crazy stuff? A caveman? What are all the ones? I mean, crazy stuff, right? And tell me, stay with your own kind. I don't know how many times people send me comments like that. Stay with your own kind. Leave our women alone. Stay with your own women. Well, we don't own women. Women are women. Women have a free will to go where they want to go. And if you want to be with that woman, you should compete for her. You should show her you're the best option. And one thing about haters that come in, they don't have nothing to compete for. They really don't. They're trying to put another group of men down and win by default. I believe that's really what's going on. Because if a man's a better choice, he's going to show it. If he thinks he's better looking than you, he's going to put it out there. If he's more successful, has a better job, you're going to know about it. There's all these things that men that are competing and have stuff to offer, they're going to put that on right there on the table. But men that are weak, that really have nothing going on, they spend more time tearing down the other men that's how they compete, slinging mud, talking about, sins of the past that us today don't have a part in, that weren't there doing those evil deeds. They'll throw that at you. They'll call you a fetishizer. But you know what? They can do that all day till the cows come home. I'm still going to make my own decisions, go where I want to go, and be with who I want to be with. And you say, stay with my own kind? I am with my own kind. You know what my own kind is? Is people that I love that love me. And some of them look like me and some of them don't. But my options were always wide open. And thank God for that. Because I seen a true blessing. I seen the true value of a black woman. I have. Many black women are amazing. And a lot of men out there don't know this. They don't know how black women are. They've never tried to approach. They've never worked with them, been around them. And growing up as a teenager, well, even as a little kid, the black women that were around me were awesome, were amazing, were loving, had that special quality. When I started dating, black women were amazing. Now, were there some that were mean along the way and not so great? Yeah, that you get that in every group. But for the most part, black women have been amazing. Black women have been a blessing to me. But I got to know them. I got to see how they are. And I believe black women are the best option. The qualities they have, the loving heart they have, you know, and as a man, why wouldn't I want a woman like that that's going to love me for everything, you know, that's going to be nurturing, that's going to be loving, that's going to be there for me. And I found black women for me were the best choice. And some people say you're crazy, but look at my life. It's kind of funny. People would laugh at me when I would say stuff like this back in the day. People would laugh when I said, you know what? Black women are amazing. And you know what? Our people that marry black women are going to have successful marriages. People were rolling laughing at me. Oh yeah, an interracial marriage. Yeah, that'll work. Really? If you look at the stats, it's pretty amazing what's going on. But to get there, to see it, to know what's out there, you got to open up your options. And speaking to the men, open up your options. Don't be afraid as a white guy what hate you're going to get. You're going to get it, but it's well worth it. You know, it's worth it. At the end of the day, to be with that woman that's special, that's, you know, it's worth going through the pain. It's worth going dealing with the haters. I tell you what, I do it a million times over. The haters never stop me. I'm going to do what I want. You know, and everybody has the God-given right to be with whoever they want to be with, as long as that person accepts you. And in society, you know what? We're stuck with each other. We got to live together. We might as well embrace each other and love each other like brothers and sisters. We should. And open up your options. If that man is a white guy and he loves you and is going to be there for you, or Asian man or Hispanic guy, if he's going to be there and love you and do what he's supposed to as a man and you love him, go for it. And vice versa. You know, if it's, you know, a black woman that's amazing and, you know, there for you every step of the way, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I encourage it. You know, look around, and this is an opportunity for white men and other men of different races. Black women are amazing. This is a blessing right before our eyes. There's a treasure there. And you know what? In the black community, there are black women, a lot of single black women. You know, serious. You know, so get to know them. You might be amazed. You might say, wow, she's amazing. I didn't know, you know. I've heard white men that are married to black women, they said once they started getting to know black women, they never wanted to go back back to their group at all. And I know white men that have been in failed relationships with black women that still pursue black women. I've seen it. It's not an uncommon thing, you know, and our marriages are the longest lasting. Why? Because black women have a lot of character. They're loving, they're nurturing, they're beautiful inside and out. And those of us that want to be with them, we see the blessing and our heart's in it. We love them with everything. So it comes together nicely. Now, does that mean that every interracial relationship with black women and white men are going to work? No. But a lot of them do. And you know what? We're so much alike, it's not even funny. And that's not to tear down any other man or woman or nothing like that. That's my choice. I chose to be with a black woman. I chose to marry a black woman. And I'm blessed that I made that choice. You know? And a good woman is a treasure. The Bible tells us that. Having a wife, you have a good thing and you have favor with the Lord. You do. And look at it logically. Two people that are married that really love each other. You have You have the woman you love, you have your best friend, you know, she's a wife and mother to you or to your children, and you got everything. And you know what? That's so much better than going and having multiple women. Seriously. It's a lot of safer with diseases that are going on. You do it God's way, he'll protect you. One man, one woman, that's marriage. Adam and Eve, the first married couple. And it was meant for us to continue that through generations. We're all descendants of Adam and Eve. We're all descendants of Noah. So, you know, so actually, if you believe the Bible and it's true, we're all of the same race. We're just from different nations. Oh, how's my foot? Thanks, J9. It's doing okay. It's still sore. I mean, I can get around in the boot and it does all right, but when I take it off and try to stand on it or walk, it hurts. It's amazing how much that boot really helps. I mean, it's uncomfortable. My shin hurts from walking in the dang thing. It's irritating. It's Yeah, but it is what it is. I got to have it till my foot can heal. I don't know how long it takes for a fracture to heal. And then I got to still waiting to get into orthopedics for them to evaluate me, see how much damage was done. They found the fracture in the X-ray, but I don't know what other damage is done. I mean, my ligaments are messed up right now, and just through time and wear and tear. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm getting around, and you know, I've had some time at home. Not the way I want to have time at home, but I try to make the best of it. And you know, but it is what it is. You try to be careful, and things happen. It's part of life. But anyway, but thanks for asking. But it is doing better. It don't hurt as much. It still hurts, but we'll see when I can't get into orthopedics till the 27th. So it's crazy. Everything but anyway, great topic. Yeah, this is a topic we need to talk about. Keep those options open, ladies, gentlemen. You know what? Don't let the haters push you into a box. Don't let them scare you into staying with your so-called own kind. Because I tell you, my own kind are people that I love that love me, and we don't have to think alike either. I got many friends that don't agree on most things with me, but I still love them. They love me. That's my own kind. My own kind is a wife that loves me. Sandy is my own kind. Because we love each other. We wanted a family, we wanted a marriage, and we got it. We had the same goals. We had the same things we wanted to accomplish. That's my own kind. So I'll stay with my own kind, which is, like I said, people that love me that I love. There it is. Some look like me, some don't. Oh well. But I don't live in that segregated mindset. I don't. And black women are my preference. Black women are the best option. And no hate towards nobody else. That's me. That's what I believe. That's my experiences. And people don't like me talking about it. Well, too bad. You want to say I'm pandering? Well, get ready for some more, because I'm just going to tell how I feel and talk about my experience. And I think any man, white man or Asian, Hispanic, whatever, that loves black women should say it. You shouldn't have to hide it. People say, Well, it's not real helpful you going on saying how much you love black women and what's wrong with it? Why is it a bad thing? We all need people to lift us up, do we not? All of us as human beings. I know when I look on YouTube or something, and this is just psychological, I see a black woman saying that she loves white guys. I feel pretty good about that. I mean, that's not every white guy, but it's like, hey, you know what? You see something in our group you like. A lot of times we're called fetishizers and racist and all this other stuff. It feels good to have somebody say something positive. Does it not? And I hear ladies a lot of times say thank you for lifting us up. Thank you for saying, good things. And that's a beautiful thing. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. But we need to get out of that segregated mindset. You know what? Get to know who you're with, or get to know other people. Find out what they're like. Get in those friendship circles. It's better to be friends before you date. You get to know that person. You kind of know what their hobbies are. You know what they're like. You see what interests they have. You get to know them. It's almost like a vetting process before you're even thinking about dating. I'm just saying. How do we get to know people? People ask me all the time, how do I interracially date? How do I approach? For the men, I'd say you got to stand up, have the courage, and just do it. Okay? Be yourself. Be a little aggressive, but respectful. Just go for it. Let her know your intentions. You know what that shows? And I would say, don't wait till she's alone. You can do that if you feel better that way. So if you get rejected, it don't hurt as much, I guess, so people don't see it. I would say approach when she's with her friends. Just do it. Now, if she's with the guy, I wouldn't recommend doing that. That could be your boyfriend or husband. But if she's with their girlfriends, hey, walk up to her and just talk to her. And be loving and respectful. That goes a long ways. That shows you have character. That shows you have courage. That shows that you go after what you want. And women love that. Men that, make a decision and go with it. I mean, ladies, am I right? Don't you like men that have the courage, that go after for what they want? And if they find you attractive and they approach, that's a good thing. As long as he does it respectfully. I mean, it's up to the woman. She can either, hey, Corey, how's it going? And it's up to the woman. She could either, accept them or reject them, And usually, and I tell people this, some people think that black women will kick you to the curb if you approach them. I've heard that many times. Actually, I've never had that. I've been rejected, yeah, sure, but I've never had nobody, kick me to the curb hard in front of everybody and embarrass me. Usually, they're kind and appreciative about it. And it's probably because I approach respectfully. I don't come up there and, I'm pretty. I was always respectful when I approach women. I always was. I was raised to do that. And not only that, I'm not, and if I get rejected, yeah, it hurts. It hurts your feelings. You feel bad. But you know what? You move on. And don't hate the woman because she rejects you. Because truth be told, we all get rejected. Truth be told, there's somebody that we've rejected. So if a woman's not interested in you, oh well. She's just not. And that's okay. That don't make her evil. That don't make her a bad person. That just means she's not interested in you. you know. But, you know, jealous people that have big egos and been told they're so great all their life can't handle it. But, you know, don't have that segregated mindset. Don't listen to the stereotypes. Get to know these people. If you think she's attractive, approach. I get so sick of people relying on stereotypes, believing it like it's fact. Now, there's some people that will follow a stereotype, but a lot of people don't. You know, the angry, mad black woman that you see on TV that they make TV shows about, I don't see that in black women where I'm at. Most black women I know do not act like that. It's actually very rare. I seen one woman that act that way, kind of crazy. But for the most part, most black women don't. They're usually pretty down to earth, you know. Usually black women I know are pretty mature and carry themselves in a professional way, you know. So don't get caught up in that. And ladies, every white guy that thinks you're beautiful is not fetishizing you. Don't buy into that, you know. People think that the definition of fetishization is a white man that loves black women. That's what people think. I'm called that all the time. I've been married 28 years to one woman. You know? And I've been faithful 28 years. So you know what? I'm not fetishizing black women at all. I do have love and respect for black women. And I make that known. But I'm able to tell the truth. I'm able to tell you what I see. And I'm not afraid or ashamed to say it. I don't care what anybody thinks. The haters can keep hating. And the ones that are too afraid can come in and try to check me and say, oh, that ain't, you know, why are you doing that? If it's great, why do you got to tell the world about it? Well, because it's a blessing. Why? Because people are amazing. You know what? There's people out there putting a stereotype on black women, a negative one, and nobody goes in and tells them to stop it. But you're going to tell me to stop it because I said I love them and they're great? Seriously, think about that. There are people that will come on in here and tell me quit pandering. But how many people are out there telling men that are saying negative things about black women, stop slandering? At least I got something to stand on for what these weirdos call pandering. I actually have a history of dating black women. I have a marriage. I've been married to a black woman for over 28 years. So yeah, I probably have love and respect for black women, don't you think? If I'm married to one for over 28 years, don't you think I would have a high opinion about black women? Seriously? But I can do that. I opened up my options. I'm not caught in a segregated mindset. I don't live in the collective. I'm a free thinking individual. I do what I want. And I go and I've always approached the women that I love, that I want to be with. And guess what? I'm blessed for it. I'm not going to act like some guy that has the same skin tone of me just because we look alike. That's stupid. I go for what I like. I live my life how I want to live. And if more people would do that and just judge people, you know, by the choices they make and, you know, how they treat others instead of what they look like, we'd be better off. And yeah, there's sin all in our nation's history. These haters will let me know that, and they're right. A lot of evil stuff's been done in this nation, no doubt. I study history. I know some things that went on that are, I can't even believe how evil. I get it. But you know what? We got to come together. We need to heal. We need to come together as a nation, as people, love each other, respect their decision. Somebody dates out and she's with somebody that don't look like you. Oh, well. Give her the love and respect she deserves. And I would say the same thing. Some guy dates out, hey, let him have that. As long as he's not bashing you. And I think most black women are okay with that. I think black women, the ones I see have a problem, it's being thrown in their face. But we have the God-given right to be with who we want to. I can, as a young man, I could go out and date whatever woman I want to, as long as she'll accept me, sure. And us as white men, why are we afraid to open up those options? Why, you're afraid of what your family's going to think? Your so-called friends? If they don't support you and who you're with, they're not your friends at all. Seriously. But that's how we live, right? Oh, and I've heard so many people break up relationships. Well, society don't accept it, and I don't want to hurt her, or I don't want to hurt him. And then you know what? They're the ones hurt at the end because they missed out on that blessing. They missed out on true love. I've heard this story so many times. There would be so many more interracial marriages if people didn't listen to the haters. Because the haters just going to want you to live how they think you should live. They don't care about you. They're not going to be there to comfort you when you're crying because you missed out on the love of your life. They're not going to be there to help you find a good husband or good wife. No, they don't care what happens to you. They care what you do because they think you should do things a certain way. And a lot of these haters, they don't care about other people. It's about them. It's about their image. It's how they look. It's not about, the women in their community being uplifted and, celebrated. And one guy told me, he says, hey, stay away from our women. Us as black men love our women. Okay. Is that why 70% of black women aren't married? I mean, seriously. You're going to come in on me to tell me to stay away and tell the women to not open up their options. I can understand it if the marriage rate was like 80, 90%. I could kind of get it. But when you're dating out and marrying out twice as much as the women in your community and you get mad when they do it, to me, that's a problem. To me, that's not right. You're a hypocrite. And don't say that you're doing it to get back at the white man. No, because you're just living your lust. And psychologically, you might think you're hurting somebody by being with a certain woman. No man's hurting me being with Becky. Okay, that's what you like. That's what you like. You're not affecting my life. I don't even think about that. But they're thinking about me. They're thinking about me and my wife and what I'm doing, what I'm saying. And haters want to silence me. But oh well, they're not going to. In fact, it motivates me. When I was kind of let down today. I was looking through some comments. I was hoping I'd be able to share some comments with you from trolls, but I didn't get none today. Maybe they took the Saturday off, took a break. I'm sure they'll be back again. But that motivates me. Because you know what it says? When they're triggered, they're scared. When they're triggered, they see women are opening up their options. But you know what? If you look at it in reality, nobody's losing nothing. In fact, women are the ones that are going gain from, black women are going gain from opening up their options. Both ways. The ones that are race loyal will be better off, and the ones that want to open up their options and date out are going to be better off. And we'll be better off as a country. And when you look at white people, and yeah, we get married more, but our divorce rates are through the roof. So we'll get married, but our relationships are garbage too. We're better off as white men to marry a black woman. Statistically, we're better off. We'll have a better chance of a lasting marriage. And black women too, they'll be better off. Um, no, I ain't going to say better off, but they'll have a better chance statistically being with marrying a white guy. Statistics says that. Now I ain't going to say they're going to be better off because one man is not better than the other. So I don't want to get it twisted because people will twist it and say that I'm uplifting white men and I'm not. But what I'm saying statistically, and ladies, open up those options because the biggest group in America is white men. Soon it'll be Hispanic. That demographic's growing fast. So, but why wouldn't you look at the majority? How many millions more white guys are there? Seriously. So you got an ocean. Do you think your value goes up if men know that you're okay with dating men of different races? I know there's some weak losers in your community that will get mad and jealous and hurt and all that, but really, it's about you. It's about what's best for you. It's about finding that husband, finding that family. Is the white guy the best choice, or is the Asian guy, or Hispanic, or maybe the black guy that you're with? I don't know. It depends on the person and their character. But I tell you what's going on is there's a cultural thing. And that's why certain groups don't get married as much. It's accepted more in other cultures, in some cultures than other cultures. Some groups, you know, not being married isn't acceptable. It used to be most people, you know, if you weren't married and you had children, it was unacceptable. Black, white, Asian, it was like that. And back in the world, back in the day, the men made the money, so women had to get with a man that had resources, a man that, was a hard worker, a man that can make things happen to survive for her and her children. It's kind of the same way today. You got to get with that one that's going to uplift you, that you're going to have a healthy relationship, a healthy marriage. And how are we going to get there? Who is the best person for the job? And your circle, ladies, who's the best one? Those of you that are around men of different ethnicities or racial group, who's the best one for the job? Comes down to character. It comes down to what he's willing to do for you. And what I mean by that is he going to love you with all his heart? Is he wanting to be with you because he loves you? Or does he want to be with you because you got something going on that can help him? Does he want to be with you just because he loves you with no strings attached? Or do you got to bring something to the table? I would say that about any man. Any man that says, what do you have to bring to the table? Kick him to the curb and move to the next one. Because if you got to bring something to the table to be with him, once you get married, you're going to have to continuously bring something to the table. In some cases, you might end up being the breadwinner. You might end up taking care of that dude. So you got to think about that. Now, there might be situations where, ladies, you might have to help out in your marriage. It happens. But is he going to be a provider? Or is he going to be a dependent? Because it's kind of like you're bringing in another child, a grown child. but have those options open. Do not live your life by what others think you should do. Don't let other people decide your life. You decide it for you. Go forward, get to know people, pray about it, go in the right way, and don't let anybody direct your path. This is your path, this is your life, and it's about you. It really is. And if you find the right man, ladies, you'll uplift each other. You'll compliment each other. And that's what it's about. And a lot of these characteristics I see in black women is how a wife should be. Seriously. Kind, nurturing, uplifting, having a big heart, having emotions you can tap into, the passion, the spirituality. A lot of these things black women have are valuable. They're amazing. This is stuff you cannot buy. This is something that comes from God. Seriously. And my eyes have been opened all the way. And I like it when people challenge me and say, well, how can you say they're the best? I just look at them. How long have you been married? I've been married over 28 years. Okay, next. I mean, seriously. What group of women you think's the best in general? Tell me. Tell me what makes you believe that. That usually stumps it. But I could tell you what I love about black women, why I think they're the best option. I could tell you all day and all night. We can do a marathon show where I just talk about that all night. Yeah, Corey, thank you for keeping an open mind and heart. Corey's got an open mind and heart. But anyway, guys, but seriously, keep those options open. Do not live by society rules. Choose your own path. You know what's right and what's wrong. Okay? You know what you want in a relationship, right? Okay? And go where the men you want to be with are. And get to know them. What do they want in life? What do they want? Marriage? Do they want children? Do they, how do they feel about God? Do they believe in God? These are questions you got to ask that are going to affect you. What do they believe? Political views can be one too. Some people don't care. Some people it's, but keep your options open. Go for character. Character over color. Love over lust. All right. And, keep that option open, whether you use it or not. It's something, just have it there, because you'll be amazed at people you meet. And you know what? It'll blow your mind, because you'll look at stereotypes like, wow, I didn't know they were like, I thought they were like this. Oh, hello, Diamond Lace. Yeah, good to see you. But seriously, don't let the haters get to you. If I had a nickel for every time somebody said something negative about my choice, or anytime somebody said, stick with your own kind, I mean, I'd be rich. I've heard that all my life. That don't bother me. Okay, whatever. My own kind is the kind that loves me. Okay. Next. And if you think I should stay away, what do you have to offer that makes you a better choice? And I would tell men the way you compete is not by tearing the other man down, but showing that you're the best option. Yeah, I like that. Apple pie goddess. Apple pie goodness. Love over lust, heart over color, spirit over skin color. Yes, that's it. You know, put that in your mindset. You know what? We're all people. There's good and bad in every group. Keep that in mind and vet that person. Okay. And hold them accountable for what they do today. You can't really hold someone accountable for ancestral sin because I didn't do what my ancestors did. Why is that brought up when I talk about how I love black women? But it is a fact. You have to deal with that when you interracially date. And I think a lot of white men don't do it because of that fact, or that the date and marry and kind of keep it to themselves. They don't go out there, they're not going to go on a platform and talk about it. I will. I mean, you can throw the past at me. I mean, I study history. I know a lot about history. I mean, that's one subject in school I make straight A's in. I was very into that. And I wasn't a real good student, but that history always interested me. I mean, you study things that have happened in this country and the world and everything, you know, and it's pretty amazing, you know. And how did we get here and all this? Um, yeah, but keep those options open, ladies. Ladies, you are a treasure, okay? And do not let no man devalue you, and don't lower your standards for no man. He needs to up his standards for you. And let me tell you something, a true leader will always put you first. People think that leadership is just being a dictator. I'm in charge. We're going to do what I say, and this is how it is. No, a good leader is someone that leads by example, someone that puts their family above themselves. You can look in the army. You can look in true leaders put their soldiers first. They looked out for their well behavior first. They looked out for them. And it makes sense because they're going to make you successful or a failure, point blank. And the marriage is kind of the same way. You put your wife and children above yourself because you're the leader. You're supposed to do that. It's not about you. You're a part of it, yes. And you do have value. As a man, you do. But the woman's the prize. She's the one that's beautiful. She's the one that's loving, nurturing, and helps us, go through life. And I'm telling you, you get the right wife, she'll make you better than what you are. And I've seen black women pour their heart and soul in the man they're with. And I married a black woman. She made me better than I ever thought I could be. By loving me, by being nurturing, by being caring, being able to, cling to her when things weren't so good, when it was tough. I would get re-energized and I could move forward. And she has so much faith in me. Failure was not an option. then if I was by myself, I wouldn't be as successful. I know that. I can say that for a fact because I never tried so hard till I married my wife because I didn't want to disappoint her. She had faith in me. She believed I could do it. So I had to. I mean, she would love me whether I was successful or not, but I don't want to let her down. I love her too much. And I'm telling you. But you know what? I never lived that segregated mindset. You know what? When my friends growing up, when I was in high school, wondering why I was into black women, why I had so much love for them, couldn't understand it because they didn't get to know them. They didn't see what was out there. Their options weren't open. They were in that segregated mindset. Oh, they're different than us. And they weren't racist. They just thought it was weird that I like black women like that. They didn't get mad at me or nothing. They just couldn't understand it. But you didn't get to know them. You didn't see what I saw. You didn't have the experiences I did because you were closed-minded, because you had that segregated mindset. You believe what society tells you. You believe what the media says. You believe what all these people say, but you don't find out for yourself. And a lot of them that thought when I was crazy have failed marriages, been married multiple times. I've been married once. They don't think I'm crazy anymore. They're like, wow, you did make a good choice. You know what? Huh. One of my friends said, you know what? I understand now. Your wife is still with you. She's still there, still loves you, still there. Yes, because I opened my options and made the right decision. And if people can't do that, you're missing out on a blessing. I'm telling you. And you know what? I would tell white men, open up your options, see what black women have to offer. Now, I'm not telling white men to go in droves, be with who you want to be with. Okay? But open up your eyes. See what's out there. See what I mean, and don't let the haters get under your skin. Don't let them shame you out of a blessing. Don't let them call you a racist and say, well, this happened. Yeah, I got it. And it was evil, it was wrong. But hey, you know what? I'm living my life. I'm here. We're here. Let's get along. Let's make it happen. Just tell them that. It's okay to stand up for yourself. And us as white people, it's crazy. It's like we carry white guilt so much that a lot of times we don't even stand up for ourselves. And I'm like, why? If you didn't do that sin, okay. You can stand up for yourself. You can say, you know what? I didn't do that. It was evil. It was wrong. I didn't do it. It's okay to say that. But be respectful. Say, yeah. I mean, but they're going to use that. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at you. It's okay to say, you know what? I'm not fetishizing. I just think she's beautiful and I want to be with her. You don't like it? That's your problem. Don't let that stuff. But if you're going to let that bother you, you shouldn't interracially date anyway. You're too weak to interracially date. Serious. But you got to stand up and not be afraid. You know what? And you can do that. When trolls come in here and tell me to stay with I could stand up to them. I could tell them what I think of them too. Oh, you're telling me this? That's because you have nothing to offer. You're weak. You're a loser. That's my opinion on you. Call me a caveman. Well, the cave I came out of is the cave you're headed for. So good luck, buddy. I mean, you could, it's okay. You know what? Stand up for what you believe in. And you know what? Go for the woman you want to be with. It's okay as long as you do it the right way. As long as you come with love and respect, you can do that. And stand up for yourself. You can be respectful. You don't have to try to sugarcoat some, the sins of the past. Don't sugarcoat. Don't try to defend it. Yeah, it happened. Sorry. I mean, I feel bad, but you know what? We're in this world together. Let's make the best of it. Let's come together. Let's love each other. Let's get out of that segregated mindset. Let's get out of that us against them crap. You know what? And if there's something somebody's doing wrong, it's okay to check them too. It's okay to put stats out there. As long as it's the truth. And it's not to tear nobody down. It's not. But let me tell you this. Black women are so amazing. And this is what I believe. I believe if black men love black women like black women love black men, and they married each other, they would be the strongest community in America. Let me say this again, and I believe this. If black men love black women like black women love black men and married each other, they'd be the most successful community in America. I believe that. Because black women are that amazing. And if you give them a chance and love them and just be the man you're supposed to be, you're going to be blessed. And God's going to judge us how we treat the women that we're with. And I've studied history. I've seen back in segregated days where there were black neighborhoods doing better than white neighborhoods, living in a segregated world. And how did that happen? Tell you how that happened. That was character. They had families. They were married. They were in the church, in the God more. So of course they're going to be successful. And they weren't controlling the nation. Who had the power? But these black communities were more successful. I've looked into history, and back in the day, black people were had more character when it came to paying back their loans. They were more successful at it. It seemed like they handled money better. But then what happened? It's a cultural thing. Can it flip back the other way? Sure it can. If people get character and if men stand up and be real men, they can be successful. But you're not going to be successful having children and not getting married. Okay? And our nation's suffering from it because of it. And every group single parent rate is rising. Some do it more, but in every group, it's rising. You think that helps society? If you impregnate a woman and you don't marry her, you put her in instant poverty with the children. You think your community's going to be successful doing that? You think your children are going to be successful? You already put 2 strikes against them before they even started to compete. And the world is about competition. And the world is tough. It's not unicorns and rainbows. It's tough. It's unforgiving. It's vicious. And if you don't have that family foundation, you're putting your kids, you're setting them up for failure. You're setting generations up for failure. But seriously, how we treat women. I'm not going to say our women, because the only woman that's yours is your wife. How we treat women is how God is going to judge us. You don't treat women right, God ain't going to bless you as a man. He's not. It's a fact. We treat the women and love them like we're supposed to because God created women for us men so we can have someone in our life so we wouldn't be lonely, someone that's comforting, someone that's nurturing, someone that loves us. And in turn, we got to protect her, we got to provide for her. That is perfect love right there. But if we don't take care of what God gives us, and a good woman's a blessing, we don't take care of her, God's you're not going to be successful. You might end up having money, but something ain't going to be right. Something's always going to be off in your life. And I think we could turn our nation around if we just, married the women in our lives. Go for finding a good wife. Don't be looking to meet a woman and go straight to the bedroom. That's not how it's supposed to be done. But anyway, I could go on all night about this. But get out of that segregated mindset, because you know what? We can't live in segregated. It's not going to work. Even when segregation was going on, it didn't work. It just made one group, have more assets than the other. One group had favor over the other. And if we went back to it, it'd be the same thing. One group would have more resources. You can't be and back in the day, they had this thing where, they would promote segregation, say separate but equal. It's impossible. You can't have two separate groups and just be equal. One's going to have more than the other. One's going to have more resources. And segregation, white people had more resources, more wealth, more everything, because they were the majority. That's a fact. You can't. So the best way is just to come together. And it won't be perfect. There'll still be racism. There'll still be haters. There'll still be it. But we can suppress it. We can make it to where these racists ain't bold, that they keep it hidden. Right? I'm going to put the link up there if you guys want to come up. But you know what? We're stuck with each other. We're infused together. And look, black people, white people, we need to love each other. And you know what? Find the best man and woman for the best man or woman, the best option. The one that loves you and celebrates you. That's what we need to focus on. Because whether you try to segregate yourself or your group, you know what? You're going to have children and grandchildren that are going to venture out, that are going to open up their options. And that's okay, as long as we love each other and do it the right way. But, seriously. And ladies, you are the prize. Okay? Let the man compete for you. Because you don't want to be that woman that's, the first pick. Yeah, you might be very attractive and he wants you to look a certain way. And men that are caught up in that, I mean, we all want the women we're with to, stay fit and look attractive, yes. But you get with those men so tied in the way you look, those are the first ones that'll trade you in when they get middle-aged. And it's funny that I see some of these dudes that talk about what they expect women to be and want them to be all this and that. And some of these guys are overweight, don't look, I'm just like, really? But seriously though, go for the best option. And ladies, don't believe that to be with a white guy that you got to have a size 4 dress size and look a certain way, because all men are different. We all have, our preferences, what we're attracted to in women. Some guys like women real skinny, some like women curvy. We're all different, you know. And I guarantee, you know, a lot of the guys that watch this channel don't think exactly the same. So don't be caught up in that. Okay. And honestly, like I said, most of us are average. Okay. I got enough humility to admit, you know what? I'm not all that. I'm average at best. And that's okay. But where my heart is and my work ethic, the character, I make up for it. But seriously, and ladies, don't think that you got to be a supermodel to be with a white guy. You don't. Okay. And don't believe that the white guy that's trying to talk to you is there because he fetishizes you. He might. I mean, all people fetishize, okay? But a lot of times, us white guys just think black women are beautiful and we want to date you. We want to marry you. And that's okay. Hey, J10, your channel is beyond average at best. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think so. You guys make it above and beyond. You guys make it great. That's what makes it great is you guys. Hey, Corey, how's it going?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing okay. Um, yeah, I just thought I would come on and make a live talk about this subject. Um, I would have liked to done a video, but I'm just kind of running behind today. It's amazing. I'm off for an injury, but I got so much crap I got to do around the house and stuff, uh, and then I had to go fix my daughter's plants she has outside. Some animal got to them, and so that's a mess. And
So you're
yeah,
busier at home than you are at work.
yeah, it seems that way. I thought I was going to be bored and stuff. Actually, uh, I can't wait to get back to work. Really, I mean,
You go back to work to get a rest, huh?
yeah, get a break.
Hey,
Yeah, but
Brent, I got
yeah,
a I got a story for you.
okay.
I took my boy up to Eugene, to catch his
Uh,
flight back to Fort Campbell,
yeah.
and we went into a restaurant. It's a chain restaurant. We got one down here too.
Uh huh.
And I, my boy and I, we walked in, and there was this grandma,
Uh
and
huh.
I could tell she was with her grandson, little guy, little itty bitty guy, maybe
Hmm.
5. Well, we walked in and I noticed that the hostess took us into the bar section, like
Uh
the
huh.
sports bar part, which I
Yeah.
thought was kind of odd because usually they don't open that up until later in the day.
Uh huh.
And it was like 10:45, something like that. And then while I was sitting there, I noticed that there were more people, more dark people, black folks. This one gentleman was like mid 40s. He come out and walk, and I'm looking around the room, and I'm surrounded by people that are like in their 70s with white hair.
Uh huh.
They're just white
Kind of
people.
like me, the
Oh
well, I
no,
call it the new blonde, but
add 20,
the
add 20 years, Brent.
oh,
These
okay.
these are
Well,
older folks.
I
Okay,
I think
so we finished up, and I had to use the restroom. And I walked back in, and where the normal seating is for just regular dining, that's not the sports bar.
mhm.
As soon as I came around the corner, I noticed this is where they put everybody of color. And, I started to get a little mad, just a little. And I didn't really know how to handle that. And then I went in there, did my business, and I turned around and I come back out. And now I'm kind of I'm kind of getting a little upset. And I looked around the room and it only had 1/3 the occupancy. They had empty tables everywhere. Everybody in that restaurant would have fit in that one side with room to spare.
Uh,
And the hostess divided us as we entered.
oh, racially, like
The
black and
host
white people in different.
the hostess divided us as we entered the building.
Oh, that's weird.
And
What?
by the time I got back outside and got onto the sidewalk in the front of the building,
Mhm.
I don't have a poker face. I was just kind of like, what just happened? What was I just involuntarily a part of?
You, I sometimes people do weird stuff like that. You know, when I go out to eat, sometimes people say separate checks. I says, and I'll have my wife and like we went out to eat the other day. I had my wife and my daughter, right? And you could tell my daughter's biracial. And she looks like me and my wife, and you could tell she's our child. And we go to a restaurant, and the lady comes around and says, is this separate checks? And I says, no, one check. So I'm like, okay. I guess sometimes people don't put it together. Okay. So she came back and got separate checks.
No
And
way.
she gave me a check, my wife, and my daughter. And we're like,
What in the world?
I said, no, one check. And she's like, well, you told me separate. No, I didn't. I said, well, do you want separate checks? I said, yeah, I always take my wife and daughter out to eat and make them pay for their own meal. I'm like, serious? I said,
Ooh.
one check. I was so mad. And she was like snobby. She was like an angry Karen that you could tell she didn't like our our family situation. I mean, she
Wow.
didn't say it, but I'm kind of confident that's where she was going because she was snobby. She tried to give us separate checks, and I kept telling her, "No, one check, one check." I'm just like, I guess she couldn't put it in her mind that a white man with a black woman with a biracial daughter. I guess she couldn't handle that or couldn't figure it out. But that's kind of something like you were talking about, segregating you as you come in. That's weird. Why would someone do that? You just put people on tables, that you got open.
Well, I'm going to be 52 in a few days, but
Uh,
when I was younger, it was common practice to not put people in the sports bar until a certain hour of the day. They would just put everybody in the regular seating.
yeah.
And being in the town that I was in, it's a liberal Democrat voting town. And yet we go into this restaurant
Mhm.
and they separate us as we come through the door.
That was a segregated restaurant.
I
I,
don't
I would I would put an inquiry on that. I would say, you know what? I would call them and say, you know what? Why are you guys segregating this? Is there a purpose of this?
Yeah,
And
Apple Pie said she would have left the restaurant. I wasn't aware of it until I was already done and paid my bill and was headed out.
mm,
I think what I'm going to do is visit the chain here in town
uh-huh.
and I'm going to ask the management, is that common practice up in Eugene? Is it common practice here? Because
Yeah,
now I
I'm
want to know because they'll never get my business again. That's just, yes, Sophia, that is notorious racism.
yeah, it's like but sometimes but that check thing I've dealt with, I'm just like it just irritates me like come on. It's like
I'm not big on going to restaurants anyway. It just,
yeah.
because I've been when I was younger, I used to bring in produce and stuff, and I seen
Uh,
all their kitchens, and it stuck in my head, and I could really never go back to the restaurant to eat the food because I seen what they were doing with it.
oh yeah, you'd be amazed what goes on in restaurants.
Well, when you see it every morning, every day, every day, every day. You're just like, ooh. When you walk by the dumpster in the back of the building, and you walk by 30 of them in a day, and you're just like, I just don't have the stomach for this.
You know what's funny is my wife's uncle, right? A real nice guy, right? He came and visited, and you know he was talking about back when he was a kid. He worked at this restaurant, and it had no, it wasn't a racial story, but he was saying that you'd be amazed at stuff that went on. And he said back in the day, the guy that he stopped working for this guy in the restaurant because what he would do was, you know, take the plates that people didn't finish and take the meat and chop it up and make it a meatloaf special the next day.
uh,
It's just like, oh my god.
oh Lord.
He said he saw him do that. It's like, oh, I can't do this. This is yeah,
And the fact is, they already made profit on it,
yeah. And then they're
and he
taking
wants
what
to.
people don't eat and grinding it up, making meatloaf.
After
Like,
somebody drooled on it, they're going to put it back on somebody else's plate.
oh,
Is that
can you imagine
tenderizer? I mean, it's,
how
I'm grossing myself
unsanitary
out.
is that? You don't know what these people got that have been eating this food. You know,
I
some
come in the
people might
back of an
have.
Asian restaurant, and the grandpa, because it's usually family run. A lot of
Uh,
Asian restaurants are,
hmm.
and the grandpa had a beer up on the paper towel dispenser and a cigarette with about an inch and a quarter ash hanging on it, and he was working over a bowl of I can't remember what it was. It was green beans or something like that, and oh my god,
Oh,
I was just like, just so the whole back room was just full of cigarette smoke, like a chain smoker, and I'm looking around and I'm like, oh god.
oh,
I gotta
yeah.
go. Yeah, let's
I,
just
I
sign this
couldn't.
ticket and get out of here.
I couldn't eat there.
I
You know.
didn't.
You know. Speaking of that, there's a restaurant that it's like a hamburger place, and they have Chinese food, and it's a Chinese family, right?
Mm,
I mean, they're real nice people. They don't have no unsanitary stuff like that. They keep it pretty clean. But
mm,
I mean, they've been in there for years. The the guy, they're Chinese. They have a daughter, you know, that they sent to college, and you know they're just real hardworking. And the restaurant is really good, right? They have hamburgers and Chinese food.
mhm,
And the crazy thing is my dad back in the day when he was dating used to take his girlfriends there. And it's funny when I started dating, I'd take my girlfriends there, and it's still open. I wonder if well, my son, he's in the army, but it's
mhm.
like it's like a family tradition. I remember my grandfather would take me there, to eat when I was little and stuff, and just a lot of history in that. But it was ran by a Chinese family, and they've been there for years. I mean, great Chinese food. And then they made hamburgers and other stuff too. So you can, if you weren't feeling Chinese food that day, um, yeah. CC said this is why we grace our food. Yeah. I mean, you need to pray over it because, yeah. But, mm, yeah, I've heard some crazy stories, but,
Deep prayers over your food.
but,
The one thing I don't mind is going to the theater and eating the popcorn.
mhm.
I'll do that. In fact, I'll do that before I'll go to any restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
Because the popcorn stays in the machine.
Yeah.
It doesn't move about with all the hands touching it. Just it stays in the machine.
Yeah, they just pour it into the machine and it pops and then they scoop it out.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I love eating popcorn at the movies. I mean, you got to. It's like, I just, even though it's so stupid expensive too, like $20 for a deal of popcorn or something. What is it now? Like 15, $20? It's ungodly what they charge.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
know. The
I mean,
we have a 21 plus uh, theater lounge.
uh,
Just one room in our theater. We got like seven rooms in it, or maybe more. I don't know. but this one is just for adults because they serve beer there.
Uh-huh.
And there's a older black gentleman, and he's real friendly, and I just like go back there and hang out with him before I get into the movie theater. He's a real positive guy.
Oh, okay. We have those too, where they serve beer. You could order food while you watch a movie and stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah, we got those here too. Uh, yeah, they're like that's the thing now. People are into that.
Hmm.
Um, but it gets expensive. I mean, well, you figure, well, that's how the movie theaters make their money. They're not really making a lot off the ticket sales. Where they
Mm.
make concessions is where it's at. That's where they
Oh
make,
yeah, it's in the food.
yeah, like the
A lot of money.
popcorn and the candy and um, I if I took the whole family out to the movies, I mean, I could easily spend a couple $100 easy. It
Oh
just,
yeah, don't sneeze. It's
um,
gone.
yeah, I mean, buying the tickets, then the popcorn, the food,
Yep.
ooh, yeah, it. But that's why I only go to the movies once in a while.
Well, I'm single. I can go anytime I want. So I just.
Yeah. Well, if it's just you, it's not that bad. But if you take the whole family, but usually, well, it's just me, my wife, and daughter. So usually when I go to the movies, it's just me and my wife because my daughter, she does her thing, and me and my wife go, when there's a movie we really want to see and stuff. Uh, but yeah,
Thelma's cracking me up.
put it in my toe. You know what? It's funny because I mean, we've done that. Me and my wife, she'll put like snacks in her purse, like you know, because I mean it gets expensive. I mean, can't really hide popcorn in there. I mean, I have to buy her a real big bag for that one.
Hmm. Yeah, when my ex and I were young, we took a diaper bag in there with our newborn first kid. Well,
Yeah.
we went to Burger King before went in. We had burgers in there. When we opened up the wrappers on that, it just flooded that entire room with flame broiled burger. I thought for sure we were going to get kicked out.
You know what? When I was in the army at the base theaters, they used to let you bring food in. So
No,
you go get some hamburgers or whatever and bring it and eat while you're. They didn't care,
no, we don't.
but they weren't really making a profit because I remember when me and my wife were first married. That's what we would do because the movies were like a dollar movies. The new releases were like $1.50 on base. It was
Hmm.
something we could do. Um, that didn't cost a lot of money because back then we're just living on what I made in the army, and I was a young soldier, so I wasn't high in rank. I didn't have much money, so and we were paid once a month, so I'd have to stretch it out, and towards the end of the month when we started running, low on money and stuff, that's one thing we could do to have fun, to get out of the house and go see a movie, and that's changed now though.
Hmm.
J10 says, do you make your children move out after a certain age? No, I don't. And here's why. Um, my children can stay as long as they want till they get married. Okay. They're not going to get married and move in. Um, but I want them to be ready because when they get 18 or 21, most kids ain't ready. They don't have, they don't really have a job skill at that age. They haven't established themselves. They don't make a lot of money. So um, I don't put a set age and when they need to get out. As long as they have a job or going to school, as long as they're productive. Um,
Hmm.
because I want to, because it costs a lot of money to live out on your own, even by yourself. I mean, and you're just starting out and you don't have a job skill. I know when I was 21, I wasn't ready. Um, you know, thank God for the army, but I'm serious. You got to establish yourself. You don't have a degree, you don't have a job skill, um, and all you might be able to get is minimum wage jobs, and you're going to work probably a couple jobs to just keep your head above water. And so I don't put an age. Now, if they're sitting around on the couch and not doing nothing, we got a problem. But if as long as they're productive, working, trying to improve themselves, and working on getting out, that's what I would say. But I don't, you know, like my daughter, she's 20, she's living with us. I mean, I, she's going to school, and I want her to be established, have a degree, have a job skill. Um, and that's what I want in my children before I kick them out the door because it's tough. And but I don't want them living with me their whole life either. Um, but really, I haven't had that problem. My oldest daughter got married right away, and she got her degree. My son joined the army; he was gone, and my
Hmm.
daughter's going to college, and she wants to move out as soon as she can. In fact, I'm telling her, hey, hold on a minute, get your degree first, get established. Don't I know you want to be on your own, and yes, and you should want that, but I don't believe in like some people. Once you turn 18, you're out. Well, gosh, what are they supposed to do? That's pretty rough, you know. Or once you're 21, you're out. Uh, I'm not into that because they need a job skill. They need to be established, and you got at least. And what's rent cost? One bedroom apartment. And you got to think how much they need to make to pay the rent, the utilities, groceries, put gas in the car. And if they got a car payment, oh my God. And then, the car breaks down. There's a lot of things, you know, it's tough starting out. So I
Hmm.
try to ease them out, not kick them out. Yeah. Sophia says, LOL reminds me of an episode of Kings and Queens. Father was going to the movies, loaded up with food, and asked the daughter, am I lumpy? Yeah. You know what I used to like? And Corey, back in the day, the drive-in was the thing.
Oh
Um,
man,
I
they don't
miss
have
that.
them anymore. Yeah,
Well, they do in certain places, but they're so far and few between.
yeah, they're
Um,
kind of a thing of the past anymore.
yeah, but I mean, I used to go on my dates at the drive-in because they had one back when I was, a teenager until I
Hmm.
was like in my 30s, they still had them. I know when our kids were little, we'd go to the drive-in, and my wife would cook a bunch of food, and we would just, or we would go get food, and we go to the drive-in. The kids would be
Yeah,
in the back with their blankets and pillows, and just we had a good time. It was awesome fun. I miss the drive-in. I wish they'd bring those back. You know, I mean, where I live, we had our drive-in had 6 screens,
mm.
and yeah, it was neat. And they had like a playground out there, and of course, the concession stand, and you could bring food in, and they would charge. I think they were charging by the carload, so it wasn't that much. I mean, but it was fun. I mean, we could bring chairs and sit outside and watch the movie.
Oh yeah,
Um, that was it. I had a lot of good memories at the drive-in. I mean, but
yeah.
they
We always
tore it
used to go in a pickup.
Yeah, pick up. Oh, I had a little truck. I had a little white Toyota truck, right, when I was dating my wife, and I would uh I would put like cushions in the back, and we'd go to this place, like it was called 9 Mile Hill in our town, and we would sit above the city. And the city's like in a V. It's like in a
Hmm.
valley, but it was high up, right? And we go park out there, and just look at the lights and talk and hang out. And yeah, and it was like a common place where people would go out there, and
Didn't they
it,
call that the submarine races?
the what?
They go watch the submarine races.
Submarine races.
Because a lot of babies were built or
Oh,
created on
well,
the.
okay, I'm not going to go into that, but I mean, it was just a nice place to hang out.
Yeah.
But you know what? When me and my wife were dating, we spent so many times up there, Corey. And you know what's scary about it? Is up in that area, they had there was a serial killer that was burying people up there towards that area.
Holy
And,
moly!
and we saw it like years ago on Unsolved Mysteries, right? And I'm like, oh my God, we used to go up there. I mean, it wasn't right the place where we're at, but we were in the general area. I told my wife, I said, you know what? We might have been up there when that guy was doing that crazy stuff. Because
Jeez.
how they found out is they were building homes up there, as the town grew.
Mm,
And I guess somebody's walking their dog and dog got a bone, but it was a human one. And then they did investigations and then yeah. But it made like national news and it was on Unsolved Mysteries and crime
mm.
shows. And I was like, oh my, and I recognized that area. And my wife's like, oh my God. I mean, and it was right around that time we were dating. So it makes you wonder what goes on. And it was like, it was a common place people would go park. I mean, I mean, my parents did it. I mean, it was like
Hmm.
a thing you did, yeah, but yeah, that was crazy. But I don't know how we got into that, but
Well, we're over here where I live. You can go up on the top of the mountains and look out over the city, or head to the coast because we got some pretty good bluffs on the Oregon coast,
uh-huh.
and so you can watch it in the evening when the moon's starting to set. It
Yeah.
just lays down on top of the water, or
Oh, that's nice. I
yeah.
know where I live, we overlook the city. We're like on the high desert, and
Hmm.
like I said, it's in a valley. I mean, just sitting above, and we can see the city lights and stuff. And I'm working on building a patio on the top of my yard because my yard like slopes up where on top you can see over the house and you see the lights. And
Oh,
I'm
cool.
working on a patio there. I mean, it's neat because we sit out in the porch and just at night sometimes me and my wife just talking when it's warm. Go out
Hmm.
there with the blanket and just look at the lights, talk about the kids or whatever. Um, yeah, but anyway, I don't mean to get off topic, but that's my experiences because I opened up my options and I
Hmm.
got out of that segregated mindset. I just, I this has been on my mind, Corey, because I've been like, you know what? Why don't we open up our options? Why don't we get to know other people? Why do we just go on stereotypes and stay in our comfort zone? And I mean, there's, I mean, there
A
might
lot
be,
of it's just pressure from people around us in our family, our friend circle,
yeah,
sometimes in our church circle.
yeah.
It just depends on who you hang around.
Yeah, I've never had that problem at church because our church is pretty much you know I mean we have I mean most of the people are white and Hispanic, but we got black people, we got everybody. So we're not like a segregated type church, you might say.
Hmm.
Um my wife's church, it's mostly black people. They anybody can go there. They have different people too. It just um but I don't know. I never had that problem at church. It was never a thing. And I think New Mexico, it's not really a problem interracially dating or marrying. Nobody really cares. Um,
Hmm.
You know, my son-in-law, he's from Missouri, and he's like, man, he said, I miss New Mexico. He's trying to move back, right, with my daughter, and he says that's probably the least racist place I've ever been because he's like, it was, but it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's
Huh.
because our population is not that big, and people out here are really nice, really are. I mean,
Hmm.
most part are good people. I live in a good place. I do. Economically, we're dead last, but education, we're dead last. Um, but people are friendly, and it is beautiful out here. It really is.
Well,
I mean,
there's one thing I've noticed that the more economically an area thrives, the
uh
higher the stress rate
yeah,
of the
I
people.
think so. And it's pretty simple out here. I mean, with my job and what me and my wife do, we live like kings. We're pretty well off, but in a national average, we're not doing. I mean, we do very well, but it's not like we're rich or nothing. But out here, it seems like because the cost of living's so low, so we do very well.
Hmm.
But if we're in California or New York, it wouldn't be. Um, it wouldn't be so great. I mean, because it would cost more to live there.
Hmm.
Um, but people usually make more in those states too. But
Oh yeah, but they compensate with the taxes, the price of goods, the
yeah,
you name it. It just if you look at your buying power, your paycheck is more, your annual
Mhm.
income is more, but your buying power is on par with just anywhere else you live
Yeah, that's about true too.
because the
Because
consumption of your money, I mean, everybody around, they want a piece of you. They all want a
oh
piece of
man,
you.
yeah, they do. Um, but I've been thinking, Corey. I said, you know what? We, I wanted to talk about this. Is keeping your options open and not living in that mindset where it's us against them and they're this way, so we can't get with each other because this is like this, and it just and like you said, most of the time it's family and friends that influence us. Our friendship circles, they do the most damage, really, in our
Hmm.
family because they think they know what's best for us. And people thought that me marrying a black woman, I would have problems, instant problems. Like we wouldn't be able to make it because you know because society don't like it, and our culture is so different. We wouldn't be able to get along, but all that's not true. I mean, it's like the opposite.
Hmm.
Actually, their marriages went didn't last, and mine did. So,
Hmm.
I got somebody coming up. What's on your mind?
Oh, hey.
Okay. Hey, what's
Hello.
on your mind?
Can you hear me?
I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay,
How's
hi
it going?
guys. How you doing?
Good. How
Um,
you doing?
I agree with you. I think that society itself should open their options. Everybody should, you
Yeah.
know. We shouldn't
Mm.
be, you know, what are we preserving? Like what are we preserving, really? We're
Right.
all human beings. It's
Yeah.
just a human being loving another human being. That's all it is for me.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and that's what it should be. I mean, but we're caught up in this thing like they're this way and we're that way and we can't get along, and and it's really, if you think about it, it's stupid. I mean, if
I think
somebody, yeah,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
think it's other people's experiences. I think because they experience a negative, they had a negative experience with certain, with black people or black
Mhm.
person had with white people, and they assume that everyone's going to experience the same thing that they experienced, and it's
Yeah.
like not every white person is the same, just like not every black person is the same, you know. So they assume that it's going to be all the same, and these people hold on to that negativity instead of just letting it go and realizing that it's nothing to do with your race itself. It could be your character, just how you are as a person. If you're a
Yeah,
negative person spreading negativity, nobody's going to like you regardless of race. But
yeah,
I think it's all also what I notice about some white men. It's about traditions. They feel that they're going to lose their traditions if they go out and date other race. And it's like, no, you're going to spread your family lineage. You're going to spread your ancestry. You're going to expose someone who's never been in that, in that ancestry. You're going to give it to them. You're going to pass it to them. There's nothing wrong. You're going to pass those traditions to them, you
yeah,
know?
Hmm.
And they
yeah.
think, oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, no, you're right. And the thing of it is, what are we preserving? I mean, it. I look at the Bible, and I believe it to be true. So, if it says we all came from Adam and Eve and we're descendants of Noah, how are we different race? We're at, you know, I mean, we're divided into different nations, but we came from the same place. And some people will say, well, black people were the original people and we just kind of, changed through the years. And that maybe that's true. I don't know. Um, it would kind of make sense because I believe we came from the same place.
Yeah, we
Um,
all came from sub-Saharan Africa, but we all just with climate change, you know, and because a lot of people made it with other because there were other humans before us, the Neanderthals. So the human race, you know, some of them made it with the Neanderthals, some of them made it with other cultures, and then the climate change is what changed the race of people. But we all came from the same place. We're all still human beings. We all came from one place, and that's Africa. So we're not different at all. We're pretty much all the same.
yeah, I mean, we look different, but
We
we,
look different based on climate change and where we live. Where we lived for thousands of years, that's what changed us. Climate change is what changed us, is changed and altered our DNA and everything, is because where we lived and the environment we lived in and our diet and everything like that is what changed us. So
yeah,
that's, you know,
how are we going to change now? The crap we're eating in today's world. Good God, all the processed stuff and all the
I don't know
fried
where we're
food.
going if we're eating
Oh
all that
man,
processed food. We're probably going I don't know.
yeah, less natural food that we're supposed to be eating. Uh,
Yeah, definitely. But I
yeah,
think most of it has to do with and some black women are the same way. You get some, but what makes some they want to stay in their own race. You see some of them likes, but what makes me mad is that they're telling other people what to do. You shouldn't tell
yeah,
other people how to live their life and who they should love, you know? And you shouldn't stop them from opening their options. Oh, no, no, don't go over there. Just because you had a bad experience doesn't mean they will.
yeah. And they might have got someone of bad character. They're in every group.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
probably somebody of bad character. You should look beyond that. You should say, well, that's that person, you know, that's that person, that's their behavior, that's how they are, based on
yeah,
something, that's that person. But I'm not going to look at a whole race of people just because one was a jackass or
yeah,
a jackbutt. Excuse my language.
Jack. But
Yeah, I got in trouble for swearing last time I was on here. A jackbutt.
yeah, but yeah, I just you know what, and we're not whatever we're trying to preserve it's gone. I mean, you could say, well, there's black people and white people, but somebody said you got to stick to your own tribe. I said, okay, what tribe is that? I mean, I'm a white guy, right?
And
And
an
I did my,
American. So we're
yeah,
all Americans here. Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
so we're
but
pretty much all of the same tribe. We're all Americans. So
yeah, we are.
what tribe
We're
are
the
they
same
talking about?
nationality, yes. But when I look at it, and I did my DNA, I mean, it broke me down in percentages all across Europe in many different
Yeah.
countries,
And,
and I'm
and,
like,
and the thing about America is we're all different, nationalities in one. that make
Yeah.
up us as one person. Like I have a European ancestry. Should I just completely deny that? Should I,
Right. Well,
like you hear some, like, even when you, because I watch these DNA videos, and you see some, I feel so bad for some of the black women on there. They feel so, like, they look so defeated and disappointed that they have European ancestry, and it's
oh
like,
yeah, I know. I've seen that.
why are you and it's like, because of slavery and what happened in slavery, and it's like, we know what happened in slavery, but are we slaves? No. So
Well,
why should we still hold on to that anger?
well,
I
I
see it. Oh, go ahead, Brett.
no, I was
Sorry.
going to say the truth about slavery. Okay, it was a worldwide thing. It
Hmm.
happened long before America was a country, and it
Hmm.
was on every continent and every country.
And every race suffered from
Yeah.
slavery.
Yes.
So we got to keep that real also.
Now,
Let's be real.
now
Hmm.
to be honest, the Europeans did it at a much bigger scale. So maybe we see it more as a effect, but the sin was still there. I mean, you know,
True.
Well, I've even studied the African history, and there were stronger tribes that would enslave the weaker tribes. I
uh-huh.
mean, it's
Definitely.
not a new process.
Definitely. Like there's this guy who does a lot of African history, and he opened my eyes to that
Is
and the
that
truth,
Thomas Sowell?
and yeah, he got I
Yeah,
don't
he's
I don't I don't know who he is, but I forgot what his channel is or something. But he talks a lot about Black history, and he even said it, that Africans were enslaving other African tribes back then.
sure.
So slaves were of all races, even with women, Turkish women being enslaved and all that. And you hear about the harems and stuff like that going on. They were slaves, but
Hmm.
Yeah,
it's almost like what narrowed down is, we shouldn't dwell. If we dwell on the past, we're gonna bring it to the future, and it's we're not gonna make the future bright when we keep dwelling on the
yeah.
past. We
What?
have to, and there's nothing wrong with opening your options. You're not doing
Mhm.
anything to anyone. You're not hurting anyone. You're not, people's like, oh, they're gonna water down. What race? What race are you talking about? I'm part of the
Yeah,
human
right.
race. I don't know what race you're part of, but I'm part of the human race. So we're not diluting anything. We're just mating with another human. That's all
Yeah,
it is to me. You know, I'm not blind to race. I see race, but the thing is, I see humans too.
yeah,
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 it's actually sad that people keep bringing up the evil that this country once did. I understand it's evil, but there's evil been perpetrated white on white, um, white on Asian, Asian on whatever. It's not
yeah,
a new thing.
Yeah, it's not just one singular race responsible. It's all of us responsible as a human race. You know,
Hmm.
every single human being that has, free will, was capable of doing anyone harm.
yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
so it really doesn't matter which race. I've seen worse. I think I've seen a lot of bad things that happen to people during, like, even slavery still going on today in certain countries, and they're
yeah.
completely
It
forgetting
is.
of, they want to talk about African American slavery, but there's still slavery going on in other countries, you know?
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's like they only want to focus on one thing, and it's like, no, we have a world full of trouble. So what are you talking about?
Just look at the slave trade in India, the human trafficking. It is insane.
Yes,
mm,
indeed. It definitely is. And it's sad to see that, you know? No one should have to go through that. No race should have to go through that. That's terrible. So I'm not going to, like I said, it's mostly people who are thinking like this are usually from a certain group in a certain
yeah,
way, and they want to keep triggering people and putting their views on other people, but I just pay them no dust, because those type of people, they get left behind when the future comes. They end up getting left behind. They end up getting, you know, done dirty. They end up with that mindset that they don't last very long, you know. They don't last very long. People who want to meet other human beings, live a life around other human beings, no matter the race, those people live longer. Love human beings for who they are, you know, those people live longer.
Well,
Doctor.
as a Christian, I believe we're supposed to love your neighbor as you love yourself, and it never said anything about the color of skin.
Never. I've never seen anything in the Bible that talks about the color of somebody's skin.
Nope.
Heck,
Yeah.
they don't even they don't really describe Jesus' color of his skin. They really don't do that either.
I still believe Sarah was a black woman because black don't crack, and Sarah was 90, and this guy wanted to put her in his harem.
Oh, wow.
Now, I'm telling you right up, straight up. I mean,
Figured
she
it
had
out.
to have been a
Goodness.
black woman,
Right.
and she had
Oh,
to have
my.
been built like
You
some
know what? You got a
mythological
point.
goddess or something.
You, you got a point, Corey. I mean, black women age very well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
look
mean,
at Kerry Washington. Look at Kerry
oh yeah,
Washington.
Kerry Washington.
She hasn't
Yeah.
aged one bit.
How
I'm
old
like,
is
what?
she?
She's like, I think she's near almost 50. She's like
Yeah.
40 something, 49 or something like that. She's almost 50.
Well, you know, the
She's
reason why I
she's
brought up Sarah is because Abraham's second wife was a black woman.
Oh, wow. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
her name was Keturah. They
Oh,
had six,
wow.
they had 6 sons. One of their boys was named Midian, basically Ethiopia. That's where he
Oh.
ended up.
Oh.
You know, Jethro,
Yeah.
Moses' wife.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Sephora, the land of Midian.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all about, I think everybody should open their options, or at least take the time to open their options. But you also have to watch out for the ones who want to just ruin things. You have to watch out for the really toxic folks who's out there when
Yeah.
you're out there opening your options.
Hmm.
Don't sleep on that. Don't sleep on the toxic folks. You know,
Yeah.
you
No,
sleep
I
on them
just think,
you see, I think I talked about my story to you guys, and don't sleep on them toxic folks. But
No. Yeah.
even with my story, I still don't harbor hatred for, white people. I just
Yeah.
don't, because that's just wrong. It's wrong to just, you know you have one horrifying experience and all of a sudden, no, never, no more, I'm going back. And it's like, no, you shouldn't give up like that. Like, people want to give up so fast. They just want to give up and go back to their little bubble and stay in their little bubble corner because they're so scared of everything else. That's defeat. you know you're already defeated. As soon before you even step foot out that bubble, you're already defeated. You already said, oh, never mind, I'm going back. Oh, he said this, I'm going back. you know and it's like, how are you going to teach? And you hear this, you saying people who say that they like, we need to start teaching our allyship. How are you going to teach your allyship when someone who doesn't know how to be an ally says the wrong thing, and then all of a sudden you get triggered by that wrong thing, and then you go and run back to your bubble and say, F them all, they're all this that you know
hmm.
I don't like being around defeated people. And to me, people who have that mindset and don't want, to open their options, and, you know, want a separation between the races, those type of people, to me, they're defeated people. They're just defeated.
Well, when Miriam, the sister of Moses, when she spoke against Moses and his wife, she got leprosy. She was on her way out, painfully.
Oh,
Yeah, just for speaking against someone, because if you look at it, there was no law against speaking against somebody's marriage. There was no law at that point. But the fact that
right.
she did it and had no mercy, she got struck with leprosy.
Yeah.
The
See,
law hadn't showed up yet.
true. When you speak ill on someone's, happiness, and you speak ill on people like that, and you just say horrible, telling you, karma will come and get you.
Well, what gets me is people seem to forget that men and women, all mankind, is made in the image of God. And so if you're going to speak against his image, he takes it personally.
Yeah. Like
I
you're
don't. I don't
you,
want to be
every
that
time,
person.
like every time I hear like racial slurs back and forth, it's like you're
No,
disrespecting Yahweh. You're disrespecting God. You're disrespecting His children doing that stuff. You know, you don't do that. You just don't do that. You know,
no, it's not wise.
and it's just like I can't understand why people feel that kind of way. Why people feel that way to disrespect God's creations. You know, why do they do that?
Well,
You
my
know.
curiosity is where do they think that them being created has the authority at, to point at something that was created and say that's not right?
Yeah,
That's kind of mind blowing. It's just like
yeah,
Yeah.
you were made out of the same material. You're just a different color.
right.
Because I've seen black clay, I've seen white clay, I've seen tan
Yeah.
clay, I've seen red
You
clay.
know what?
Are you
That kind
kidding
of
me?
reminded me. You know, Corey, that kind
Just
of
depends on
reminded
where
me.
you pick it up and make a, you know, I mean, come on.
Yeah, there's
Right.
different colors of soil. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
there is.
definitely. And that kind of, Corey, you mentioned that kind of reminds me of the comic book. I don't know if you guys read comics, but if you remember of a Black Wonder Woman, Nubia,
No, I don't.
and yeah, there was a Black Wonder Woman. I think it started out back in the 60s or 70s. She was Diana's sister,
Oh wow, I
twin
missed
twin
that.
Nice.
sister. Yeah, she was
How
They
did I
need
Diana's
to
miss
twin.
bring that
her?
back.
Yeah, she was Diana's twin sister, and she
Oh,
premiered in one of the comic books. And what's so amazing about it is that she was made in like with brown clay, and Diana was made with white clay,
So,
and
well, so
they were
made from
both made at
tan.
the same time by the Amazonian queen.
Really?
oh
Yep.
wow.
And it's just so sad that they won't make a movie of Nubia. And you have so many people online, a lot of these so-called comic enthusiasts having a problem with being a black Nubia. They have like a huge issue with it. Like they don't want to see it,
Yeah,
you know?
that's. You know what? I always thought that Catwoman was a black woman because
Yeah, Eartha Kitt.
oh yeah, she was
Hmm.
an awesome Catwoman. She was only there for one season, but I mean that had an impact. She played that role great. I mean,
Yeah.
but I think I don't know. I looked at old comics and I've seen like Catwoman. It seemed like she had darker complexion, skin tone than Batman, and it. I don't know if this is true, but I was thinking, was it like a message? Like Batman did have an attraction to Catwoman. It
Yeah.
was like
Yeah,
a
always.
forbidden love, and
Yeah.
Catwoman was like caught in between good and evil.
Yeah.
So kind of riding
Like
the fence. Yeah.
I remember I think Eartha Kitt got a lot of hate for being Catwoman and having those scenes with Batman. A lot of people didn't like it back then.
Oh yeah, and
Oh yeah, they would rage about it. They were really upset about Eartha Kitt being on the Batman show back then.
Hmm.
They were really
So the
really.
Karens and Darrens were breeding back then too,
Oh yeah, definitely.
Darren and Darren. Is that the angry white man, Darren? I
Yes,
okay,
Darren.
okay. I
Darren
didn't
and
know
Karen. Karen and
Yeah.
Darren, the daring duo, the dim-witted duo, whatever
Darren
you
and
want to call
Karen.
them.
Yeah, I really think they should make a Nubia movie, just like and have Diana and the Wonder Woman in it, and have them two together and actually meet. It's amazing. And then those people's, there was this one guy who made a comment. He's like, I don't recognize that comic. I don't support that comic. It's like the comic was made before you were even a twinkle in your daddy's eye,
Mm,
dude. How are you gonna say anything about that? It was made when your daddy was still a teenager. Get the heck up out of here. You have no say in it, And I
Right.
really think that I really do think that DC Comics or should really look into it and make a
Yeah.
movie with it. Zack
that would
Snyder
have
or
been an
somebody,
awesome
really.
movie to have two sisters of the same magnitude and power
Yep.
standing back to back, fighting off whatever.
Yeah. You know.
I mean, that'd okay. So you got okay. I'm trying not to thirst here. So you got a beautiful black woman and you got a white woman. They're both hot, and they got those outfits on. How is this a bad thing?
Yeah, how is it a bad thing? It's like they're so scared to touch that subject when the comic was as old as time, you know. And I think that's the
Mm,
only time she's had a part in. I think she has. I don't know, but I think she has more parts in comics as time goes on. But when they first introduced her, that was the only part she had. But once they got, they started adding her into other parts of the comic, she started to show up on there. But I think there really needs, because she is Diana's sister,
Yeah.
there should be, more of her. There should be, and I think they told a background story of how she was, you know I think Mars kidnapped her as a child or something like that. I'm not entirely sure about the comic, but I think that's what they were saying, that Mars kidnapped her as a baby,
mm.
separated her from her mother, you
Hmm.
know. But yeah, that would make an excellent movie though, just to
Even
Yeah.
it
see
would
it.
be an awesome movie, even in the computer generated image.
Yeah, it would be an awesome movie, you know. And everybody, like, even you see so many like black women and girls supporting that, wanting to see a Nubia Wonder Woman, but
You,
I don't know why they're not.
you know what I think
We
they should
know
do?
why, because they won't promote black women.
Yeah, they don't.
Definitely they won't.
They,
And
you
I
know
don't,
what?
and I mean, I have nothing against biracial women and girls, but I would like to see Nubia to be a black woman, because she was a dark skinned black woman in the
Mhm.
comics. She was a dark skinned
Hmm.
black woman. So I want to see dark skinned black women being represented in Hollywood. It's not
How
enough.
about like a Kerry Washington or a Gabrielle Union?
Union. They're a little too
Yeah.
old to be
They're a little
Nubia.
old for that kind of
They're a little
action.
old. Nubia's like in her 20s.
Yeah,
Well,
these
they're
are forever,
beautiful though.
I
I
mean,
forever
mean,
yeah, they're
25,
they're
beautiful.
27 year
cool.
olds.
Yeah.
I agree. They're beautiful and they look like they haven't aged, but I think there should be like let a new actress, like a new young black
A
actress take that part.
young 20-year-old.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
you get to be
Yeah.
50 years old, you could dislocate your hip trying to do some of them stunts.
Yeah. I mean, look
Yeah,
what
that's
how
my age right there.
right. I mean, look how Jason Momoa, he said he hurt himself really bad. The man's like 47 years old, I think. He's like 41, 47. I don't
Hey,
know.
I'll tell you what, when I was 27, I used to do a lot of physical hard labor. When I
Yeah.
turned 27, I knew my body was slowing down.
Yeah.
At
Oh
27,
gosh.
I felt the
Definitely.
change. But I used to run like a machine though. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
it
And
just I used to challenge myself with the physical.
yeah, I definitely want to see Tika Sumter. Definitely Tika Sumter.
Oh
Or maybe
yeah.
Kiki Palmer, because she's pretty young. Kiki Palmer or Tika
Yeah.
Sumter. Those two would play it pretty good. But the fact that, I think Wonder Woman's kind of tall. She's like a tall model. Gail Gadot. She's like 6 foot something. So you'd have to get like a six
Oh
foot
yeah,
something woman to match her.
she was Miss Israel. She's very
Yeah, she's
tall.
from it. Yeah, she's very tall. She's like 6 foot something. So you'd
Hmm.
have to find like maybe a dark skinned black woman who's like 6 foot something to match the same height as her.
But I
Hmm.
tell you, even Gal Gadot's starting to show her age. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
nobody stays young forever.
No,
No,
no.
unfortunately.
Yeah. We all age.
Yeah.
Honestly, I kind of hope that they would have like a Venezuelan
Yeah.
Wonder Woman.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, because they got the real thick, dark hair.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, and,
definitely.
and no slight against Gal Gadot, but she's kind of a fence post.
Yeah. And
She's kind of a stick figure. She's a pretty woman, but
she is
she's a
very
little bit
pretty.
small.
Yeah.
She's a little small because Wonder Woman was always fit. You know.
Heck, she's tall. She was taller than half of the guys in Justice League. I'm like, good grief.
Oh yeah.
She's a big
Well,
woman.
she's wearing 6-inch heels too. So
Yeah, so
Mhm.
she's like super tall.
I tell you, the funniest one that I part of those series was when Aquaman was sitting on her rope
Yeah.
and he was telling the truth. I love that part.
Oh
That was
man.
so awesome.
I think Aquaman would just tell the truth anyway, even if with the rope around him.
No, but it was under his butt cheek, and he's sitting there telling everybody what he was thinking, and it's just like, oh,
No, you you done
the,
messed up. You
the
done goofed.
Bible says a fool speaks his whole mind, and that thing was just wrong. It's
Yeah,
just like, ah.
yeah.
Anyway,
I think I don't know how tall Tika Sumter is. I think she's pretty tall.
yeah.
She's a very pretty
Yeah.
woman. She
Oh
is.
yeah, she is.
Yes, definitely. And I was so happy she got married, she settled down. She's just really happy. But I was just really upset of all the racist comments she got.
I know.
That's
It's like I
why
hate
can't
seeing,
it's like why can't she be happy? What's wrong with
yeah.
that?
I hate seeing when black women get shamed for that. It's like, come on.
Yeah, it's like it's not, and the thing is, it's not just the black community that she gets shamed by. It's not. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's white women that do that too. Because the
Yeah, I
same
did.
the same thing happened to Lizzo when Lizzo openly said she had a crush on Chris Evans. His fan base like tacked her big time to attack the heck out of her, called fat shaming her and saying all types of racial comments, saying, "Oh, Chris Evans he would never touch N word like you." I saw the comments. I was like,
Oh
Jesus, I
God,
Whoa.
was
really?
visibly disgusted.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I was visibly
That's
disgusted.
full blown narcissism right there.
Yeah, I was visibly disgusted when I seen the comments. He would never touch a fat N word like you. I'm like, what the,
Yeah.
Mm.
what,
Well, I
what
mean,
the, you know? It just, I was just so disgusted. I was seeing, and the same thing with Kiki Palmer and her boyfriend. Like they attack black women who date white men, and it's like, why are you doing this?
they do. They go in hard. They do not
White
like.
like here, and this is how I feel. White men don't owe white women nothing. Just
Nope.
like
Nothing.
black women don't owe black men nothing.
That's right.
We
Nope.
don't owe each other nothing. We don't, nobody owes anyone nothing, no matter what race you're from. If you're from the same community as that person, they don't owe you shit. Excuse my language.
Well,
They don't owe you jack.
you know what's on your mind? The
Yeah.
white man in the white community and the
Yeah.
black woman in the black community
Yeah.
literally stand in the same place in their community.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. And you know
We
what?
serve in the same roles. I mean,
Yeah.
we're definitely male and female, but you
Yeah.
know,
And, and you know what? And the collective, we lift up the opposite sex in our community.
Yeah.
White
It's
men
like,
lift
I
up
guess it's
Becky
because
like he's
black men and black women and white men, they're the pillar of their community. And people hold black women and white men to a higher standard. You
yeah,
know, black women and white men, we're basically the pillar of our own community, our own communities. So
mm,
when they see us getting together, it's almost like the narcissism come out, the gaslighting, all this other bullshit come out. It's like, wow, really?
yeah. And
mhm.
you see it too. Like I've seen it. The most racial things I've dealt with, and I haven't dealt with a lot of racial situations, but it's always been white women, the angry Karens coming in
Yep.
on me and my wife. They do not like that.
I've seen the
Um,
same thing happen with me when I was 6 months pregnant.
yeah,
I went to the casino, and this we walked past. I wasn't paying attention because I was looking at the tables. But then when I seen somebody in my view, it was a white woman, and she was looking at me with giving me like this most dirty look I've ever seen. And I looked at her like, what the hell is your problem?
what are you doing? Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
mean,
I'm looking at her, and she's just still looking at me and then she looked over at my kid's father, and she looked at me, and she was just like this angry, like vicious look, like she wanted to literally kill the two of us. And I'm like, what the heck is going on in your head? There is something wrong with you.
yeah,
Like, it's almost like entitlement. No, white men aren't entitled to you. They're not entitled to nobody. They're allowed to date whoever they want to date. They're allowed to open their options, and there's nothing you white women can do about it.
I've been on a few dating sites and I always put on there. I said I'm only here for black women. I said I see many lovely white women in here, and then I follow it with "You're just the wrong color."
Oh my God. They get
I
mad.
have no regret, no remorse,
I'm
and
sure you get so many hate males in there. But it's so funny when they date black men,
Well,
they
if a
want
white
to.
woman sends a message, I don't even read it.
Yeah, and it's so funny when they date black men, they want black men to put black women down. They always want to know, why are you dating me? Why are you not dating a black woman? This black man will say, well, they're loud, they're obnoxious and everything. You see it on TikTok and everything. It's like, why are you
Mhm.
asking him that? It's like, why are you even asking him that? Is that the only reason why you dated him? So he can fucking put you on a pedestal and he
Ooh.
can insult women from his own community? Is that the reason why you date him? So you can feel better about yourself when he's insulting black women
Yeah.
and uplifting your
What's on
sorry
your
ass?
mind?
Like, come on.
What's on your mind? We have
What? Oh,
teenagers that watch this show.
oh, yikes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have to
it's not
watch my
like
language.
divested. It's not like divested zealot.
Oh, geez. Oops. I'm sorry about that. But
Yeah.
it's gotta stop. It's just gotta stop,
It does.
The back and forth and everything. Just be happy who you're with, you know?
And, and two, there's plenty. If you want to date a certain group, there's plenty of, like, some of these guys that come in and attack me. Stay with your own kind, and you know, and I'm like, really? Why are you getting mad at me? I married the woman I'm with. I'm married to. I've been married 28 years, and the thing of it is if you look at the marriage rates, um, and I'll tell them, well, in your community, 1 out of 4 black women get married. So why are you mad? It's not like you're going like us white men are going to take them all. No,
Yeah,
um,
it's crazy.
you just, I mean, the bottom line is this
Let
is our
people live. That's the bottom line. Let
yeah.
people live.
Just give them love and respect, whoever they choose. That's their life, and leave them alone. I mean, I don't get it. It's just weird. It's like, why are people triggered? But when they're jealous, when it's because they really don't have nothing to offer, so they lash out. I
Yeah.
believe these people are like that. I think they're just jealous, lashing out, and just
Yeah, it's just jealousy, you know.
and it's
It
like,
sometimes it is jealousy, and then sometimes it's just they have this thought in their head that they're not going to exist anymore. There's that with the they think that they're not going to exist anymore when there's really black women. There are some black women who still date black men, you
yeah,
know. You're
there's
not
quite a,
going anywhere.
yeah, there's quite
Nobody's
a
going
few that
anywhere.
there's quite a few that's all they'll be with, and
Yeah.
so I
It
mean, you're
Mhm.
not losing nothing. It's
You're
like,
not
come on.
losing anything when people date interracially. And interracial relationships aren't going to be the end all be all for black men or white women or white men or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to be where they're going to, like, how they think, oh, they're going to dilute just stop. The thing is, stop worrying about what other people are doing with their relationships and worry about where your relationship is going in your life. If you even have one, get off the internet and find one.
Yeah.
you
I'm
know
telling you,
don't.
the negative people on either side, and
Yeah.
when I say either side, I mean there could be 7 different sides. Anybody that's negative about dating who you choose, I ignore people like that. I
Yeah.
turn and
Yeah.
walk. I got better things to do and better things to listen to.
Yeah,
I
because
get
I
more
mean,
intelligent people saying more intelligent things than listening to somebody
yeah,
complain because, oh, you're dating them. You should stick to your own kind. What is my kind? It's obviously not you.
You
true.
know,
You
what's
proven
funny?
that, yeah.
When I was in the army, right, my first duty station, I worked for this guy that didn't like the fact that my wife was black, right? I've
Oh,
told this
good
story,
lord.
right? He talked like I walked on water till he met my wife, and then I went
Mm,
from gold to garbage, right?
wow.
Where they try to find fault in anything you do, and what you do good is overlooked. Um, but anyway, he was telling me, and the thing you can tell when they don't like it is they'll ask you, well, why'd you marry a black woman? You don't like white women? You,
Yeah,
what is it?
they get that. Oh my god, I hear that all the time from people.
And,
You
and
know,
and he made me mad, right? And we're like in the offices, like at lunch, and he was asking me that. I'm like, why are you even asking me this? I said, well, I'm just asking. You don't like white women? And then I just said, you know what? I don't like them. They're garbage. They're trashy. Do you know what? I don't want no part of them. And I just started going off, right?
What black women are what black women is he checking out? Because he's checking out, I don't know who.
No. This was a white guy.
Yeah, but I'm
But
just saying, he said black women are trashy and stuff. What black?
No. I said, he
Oh,
asked me why I don't like why don't I like white women? And I got
right.
mad. So I said, well, because they're garbage, they're trashy. I don't want no part of them. Black women is the best thing. And I just started going in on white women. Yeah, and you know what? You're a loser. You can have them. And I just went off. And
Oh,
some women, like in the hallway, and I walked out, and they just looked at me, and they were white women. They said, I got it. Your wife's black, and you like black women, but do you really have to trash us? And I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean." I said he made me so mad that I just said it to make him mad. I said I don't think you're trash. No, I just
you don't want to go down that road like other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was wrong of me. I apologize. I shouldn't have done that, but I just got so mad. I reacted, and they were cool about it. And said, "Oh, okay, yeah, we didn't think you were like that." And they said, "Yeah, he's a jerk." So
yeah,
I told him.
Yeah, when I hear, like, I was on a date when I was young, and a guy said that, he's like, "Oh, white women, this, that." I'm like, "Oh, I'm done. Bye." I left because I don't go for that.
If you complain about women of any color, just turn.
Yeah, I'm like,
that's a point to leave.
Yeah, just like I said, if you want to date out, but don't disrespect your own community.
You know that
women
guy
in your
that
own
was
community
trashing
doing that.
Brent, that guy that was talking about you and being married to Sandy. It's kind of an unwritten rule that you don't talk about another man's wife.
Yes,
because men can. I mean, you talk about somebody's wife, you just reach out there and just break your little old neck.
Oh yeah.
Keep your mouth shut.
That's like an unwritten rule. You don't do that. And if you feel some kind of way, you got a problem. You need therapy. I mean, but yeah, you don't attack. I mean, I see these channels out there with black men with white women, and I'm like, okay with it. It don't make me mad or crazy.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
it's none of my business. It's their life.
What makes me mad is when they're like talking down about people in their own community, or there's questions about the people in your own community. It's like, that's not where your focus should be on. Your focus should be on each other and what you guys like in each other, and what you have your dislikes and your likes in each other, not the community.
Yeah.
A black man's focus should not be on putting down black women. His focus should be on the woman that he's with. Keep your focus on that.
And that's it. You can tell where the man's heart is.
Right.
That's what he talks about. I don't got time to talk about white women. I don't.
Yeah, exactly. If you truly care
I'm
about,
not focused. I mean, I have nothing against them. I'm just not focused on them. It's like I'm living my life.
Yeah, when you're in a relationship, the last thing you need to be focusing on is other women. I would expect white women to be very upset to hear, a black man saying that about black women. Like, where's our relationship at? If I was a white woman, I'm like, where's our relationship at? You're so focused on hating them. What about me? What about focusing on me and our love and everything? Why are you so focused on them?
And then you would think they'd start thinking, okay, you're talking about them so much. Do you still want to be with them?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. It's almost like they still want to. Do you still want to be with them? Why are you with me?
Yeah, that self-projection kind of comes out.
Yep. It's almost like the same when people are like against LGBT, and it's like, why are you constantly hating on LGBT? Or you thinking about going that way? You're projecting your insecurities on.
Yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, it's like, why are you so concerned about that? So that's what I'm saying. It's like, focus on the relationship you're in and not on the people around you.
Yeah, it's wasted energy.
It is. It really is. And I just think we should open our options. We should people. I mean, like I said, interracial relationship isn't for everybody, like the lady said in the comment, but people should have the right to open their options.
Yeah.
You know, she said that in the comment, so that's true. That's very true. You know, people should focus on their own relationships and what you guys have in common and what you guys
Yeah.
like and dislike.
Mhm.
Black women or white men should not be the topic of that conversation unless you've been scorned. Like the only reason why it would be a topic is it because you've been scorned by one and you're just showing your insecurities and your hate.
Mhm.
That's
Well,
it.
for me, there's only so many hours in the day that I'm going to spend building what I want to achieve. And I don't have time to waste talking about somebody else's life that has nothing to do with mine.
I know, right?
Yeah,
That's,
for real.
I'm going to spend my energy wisely, moving
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
spend it on the positive things that go on, and and what you like, and the things you like, not oh, because ex-girlfriend from years ago destroyed your life and now you're just going on a rampage and destroying other women's life because that woman hurt you. It's like, dude, no.
That's immaturity.
You
Yeah.
definitely immaturity. Like, it's like, stop it. You got to stop that. It gets kind of sad when it's older people doing this, and it's like, go to therapy. If you're that daggone hurt and she hurt you so bad to the point she ripped your heart out of your chest, go to see a therapist.
Well, I have come to realize age has nothing to do with common sense and maturity.
True.
Age is
True.
just a number. It
True.
means
So
nothing
very
these
true.
days. It means absolutely nothing.
It really doesn't, because there's, like, I look at people in my age group and I'm like, what is wrong with you?
My
It's almost
biggest thing
like,
is when I run into people my age and they're still acting like they're 20. And okay, so you didn't get it. You're 50 plus years old and you still don't understand. I just turn and walk.
yeah, it's like, I don't know you. I'm going away now.
Mine is I don't want to know you.
Nope. I'm
Bye.
going away.
Right.
It's like, just turn around and walk away and shake your head like this is a
Hey
loss.
Brent, my boy and
Hello,
I were up there in the
ISF.
mall, and we were standing with these three young black guys, and they were selling shoe products, for my son because he's kind of big on, keeping up appearances and stuff. And me, I just, you know, I don't care. But this beautiful black woman was coming through the mall, and she had on those jumbo box braids, and
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
oh yeah, it had me because it was pulled together in the center of her head, like a 2 inch wide. And so it was all hanging on one side, like it had like the part was down one side of her. Oh, it was tragic. I was in bad shape, but she was married. She was married, Brett. I stared longer
Oh,
at the wedding ring and I was just like I was
well,
actually begrudging the wedding ring, but at the same time, the guy was a blessed man for having a wife that looked so beautiful.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least you didn't look. At least you didn't ignore the wedding ring.
No,
Yeah.
that's the
Some
first
guys
thing I
will.
look for.
Yeah, some
Hey,
guys will pull up on a girl who got a wedding ring. They wouldn't care. They're like, "Hey, girl."
No, she belongs to somebody, and I'm not gonna go
Yeah,
where I don't belong.
I would say you're a very honorable man,
yeah,
Well,
because
that's
some
you
dudes
character.
can't
are.
you can't wait for somebody else to give you honor. You have to honor yourself.
Yeah.
True. So very true. And
You're
it's
not
like,
gonna get it from an outside source. It just
Speaking of braids, oh my God. You should see the braids my wife had when we got married. Oh, I mean, they were little braids, right? And
micro
she had,
mini braids, like
yeah,
micro mini ones.
and she had her hair like wrapped. It was, the style was awesome. I mean, very expensive, but I mean, it looked beautiful.
Oh
And
yeah, it
it,
takes days to get that done, because
oh,
I've had my hair in micro mini braids. Like, a story I could tell you. I think I was about 16, 17, and like my family, like once, like my stepdad's family, they went, like, there was two places we could have went. I didn't go. My mom and the other side of the family, they went to West Virginia, or Virginia Beach, and I went to, I guess it used to be called Cedar Park in Ohio, but but now it's called Six Flags because Six Flags bought the park. So
Uh,
I went there and I had these little micro mini braids and we were on the roller coaster and it was just so funny because my stepdad was with me and I'm walking on there and there's like this guy, white guy standing right now, mind you, this is the 90s. So
mhm.
there's a white guy standing right there and we just stood there and we started looking at each other and then we just started laughing and then we just started having a conversation. And like he was really gorgeous. He reminded me of like Henry Cavill, a younger version of Henry Cavill with like he was dressed like Mike Myers from Wayne's World. Just like that. So he had like the long hair, the plaid shirt and the little hat and everything. Looked like one of them I guess the headbangers they call them, metalheads or something like that.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
So we were sitting there talking and I was gonna get his number, but then my stepdad just like moved in and like split us apart. He just like, hi, I'm her dad. I'm like, oh my God. I was so mad. I was furious because he's like, I really like your braids. He's like, how long did it take? I said, it took a few days. My mom did it. And he's like, it's really
Mm.
nice. You look really beautiful in them. I was like, thank you. And then my
Oh,
stepdad just jumped right in the middle, like, hi, I'm her dad. And I was like, oh, I was so mad. I was like, my cheeks were puffed out and I was like huffing. I was like, oh my God. And I just like, he embarrassed the heck out of me. I was
no.
so mad.
Well,
I,
that's what dads are good for. We don't care. We're
yeah.
Yeah,
territorial. If you want
that's
to get
right.
next to my daughter, you're gonna have to go through me. You have to earn that right.
Yeah. Oh my God. And he's one of those,
Happy,
he's a Gemini. My stepdad's a Gemini. So he's like really loud and like in your face. So I was like, oh no.
yeah.
Yeah. My parents were really strict. I wasn't allowed to date when I was that young. I wasn't allowed at all. Like my mom started laughing when he told her. He's like, yeah, she was about to get his number. And I was like, oh, hell no. He jumped right heck no. No, I'm
Hey,
jumping.
hey, I tell you something. Us white guys, we love braided hair. We do. We're it's attractive. It really is, and it's
Yeah.
different
I
because
noticed that. They like
yeah.
and you guys like touching our hair.
Oh yeah, yeah, we do.
He
Um,
did like touch my hair and I wasn't angry about it. I was just blushing, but he was like touching my hair and talking to me. But
yeah,
y'all really love braided hair. I noticed that.
we do. Yes, we do.
Actually,
It,
we actually we love black women. The braids
True.
just comes with y'all.
Yes.
yeah, well, that's
But
true.
I
Yeah,
was surprised because he was a metalhead. So he was like into metal music and I was also into metal music too
Wait a
because
minute. He's male, right?
yeah.
Women are beautiful, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to us.
That's what I mean when I was young I thought that was just like,
Oh no.
why? But then as I got older I was like they don't
mhm.
care. A woman is a woman. But when I was young I was like, wow. you know, but it was just so hilarious cuz my stepdad just swooped in and was like, "Uh-uh." He's like, "I'm breaking that up right now."
We're
Oh man, I remember sitting on a school bus and we come from the middle school and we went to the high school to pick up the rest of the kids. And there was this black girl, and she's a high schooler, and she come walking out, and she had on. You remember back in the 80s, the girls used to wear the satin shorts,
uh
the gym shorts. Well,
yeah.
she was wearing these white satin, and they were a little short, and her legs would not quit. And she had darker skin, and she was glowing, and I was drooling on the window. It was tragic.
Oh
It was bad, Brent. It
Oh,
was really
geez.
bad.
You had it bad, didn't you?
Well, I'm a guy, it is worse when you're young. I mean, your brain don't even function. It's like pretty girl.
Yeah. It's like
yeah,
pretty girl must get.
yeah,
No, it just
Happy birthday, Corey, though.
actually
Yeah,
yeah.
everybody's saying that
my
in the chat.
birthday is the end of next week.
Ah.
It's just my
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
birthday
So
month.
we
I
need to
think
have a Corey
oh, you're a
birthday.
Cancer
I don't know.
or a Leo? I think
I
you might
was
be a
born in
Cancer.
'70. I don't really get into the star sign stuff because
Yeah,
I don't really follow it.
I'm really into it. So I'm a Scorpio, but yeah,
Hmm.
I think you might be a Cancer because they are around. If you said the end of the week, yeah, that's Cancer, like on this cusp of Leo. So it's like you're a Leo Cancer or something like that.
So I'm a grabby lion.
Yeah, crabby line.
Grab
Well, because the cancer is a crab and the Leo's a
Yeah.
lion, so I'm a
Oh,
grabby
he's a
lion.
Leo, Thelma. So he's a Leo. Okay, you're a Leo.
you're
I
a
would say
lion.
because yeah, because my daughter's birthday's like sometime next week, so she's a Cancer. She's like on the Cancer cusp between Cancer and Leo. So that's why I thought you were maybe a Cancer Leo. Oh, he's a Cancer Queen. Okay, so Thelma says you're a Leo, but the Queen
Well,
says
see,
you're
it
a
changes
Cancer.
if you get into a leap year. It changes again because I'm right on the edge.
Yeah, so
Oh,
you would be. I think you would be like a Cancer on the cusp, Leo cusp. You're like right on the cusp.
Yeah, I don't
So
know
you're
what
like
that
a
means.
Cancer Leo.
so
I'm a grabby lion.
Yeah, crabby lion.
do you age every 4 years?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind,
Yeah, is if yeah,
Actually,
it'd
I
be
was
great if
born in a I was born in a snowbank in Alaska. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh yeah.
Built-in camouflage.
At least you weren't
born
born
in the
in autumn.
sun.
At least you weren't born like in the cold season of autumn. I was born right in the cold season. And my birthday is actually the same day as Maria Antoinette, the Queen of France.
Oh,
It's the
Hmm.
okay.
same it's the same month and day as her,
Wow.
but of course the years are different. But
Yeah.
yeah, we're born in the same month and same day as Maria Antoinette.
You were
I didn't
born
even
in
know. Huh?
no, I was reading the comment.
Yeah.
Um
Actually, my birthday's Saturday next week.
Oh, is it?
Saturday next week. Oh, okay. We're going to have
Oh
to
wow,
have a
yours is right after my daughter's birthday.
I always said that October must have been the cuddle month when all the cool air come in after the summer got done. Because it's like 9.5 months later, and July shows up, and babies start showing up when everybody starts to snuggle.
But that's kind of weird, Queen, because if it's like the 20th, wouldn't the 22nd be Leo? That would make my daughter a Leo. But I looked on two different websites. One said she's a Leo, the other one says she's a Cancer. It's kind of weird.
Well, that means people watching astrology might be bipolar.
Yeah.
maybe
Or maybe she's just a Cancer on the Leo cusp.
maybe they
I
got the
don't know.
option to choose one or the other. There you go.
Maybe. That's possible.
Well, then that
Yeah.
would make people born right there bipolar.
Oh, geez. Well,
I have
anyways,
no idea.
happy birthday,
I'll
Corey.
have fun with anything. I'm indiscriminate. I don't care.
Yeah, happy birthday, Corey. We're going to have a we had to have a show and
Yeah, party live stream.
party show.
Oh,
No.
Revelation Ruth, I haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh,
Yeah, hey
wow.
Revelation Ruth. Good to see you.
Yeah. The birthdays are amazing. It's just another day. Well, birthdays to me is like another day.
Yeah, it is to me
Another.
too. I
I mean,
mean,
it was fun when you're a kid because you can have all the birthday party and the cake and the
yeah.
the presents and everything. But when you get older, it's just like another day. Especially if you're like working on your birthday, you're like, oh, geez, just it's like it's
Yeah.
just another day.
I've worked a lot of birthdays.
Yep.
I don't worry about my birthday. Now my anniversary, I have to yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to
That's
forget that, or somebody's going to the
oh,
doghouse for that.
yeah.
Mm.
You'd
You
be
don't
in big
do
trouble if you miss the anniversary. Wives don't play that.
that. Nope.
I've
They
been
don't.
working.
They will
I've been
remind
working.
you.
I
Yeah.
was working 12-hour days when I was 15 years old. I can't tell you how many birthdays I've worked since then. Yeah, the
Yeah,
fish canneries up in Alaska. It's good money for a kid.
Yeah,
I bet.
that is a good job though. Is it seasonal where you go up there to Alaska? You're on the boats and stuff.
Well, I lived up there. Went to high school up there.
So, oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cold up there. I ain't. I don't do
Ah,
cold.
it's not
Cold.
bad.
Cold and me don't get along.
Uh, yeah, Revelation Ruth. Yeah, I'm going to do a dating game. Uh, I'm just trying to get people in to do it. That's
Yeah. I think you did
we,
one a while back, but nobody really showed up, did they? Or
well,
did
it
they?
was a private show, and it was
Uh,
yeah, it was like you know, couple guys, and well, no, there's one guy, and the rest were women, and it was like, I I just need to get a. Well, I could do 1 and 3 like the dating game.
maybe
Um,
you should like get a like a. I don't know if you have social media account. Maybe certain social medias you might be able to get more people if you can that
yeah,
way through social media. Because I don't think everybody uses YouTube.
no,
You know, some people have like Facebook, especially people like yeah. So people have
I,
Facebook, and then
yeah,
some have like Instagram and all that. I don't know if you're into all that, but I mean that might work possibly if you can go
yeah,
like through Instagram and all that, and maybe pull more people in. It's possible.
yeah. I'm going to put it together. We're going to get it. I
Hmm.
just got to get the people to. People got to be reliable on this because there's
True.
been times in the past that people say they want to come on and then back out at the last minute. I can't, I got to make sure this goes through because, um, or I
But
just might, yes.
I still think you need to get your ministry, to get ordained so you can marry people.
Oh, yeah.
You start putting videos of weddings on your channel, and it's really going to get some interest.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah.
I'd have,
That might help.
oh, yeah, it would probably help, but you know how much that would cost flying across the country to
No,
marry
no,
people?
no. It's just you don't have to fly around. Just have them stop by, marry. Like going to Vegas. All you need is two people.
I'll come on YouTube and
Can
get
you do it
married.
online? You can't marry people
No, but
online.
I mean,
Jesus
a
sucks.
plane ticket to New Mexico is cheap. I mean, all you got to do is drop in, get married, and fly off somewhere else for the
I'll have
honeymoon.
them come to me.
Yes, have them come to
Yeah,
you,
have them come to
because that way
you.
you could have like a little wedding, you know, display or
Yeah.
little, so because it'd be easier if they came to you and you were already set up, and
Build
then you
like a
marry
little
them, and
chapel
then
area in the backyard.
well, you don't have to do it in the
Backyard
backyard. You could do it
altar.
anywhere.
Yeah.
You could do it in the
Yeah.
white sands and make it look like you're on the beach somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, like kind of like the Vegas chapels where you go in them
Anything,
Vegas chapels
really.
and they have the wallpaper and everything like that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never been to Vegas, but I've seen a lot of those Vegas chapels. I'm like, wow. In
I,
pictures.
I've been there. I've seen them. Yeah, I don't know. Getting married like that, I just,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not a get
yeah.
married in Vegas type person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I, I mean, me and my wife, we got married at like a clubhouse in the. There's these townhouses, and they had like a rec area. It was pretty nice, actually. It was a pretty big room. It was like like a banquet room. And
Hmm.
we brought chairs in, and up front there's like a little stage, and we had the preacher come in, and me, my wife, the best man, and um the maid of honor, which the best man was my best friend, and the maid of honor was my wife's best friend. So it was pretty cool. And
That's awesome.
we had it, and this was back in '94, right? Me and my
Oh,
wife
yeah.
recently went back, and we gave them pictures because they said, "Well, can we have some pictures of your wedding?" Because they let us use it. They didn't charge us or nothing. And I said, "Yeah," because they wanted to show what you could use it for. Different events and stuff. And we gave them some wedding pictures, and they had pictures of other events going on there. And we went back recently, And this is like 28 years later, and they still had our pictures up there. And the lady that runs it, we asked if we get permission to go in there. I said, we got married here. And she said, yeah. And she says, wow, that's you guys. I said, yeah, that was us. It was pretty neat. It was still there.
That's so
You know,
cool. Yeah.
that was really neat. A part of our history. Where we got married, and it was nice. And what was nice is my wife, at the time, worked for a grocery store, and everybody pitched in. They provided the food, and you know, I was in the army. I was training, um, and I had just went in, and then because I proposed to my wife, went in the army, and then came back home after training. We got married, but it was neat, and everybody pitched in. And I didn't know when I was going to come home, but when I did, it was like I spent so much training. I had so much money saved up. I think I probably dropped about $4,000 or $5,000.
Oh,
But
wow.
we had a great time. I mean, we drove around the state, stayed in different hotels, went and just had a blast. And you know, we went in before we got married. I let my wife pick out the rings and stuff, and that was neat. And yeah, we just had a good time, memories, and
Yeah, that sounds very traditional and so much memories.
yeah, and we put it together. It was put together nicely at the last minute. And what I was doing, my wife had to handle it because I was training. So I just send her money, and so she could get it together. And she put it together, and it was a nice wedding. Um, I remember it was a long day, and I was like, man, when's this going in? I mean, we did the ceremony and everything, and everybody's eating and talking. And I told my wife, I says, this is the greatest day of my life, but I wish this would end so we can be together. She said, yeah, me too.
He's like, the party's over. Let's go. It's time to go to the honeymoon, straight to the honeymoon.
Yeah,
forget the reception. It's straight to the honeymoon.
I just want to be with my wife and
Yeah, let's get this over. Well, Brett, I've been thinking about, because you're in the flyover state.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I get you and Sandy some plane tickets, and you got to find a house sitter, and we'll all meet up in like either Florida or Dominican or in the Bahamas, because I got family in Florida and Dominican. But
Oh, wow.
go over there on the beach on the sand somewhere, and then you and Sandy, you can officiate the wedding, and then I'll see you on the next live. I'm going.
Well, I could do the ceremony, and then we'll get the preacher to do the real one.
Well, no, you need to be legal to do it, and then you can video it, and then you can put it on the show.
Oh wait, Corey's getting married?
Not yet.
Oh.
I will.
I was like, who's getting? Oh wait, you will? Who?
Hey, maybe your future wife is watching tonight, Corey.
Yeah, she could be watching right now in the chat rooms and stuff.
Well, if
you never know.
She's probably blushing because she's hearing all the plans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She already knows. Now you'll see all the ladies in the chat room. It could be me. Oh my God.
And ladies, it could be you.
Know. I've been hanging out with Brett on this channel, and it would be really cool if he could marry people, because you could get
that would be really
him
cool.
And Sandy dressed up, looking sharp on video, marrying people from his channel.
Yeah, definitely. You should get those papers if you can. I say go for it, Brent.
Okay, you're going to have me.
You go marry people off of the live stream. We're here today.
You never know. You could end up traveling all over the place, marrying people in some beautiful places.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're dreaming. You know what? It would hard to bounce around my job doing that. It would just.
Yeah, your job, like, when you coming into work? I'm in this area.
I got 3 more weddings. It's gonna take 3 more weeks.
Yeah, right. I don't
Like,
think
no, we
so,
ain't trying to hear that. We ain't trying to hear that, Brent. When you come to work,
J9 says meetup would be nice.
that would
Yeah.
actually be nice. Everybody meet up, like people who are from your channel, your supporters, and people who joined. That would be
Yeah.
nice.
We
Just
I would be all for that, but we'd have to be strategic in this. We'd
and
have
it's
to
going
do,
and not to mention you have to be safe
yeah, it has to be a safe
because
place.
you know how those trolls are. And I've seen I've seen a lot of YouTubers do meetups, but you also got to be careful with the trolls because it can be
Yeah,
just
because
really
I don't want to be walking off the plane and get sucker punched by some weirdo. I,
yeah, seriously. You don't want to
Yeah.
know. I mean, I've seen so many YouTubers get meetups, but they've always had security or something with them. I mean, if people help pitch in and help with all that, then maybe it's possible. But yeah, you got to be
it,
very safe when you're doing
yeah,
meetups.
it would have to be like it'd have to be through via email and not advertised.
Yeah, it can't
Mhm.
be advertised. It could be
Yeah,
only. It
nothing
should be
public.
only be for like people who join your channel. Like if you have, I don't. Oh yeah, you don't have the little join thing there. But if you had the little join thing, like it should be for people who join your channel and people you know
Yeah,
and trust. You
I
know,
I would do that. I'm not going to
maybe
have people.
someday
Yeah, someday maybe. But I'm not going to have people join my channel and stuff because I don't have time to give
content every
give
day.
quality content. Yeah, I
Oh,
mean
okay.
this is I do it when I can, but it's free. I mean
Yeah,
I
that's
it,
true.
I mean I'm not going to charge unless I can give you a great product, and I can't.
Right,
It would
right.
be the ones that do it. These channels they're consistent. They um
They're doing content every day, almost every day, or
yeah
every
they're doing
yeah,
more research, more content. Um,
yeah.
Me, I'm kind of doing this on the fly, you might say, but
Like
I'm
like
enjoying it. I love it.
yeah. It's nice. It's nice being here, and but hopefully, I mean, maybe down the line do a meetup, but it has to be definitely private and safe. I mean,
Yeah.
I would be willing to go if it was private and safe, because I get scared too. I don't want no crazy trolls from online trying to, because the
Mm-mm.
way the world is going right now, it scares me to death because how so many people have guns and they're just going insane and it just scares me. So it's like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, you definitely want to protect yourself.
Yeah. Hey, J10 asked me a question. Sorry, J10, I put it up and I scrolled past it. Do I have a favorite live that I've hosted? Um, I don't know. I think Mr. Clark was my favorite because that was.
Mr. Clark, I didn't see that one.
Oh,
Oh,
you
long story.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
It's not up on your channel, is it, or did you take it
Oh
down?
yeah.
Or
No,
No,
it's
it's up.
there. It's still there. I gotta look for. I forgot what the title was. It was a show we did, and we had a troll come in, and
oh,
he was going in on the ladies, and
He was a
oh my
man baby.
God.
He was
then
a
I
man
blocked
baby.
him.
Oh, he's a man child.
Oh,
Yeah, and then
ooh.
and then he kept coming up, making new accounts, and then me and
Oh
Corey would.
my God.
I was like,
Oh,
"Should I
he's
bring
one
him
of
up?"
those.
I
He's
said,
one
"Yeah,
of those.
yeah." I said, "Well, me and Corey will talk to him." And
Yeah.
the ladies were silent, and me and Corey were talking to him, and it was so funny because he was trying to talk to the ladies, and they didn't say nothing, and he
Yeah.
started getting like weird. He said, "Oh, so you're going to let these white men control you? You're not going to speak up?" Or and then he's like, and he was like begging for help from the women to
Oh wow.
stand up to me and Corey. It
Yeah,
was
he started out
hilarious.
brazen and bold and ended up pathetic, whining and crying for help.
Yeah.
He
It
was
was
begging for the
unbelievable.
Yeah.
women to help defend him. Oh, geez,
He
that's how
came
you know
on the channel, he picked the fight, and then he wanted the women to save him.
he's a total milk drinker.
Oh, he
Oh
yeah.
man,
Wow.
that guy was spoon fed oatmeal.
Yeah,
He was
his mom
It
definitely
was
coddled
brutal.
him. Yeah, his mom definitely coddled him. I just have to say that. Like,
Oh, she
no,
did. You
be a
can tell.
man. You know,
Uh,
be a man. Defend your own ground. If you feel some kind of way about somebody, defend and be a man and defend. You know, don't ask women to just jump into your fights. And I'm pretty sure the women in the chat room were like, "What are you on?" No.
Oh no, there was the panel. There was like, what was there, 4 women up here,
Yeah.
yeah,
and they just sat there and stared at this guy while he just acted the
he was
fool,
melting down because nobody.
and they never responded to him,
Wow.
which was
Yeah,
good because we didn't want
that's
him to
good.
talk to him. We just let Britt and I take care of him. And
Yeah, and that's the way it
really,
should be. It should
when
be
he
that
when he
way.
started to cry,
Hmm.
I actually had to pull back a little bit
Yeah.
because Mr.
Oh,
Clark was a sensitive soul. I mean, he
Oh,
was special. He was special. He
Corey.
needed. I actually got to where I felt like I needed to protect him a little bit because it's
Oh,
like
so
this
yeah,
you had to
guy.
get you had to issue out the box of tissues.
Well,
To
I am a Christian. I don't want this guy to go out and do something stupid and hurt himself because
yeah,
where
yeah,
he
or
shouldn't have
somebody
gone.
else. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
But that's the
just
way it should be. Men should be handling the discussion himself. If he got a problem with men, take it up with the men. Don't bring women in that. You know, don't
yeah.
bring us into the fight. Be a man, stand your ground, and leave us women to sit back and watch. You
well, the
get
Yeah.
crazy
pummeled to
thing
death.
was is he brought his soapbox, but the soapbox was made out of wood and it was full of termites. And the longer he stood on it, the more it crumbled under his feet. We really didn't even have to do nothing. He just stood there until it just crumbled and fell. And
And
Wow.
and I was just well, I at one point I just let Brent take over because I was just like, I could really go in on this guy.
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
He's a
goodness.
man
So
baby.
he didn't identify himself as a black man at first. He was just saying he was something else or something. I
He
think
did,
that's what J10 was saying.
I
I
J10.
think he was identifying as an amoeba.
Oh Jesus Christ. Oh,
he was
oh
well.
my God.
He was.
That sounds kind of cowardly. It's like, dude, just
It was weird because he came
It
in and
was weird.
he said that he liked my show. He started giving me compliments right off the bat, like, "Hey, I appreciate, you love
Yeah.
black women. That's great. I love your show." And then he started out like that, being polite and stuff, and then he went in for the women, and I was
oh
like, "Oh
hmm
my god,
Jesus
no!" So I
Christ.
blocked him, and then he came
Yeah.
back up, and then the
That
women went in
that's
on him a
that's
bit,
that's some cowardly stuff. You go and
and
attack the
then
women, like,
yeah,
dude.
and then I blocked him again. And I think the ladies were having fun, just going in on him. And then I was like, should we let him back? He kept
Yeah.
coming back.
Hey, Art of Aries. I haven't seen you in a while.
Well, it was funny when we did call him back up. You remember that movie Warriors, where
Yeah.
would you want to come out and play? Okay, so Brent was actually taunting the guy to come back, and he came back.
Yeah. Because I was
Maybe
like,
we shouldn't. Maybe we
Mark, where are
shouldn't
you?
mention him like Lord Voldemort. Don't mention his
He
name.
came
Like,
back.
No, we
We
keep
sat
talking
there and
about him.
we
I don't
spelled
know.
out what we were going to do, and Brett called him, and he came back.
oh my
Yeah.
God! Wow.
And after you block somebody, they got to create a new account. They can't just.
Yeah. I just don't understand how they're just nice, but then they go and attack the women. Like,
It. I think
Mm.
it's a tactic.
they're
Um,
cowards. That's what it is.
Yeah, but it's also a tactic kind of try to divide, get the women to turn on us.
Yeah.
hmm
Me and Corey, and they
and and
didn't.
and, and that's why I don't like when you see some women falling for it. I don't get it. It's like, don't fall
Yeah,
for that. Let the men handle this.
yeah.
Just sit back and let the men handle this. You know, but
But
it's just crazy that he was attacking the women first. It's like, why are you blaming the women? You came up there and wanted to, step up, be a man. Be a man. Don't blame women. Be a man and take your lickings from other men.
yeah,
you know.
well, he was a special case.
Yeah,
hmm
he was
But
coddled. He's a coddle boy.
he
He's a
was,
milk
and
drinker.
I don't think he'll ever be back.
I hope not. We better be like Lord Voldemort. Don't say his name.
Well,
Yeah, seen
on
it
the
too much.
narcissist scale, this guy, I think he was like a level 5 on the narcissist scale of 1 to 10, because
Oh yeah.
he came on gaslighting, and he was pretty confident in himself when he showed up the first couple of times. But then Brent and I sat here and we had a conversation openly and publicly of what we were going to do, and spelled out with crayons. That guy was munching crayons like Skittles and came back on the show.
Either that or he
Oh,
was sniffing glue. He was doing something that was like, that's
I
I don't
almost
even
like
think he was unwrapping the crayons. He was eating the paper and all right off the
yeah,
crayon.
that's almost reminds me of a panel that I was on before. And the Black Hebrew Israelite came on there and they were just going insane. I was like, Jesus, I had to go quiet because this guy was just completely insane. Like he was talking about the Bible verse, but it made like no sense. Like he was not making any sense. Like he was just really radical. Like he was like, oh no, that's the Old Testament. That's not the New Testament. Like,
What?
we're all like, what?
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those. It's one of those type of men.
Some of those guys come on here every now and then.
Yeah.
That I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. They'll come in and saying God's going to destroy you. You just wait.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was one of
Okay,
those type of men, but he got dragged for real.
Yeah,
He got dragged. For
Artie
real.
Barrett says maybe he ate Play-Doh.
Yeah, he probably did.
I
Or
think it
some
was
of that
more like
Elmer's glue. He
You
it
know
was,
was
what?
silly putty affected
yeah,
his
he's eating
brain.
that Elmer's glue. That's what he was doing.
Hey, you know what? I had a white woman come in
Hmm.
on one of my shows a while back, and well, she didn't wasn't on the panel, but she was commenting, saying, leave black women alone. You're causing them to sin, and she
What?
was like speaking on
That's
their behalf, the
insane.
Israelites, some white woman. Like I thought they weren't
What?
dealing with white women like that. I thought they believed in their own. But
What the heck? Was she said something about Hebrew Israelites? Like,
yeah, it's like and saying that, okay, they're God's people and stay away from them because you're causing black women to sin and this and that. And
what?
yeah, she was like, yeah.
Oh wow.
But
She's
it was
somebody.
weird.
Yeah, she was definitely sniffing that Elmer's glue. She was
Yeah,
eating it or something. Yeah, she was on that
must be
Elmer's
one
glue.
of their, I don't know, one of their hookup women or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
So
was like,
I think she was trying to just cause a division, and she was probably some angry Karen. Let's just.
I think she was sniffing her acetone or fingernail polish remover.
Yeah, that fingernail.
putting it on as you're sniffing
Eating
it.
fingernail polish or something. I don't know, drinking it. I don't know.
But
Something wrong with some of these
that was
people.
kind of weird. But I was like,
Yeah.
and then I looked at her channel and she was speaking on that stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that surprised me.
Strange. I've never seen nothing like that.
Yeah. It's like, why are y'all, like, that's just super, like, radicalized, like, insanity. Yeah.
But I mean, she was going hard for these guys. Like they were.
Yeah, I'm chucking it down to Elmer's glue. That's what it was. It's the Elmer's glue.
But anyway,
Leave it at that.
to each his own. I mean,
Well, it ain't going to stop what we want. It's not going to stop our choices. It's not going to stop our preferences. We're going
No,
to
and
continue
like
to
I
want what we
said,
want, live how we want, love who we want.
yeah, nobody's obligated to anyone, no matter what race you come from or what community you come from. Men are not obligated to women, especially if men are not in a relationship with that woman. He's not obligated to you. He's not obligated to stay
See,
in his
Mr.
own.
Clark didn't understand that.
Yeah.
He thought he could come on here and command these black women to do his bidding because he was black.
That's that entitlement.
And then the
It's
white
the
lady
entitlement
came
for
on.
me.
The white lady came on and thought she could command Brent. It's the same thing. It's just a gender reversal.
yeah.
It's the entitlement right there. It's the entitlement mindset. They both have entitlement. People like that who think like that have an entitlement mindset. And it's like nobody's obligated to you because they're not in a relationship with you. So they are not obligated to you, not obligated to listen to you. They can do what they want.
She was the kind who secretly ate the erasers off the pencils.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, I think
She
she
was
was.
biting on the pencil and everything, trying to get to that lead. I'm telling you, it's the Elmer's glue.
Mm.
I've seen some weird stuff on YouTube. Some people that, but it's crazy though. It thinks like some of these dudes feel they're entitled because they're black and she's black. They could come in on my channel and speak about me and my wife. Like,
Mhm.
No, just because, like I said, here's
just
how
like-
I said: not all skin folk are kinfolk.
yeah,
I'm gonna just keep it real. Not all skin folk are kinfolk. I'm not obligated to a black man. I don't care if we're from the same community. I do whatever the hell I want. You're not going to tell me what to do. You will get cussed out. That's for sure. If you try, you will get cussed out. You will be so cussed out so bad, you probably go and eat Elmer's glue. I will cuss you
Yeah.
out so bad you eat Elmer's glue every day in shame.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's like they say I'm attacking black men because I stand up for myself when they attack me, and it's like, really? I'm just like, okay, I'm.
Yeah, you come
make
in,
no
you pick a
sense.
fight, you lose the fight, and then now they call you racist because they lost the fight.
Yeah,
You know, that don't make no sense. It's
it
like
don't.
you
No.
started the fight, and then all of a sudden you lost the fight. Oh, you're racist. You're against black people. It's like, what's wrong with you? You
Yeah, they
came
got that little
to
princess
Brett's panel
mentality.
and started the fight. Like, come on, man.
Well,
Like,
I've noticed that the white women have a princess mentality, and the black men.
Yep.
I will not say all black men because I've met some
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
intelligent,
Yeah. I mean, I have black men as
masculine
friends too. I
black
have
men. I've
a
worked
ton of
with them.
black men friends, and they don't act like that. But they
Yeah.
like my one friend EJ. He said, yeah, there's black guys like that who have that entitlement problem.
They have
And he
extreme
says it's this.
feminine energy.
Yeah, he
is what
says
it
it.
is.
Yeah, he said it's disgusting. He's like,
Yeah.
we're not obligated to be with black women, and black women aren't obligated to be with us.
Yeah.
They're free to do what they want. We got to stop that. And this is a black man who said this.
Yeah.
He was like, no, you don't do that. That sounds like some narcissistic, like Stockholm syndrome stuff. Like, what's wrong with you? It's like, no, they're
Well,
not
not
obligated.
everybody can be saved. You can't save everybody. You just move on.
Yeah.
Tell them
Well,
to stomp their foot and stick out their bottom lip and pout, and maybe it'll get done quicker. Who knows? I don't care.
Right. Yeah, but it's so strange. Hey, what would you guys think if I went on YouTube and there's a black guy with his white wife and they got their little channel, and let's say I went in there and told them, hey, quit fetishizing white women, or just went in on them. Wouldn't he stand up to me? I mean, he should.
Yeah, you would literally have a bunch of people calling you racist
Oh
for
gosh,
saying
if
that.
I did that, I'd be kicked off YouTube.
Yeah,
YouTube would
they would try to get you
15
removed
minutes
from
flat.
YouTube for that.
Yeah, but they do it to me all the time. Like, yeah, it's free game. I mean,
like,
I don't get
it's not okay.
But I kind of use it for, to benefit the channel. Like, say these are what these guys are doing. You know what? And this is a good teaching tool, because if you're going to interracially date, you're going to be hit with these topics. They're going to call you a fetishizer. They're going to call you a racist. They're going to go into the past. Generational.
I mean, you're going to deal with facts. You're going to deal with animosity on both sides, really, from society itself. You are definitely going to deal with it. I mean, I've seen it from both sides of the track, and it's to me, I see it as entitlement. Them throwing tantrums. They're spoiled brats. They've been sniffing that glue, the Elmer's glue. They need to quit. Just put down the Elmer's glue, send it right back to the dollar store. Stop sniffing it and eating it. Thank you very much.
Well, I could say the same thing about white women. They're over there sniffing all that blonde hair dye.
Oh, definitely, and the nail polish remover and everything else. God knows what.
It's still funny. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I still have a physical reaction when I get around a carbon copy Karen.
Oh,
the ones that look, they're just carbon copies. They all look the same.
I hope
I mean?
and pray I never see one. I hope and pray I never run into one.
I could ruin it right now. They're all 40
it
plus.
scares me to death.
No.
Corey,
they're 40.
Seriously.
They're 40 plus. They got straight hair that's shoulder length.
Oh God.
And they always wear denim and usually a black leather jacket or something, or
Oh my
denim
God,
jacket or something. They're
please.
carbon copies. It's like punch, 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 punch,
I
punch,
hope and
punch.
pray I never run into that. Please don't. Because if I go outside one day and that happens, I'm telling you, I'm a no BS person. I will just cuss them out.
Oh
I'm
no,
like,
they don't walk up to me.
I'll be like, you spoiled freaking entitled princess. Get the heck away from me. And then I'm
The,
just going like, come on.
the funny thing is, you're blown away. I'm still blown away at the amount of copying that they try to copy,
Yep.
like what black women can carry in fashion, and these carbon copy Karens will try to wear the same stuff,
Yeah. But they look a whole
and
mess. It's
they
like,
look
child,
silly
why?
because
It's
they don't have the shape, they don't have they're
no.
just the wrong color to start with.
It's
You
like,
know,
oh my God.
it,
Please don't jinx it. I don't want to go to the store and see that. I'm gonna be like,
it,
I'm walking the other aisle.
you
Go
know
ahead.
what I've noticed? Um, gosh, I lost my train of thought. Gosh,
Sorry.
um, yeah. Um, gosh, what was I going to say? But it was pretty funny. But um, yeah, the
Like
carbon
it's
copy
the dirty
thing.
looks for me. It's the dirty looks. I can't take it. Because
Yeah.
I like even when you're not paying attention, you get that feeling that somebody's staring at you, and then when you turn your head, you actually see them. And it's like, what? Why though?
Oh, you
Just why? Why are
you want me to tell
your
you the
eyes
secret?
like stabbing me in the back?
Do you want me to tell
Does
you the
she look at
secret?
you with her blue eyes and her
Have like
cornrows?
dead, they have no, seriously, they have like this dead, like, I'm going to end you when you go outside of the store. And it's like, I'm calling the cops. I have that look. I give them the I'm calling the cops look.
Yeah.
Don't mess with me.
You know what
That's
gets them? You know how I treat those women when they look at me? Because, I get caught looking at black women a lot. And usually it's the white women, because the white women are watching the black women and they're always
Yeah.
watching to see who's looking at her. And
Why though?
I'll see an attractive black woman and I'll get kind of half a grin. And as soon as I see a white woman that's watching her and she sees me and how I react, I do not even make eye contact with that white woman. I walk on as if she does not exist.
Oh,
Oh man,
oh man,
that
come on,
that
man.
makes them
she
furious.
gets no recognition from me at all.
Oh
Yeah.
I've
my
even met them
God.
in the eye at the checkout aisle, and the same white women will be like, they're looking at you. I don't even look their way. I purposely look the other direction.
Yeah, it just creeps me out because I feel like
I
there's
won't
eyes
give
on
them
me, and I look
attention.
Yeah.
around, and it's always a Karen staring at me. And it's because I
Always.
have biracial daughters. So when I'm
Mm.
with my biracial daughters, they stare at me, they stare at my daughters, and they stare at me again. And I'm like, and they just give me like this weird look, and I'm like, do you want me to call the cops? Like,
No,
don't.
they just
Just
want
don't.
they just no, they just want a 8x10 and some wallets. That's
Well, you know what's funny? If I get one of those Karens that is really watching me because I'm looking at the black woman, you know, I
Oh
will
jeez.
intentionally make faces, like hungry faces when I'm checking her out, and then act like I don't even see that white woman. I mean,
you
I
know
do it
what?
Oh
intentionally
man.
because I know she's staring at her and she's staring at me, looking for the reaction, and I make the one look like a snack, and I don't even look back at the other one.
Oh, the red on their faces when they see that. Oh, and you're just
You-
waiting for them to make a comment. You're just sitting there
Actually, what
waiting. It's
I'm
like, oh,
doing, I'm just adding a couple more wrinkles to their faces. All.
oh, man.
You know what I do? My wife used to work for a Karen, and
Oh Lord,
she couldn't
bless
stand
your
that.
wife, bless your
Yeah,
wife's heart, bless
she
her
had
heart,
to
because there's
she
no
had to
way I
get
would be able to.
she had to get out of that job and go to a different one because it was.
Mm.
But we would see her around the base and stuff, and always when I seen her, I would be very affectionate with my wife. I'm affectionate with my wife anyway, but
Of
I
course, you
just
have
hold
every
her a
right
little
to.
tighter. I would, tell her I love her and just make
Of
it so
course.
obvious. And that bugs people like that. It really does.
Oh yeah, and then you get the questions. Why are you with him? don't you like black guys? And it's like,
Yeah.
I like all men. Please leave me alone.
You know
But
what?
you can get a nice black guy like that, and it's like, please leave me alone.
Yeah. You know what? Both me and my wife have been asked that question, you know.
Oh
But
Jesus. I'm so
but
tired of that
you know
question.
what?
It's like I'm gonna just like literally lash out on them and say, you know what? I'll do what I want with my life. And if I want to date a white guy and I'll do it right in front of your face, you can kiss my bleep. Like
But you know
I'm
what?
like to the point of snapping like that. I'm so
Yeah.
tired of that question.
But you know what? Sometimes you get the compliments too. Like I've had
Yeah.
um I've had people approach me and say, you got a nice looking family, you guys look like, you love each other and you're happy, and I had one guy approach me. We were buying a car. This was some years back. I was buying a truck or something, and me, my wife, and kids were at the dealership and stuff. And when you buy a car, that it's an all day event because you're negotiating a price back and forth, and you know, and you're trying to get the best deal, and they're trying to make as much money as they can. But anyway, we're in the dealership, and this one guy came up to me, and he said, and my kids were little at the time; they were toddlers. All three of them were little kids, and he said, he says, you know what, you got a beautiful family, and he says, you know what, I'm married to a black woman, and I was just thinking what our kids would look like when we have them. And just out of the blue, approached me and talked to me, and I was like, oh, okay. And then my wife's told me that there's been, black women that see us together that was like say hi to them, and I say, oh well, you go, like get
Yeah.
go in love, like, oh, you guys got a relationship. That's really neat. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get
I rarely run into black women who have opposition to my dating preference. Black
yeah,
women don't really care about all that. They just look and then they keep walking. They don't really say anything, you know?
yeah, yeah. Usually, I think if they,
It's very rare though, like extremely rare. You would see that from black women having an opposition about another black woman's dating preference. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's very rare. I haven't
yeah,
experienced that yet. They just
yeah.
say, "Why you like a white boy?" And I just tell them like it is, and they're like, "Oh, okay." They don't even they don't say, "Oh no, you should stay in your own race" or something like that. Black women, I'd rather, I never had to deal with like I never had black women ask me why. Like they'll say something like "oh," and they'll say "oh" and go about their own business. They don't have a big problem with it, but it's almost like when it comes to other women, it's like they have a huge fucking problem with it. Or excuse my language, they have a huge problem with it, and
Mhm.
it's like, whoa, why are you
You,
asking all these questions?
you
Why are
know
you
what
trying to hook me up with your black friend or something? It's like, why does it matter?
Yeah.
You know. But
You,
it's like I don't. Oh, go ahead, Brett.
no, I was just going to say something. In the past, white men used to get upset with black men with white women, but things have changed from what I've seen. I haven't heard a white guy get mad at a black man with a white woman since
No,
I
they
think the last
really don't
time was
care anymore.
1983. Maybe they don't. In fact, they try they try to go out of their way to show their support.
Yeah,
It,
there's actually a lot of white guys who show support for interracial marriages
yeah,
with black men and white women. They actually
yeah, we
do.
do. We actually try to,
Yeah. I've seen
like,
so many like channels where white men actually support black men in relationships with white women. And it's like they're not mad, but I don't but you still
yeah,
hear some guys say, "Well, we're just dating them so we can tick them off." And it's like they don't care.
yeah,
What are you doing? Why are you doing it? They don't care. They're happy for you. They're moving on with their
yeah. We
lives.
really are, and it's funny because I even see it at work and stuff. Like, You know, this
Yeah,
one
it
guy's
doesn't
married to a
bother
white
them
woman.
no
It's
more.
like they show him love. Like, oh, that's great. You know.
Yeah.
Um,
I've seen a lot of white guys supporting interracial marriages and relationships between black men and white women. I've not yet seen them say anything. Maybe it might be the real extremely racist ones that'll do it,
well,
but
yeah, you're
it's
always
very
going to get
rare.
that,
It's
but
very rare nowadays. You see,
yeah,
even when it comes to conservatives, they support interracial relationships, and that's surprising. Like they're always called, this, that, and the third. But I've seen even that they support interracial relationships over there. That's crazy, and it's like
Why is
white men
that
don't.
crazy?
They don't care. White men don't care.
we
Well,
don't.
Well,
you when you
I'm
hear about
actually
when
I'm
you hear
actually a
about
conservative.
when you hear about conservatives, they say that conservatives are racist, but then it's like
No, that's
conservatives.
propaganda. I, I am a full blown conservative, and I am no.
Yeah,
They're lying to you.
yeah, and it's like no, they actually support interracial relationships. They don't care about
I support
that.
happiness, love, life fulfillment, a good life, a good
Yeah,
a good family, everything positive.
yeah. That's
Um,
why I find it funny when I hear them say, "Well, we're gonna date white women just to make the white men angry." It's like they don't
you
care.
ain't gonna make me angry.
Yeah,
You date
I
whoever
heard
you
that
want. It
said
ain't got
too.
nothing to
you're
do with
just
me.
saying
I,
you're
I was,
basically saying, you're basically saying to white guys, open your options too. That's
yeah,
what you're saying to them.
I
I
You're
say
just
like,
like,
oh,
date
go
who you
ahead.
love, date who you're attracted to. Whatever
Yeah,
woman you look at and you can't get over her, it at some point you have to realize it's not a fetish, it's a preference.
mhm.
I've never dated a black woman, but I guarantee you I will never date a white woman again.
I don't blame you. I mean, some guys have really bad experiences with, you know,
Oh no, it's not bad experience. Not at all.
you just don't connect. It's just not a
No,
connect.
it's not that either. It's not that either.
Gee,
The
what is it?
it's attraction. It's not, and
Ah,
it's not just physical either.
it's more
It,
mental and spiritual
well,
attraction.
I'm a man, so it's physical attraction first. About the first
Yeah,
10% of it's physical attraction. There's
yeah,
90% of it. I look at black women as some of the most intelligent in this country.
they
And
really are.
the
They
reason why I
are,
say that,
yes.
look what they have survived.
And they're very traditional. I
Well,
know that about all
weak,
black women. They're so traditional.
They
They're
are.
actually, I
a
think
weak woman
black
could
women
never
are more
survive that.
yeah, the black
Uh,
women are more conservative than black men actually, and that's surprising. Black women are more
I think
conservative
so.
in a way.
Yeah,
They're
traditional. Yeah,
very they're
I'm
all
about-
about family and marriage and happiness and
Stability.
yeah, stability. They're all about stability. So I've noticed that, black women are more traditional. They really are.
Yeah.
So I can understand where the attraction comes from, Corey, because they are very stable and they're very like about family and marriage and happiness and everything like that. I've noticed that a lot, and they're
yeah,
very loyal. They're very loyal.
they are. And you know what? And I've said this so many times. Why I have love for black women. And that's it, really. You know, just how loving and loyal they are, and just they're just
True.
beautiful women inside and out. And why would anybody put a group of women down like that are just,
Yeah,
there's
and
good
and,
and
and
bad in every group, but come on, it's like,
right.
it's like, wow.
And when you mention like when they call you pander, that makes me angry. It's like
Go ahead.
why is saying making a compliment to a black woman to consider pandering? Why is that? Why do you think that? You know
Weak men talk
what?
like that.
We only deserve insults. We don't deserve to
No.
be respected. We don't
Weak
deserve to
men
have
make those comments. They're weak,
Yeah,
immature, they're selfish, they're narcissistic,
yeah.
they're
That's some narcissistic
they're
bull
man
crap.
babies.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
like they're 8 years old on a playground and they're like the little rascals, the He-Man Woman Hater Club. It's that
Right,
pitiful.
right.
It's
Yeah,
literally that
it's
pitiful.
I think what it is yeah, it's just they don't want to hear it. But the thing of it is there's so much slander going on, and you're going, worry about me so-called pandering? Like what? Who am I hurting by saying that? If I say black women are beautiful and awesome and the best choice,
Hmm.
who does that hurt? Who and really, I'm just speaking the truth. And people say, well, if you're so happy, why do you got to advertise it? Well, why do you got to advertise your
All
disdain
the
for
hate.
black women? Who?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, I'm just telling the truth because in society, let's be honest, black women aren't getting praise from the media or a lot of social um, platforms. They're really not, and they deserve a heck of a lot more praise, more than I can even give them. Serious. Um, and why is it such a problem? I mean, this is my preference. This is my choice. This is my life, and I've been blessed by it. But they don't want to hear it because I don't know. I think these weak men feel like it's going to hurt their image if some black women open up their options and get with a white guy. That it's somehow going make them look bad. I think that's I don't know. It's just weird. It's like, and I tell women go for the best option. Is it a white guy? Well, some cases it is. Some cases it's the Asian guy or the Hispanic guy. It In some cases it's the black guy in your circle. I don't know the best option. I can tell you statistics though when it comes to marriage and why black women, white men are having success. I could kind of go into that because I'm living it, but um, it's your choice, ladies, gentlemen. It is. This is
Hmm.
our right as a human being to be with who we want to, as long as they accept us. You know, and it's crazy. I don't see most white men are dating that date outside the race as Asian women. Okay, that's a big thing now, and who's going in on them on that? And Asian women will marry more white men than Asian men. But you don't see Asian men coming up, leave our women alone, quit fetishizing. You don't see Jackie Chan getting on and going in on white men with Asian women. You don't see it. Why is that? I don't know. But
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
kind of
know.
getting off topic, but what I'm saying is just go where you're celebrated, go where you're loved. And you know what? No group of men is going to run out of women to date and marry. Come on, this is
That's
silly.
absolutely true. I mean,
I
nobody's
mean,
gonna, interracial relationships aren't going to take over the entire world. We're not like some kind of like group that says, "Oh, we're going to just take over the world." Not that I'm saying that's a problem if that happened, but it's just we want people to have options. You know, live your life. Don't let people stop you from living your life. Don't even let your parents, because I know that if there's teenagers watching, don't let your parents control you. You are your own person.
yeah,
They need to respect your relationships, respect who you're with. Don't let them disrespect and I've seen that a lot when it comes to interracial relationship between teenagers. Please don't let your family disrespect your girlfriend.
yes.
I've seen that so much. I've seen
And
that
if they, ooh, and if
especially these
they,
young black girls.
mm,
Please don't, because that just hurts my heart when I see that. A lot of these young black girls talking about, well, I dated a white guy and I want to go meet his parents and they were talking bad about me and he didn't say anything. He just laid back and let them do that. Don't do that. Don't let your parents disrespect your girlfriend. Speak up. If you really care about that girl and you really want to be a part of her life and you want her to be a part of your life, be a man and speak up. Don't let your parents say any kind of racist stuff and disrespect your girlfriend. I don't care if you love your mom so much. You can love your mom, but still put her in her place and tell her, this is my love life. You have no control over it. Same thing with your father. Even if he gets in your face, stand your ground. That's the point. Stand your ground. And
Hmm.
because I
yeah,
don't want to see so many young black girls who date out and open their options get their heart broken and have to deal
it,
with things like that. But go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, yeah. It's not just teenagers though; it's young ladies too. And if you're a man with and this is why I think those of us that have opened up our options and love black women, we need to uplift black women. We need to stand up for black women, and especially, and don't put her in a position where she feels helpless and hurt her feelings because a family member said something and you didn't respond. I mean, seriously, that yeah, don't do that. In my case, fortunately, I'd never had a family member disrespect any woman I brought home. Serious. I'm lucky that way. Um, but yeah, because when it comes down to it, who you're with, you know, this woman might be your wife, so you got to stand up for her. And that's the most important person in your life is your wife, because that's the foundation of your family. It starts with the marriage, the man and woman. That's the foundation, and she is the most important person in your life. And you better check your mom, dad, relatives, friends if they insult her. You just have to. And don't think,
Yeah.
oh, it wasn't that bad. No, it's bad. If it's bad, it's bad. If it looks like it might lead to being bad, stop it right there. And maybe you might be wrong to check them because they didn't really mean that or say that, but at least you stuck up for her and she sees that. And that'll bring your bond closer together. There's nothing more nothing more of a good feeling to have the woman or man you're with that you love stick up for you. I can't tell you how good I felt when my wife would stick up for me. And when I stuck up for her, it was like it's such a great feeling and it brings you closer together. And it
Mhm.
develops trust too.
Yeah.
You
All
know.
right, go ahead and Corey and finish what you were gonna say. You said you wanted to they wanted to hear you. They wanted to you explain why you would marry a black woman. So go ahead.
I was just really getting
Oh
into
no,
what Brent was.
they
I
I
was getting into
interrupted.
what Brent was saying.
Oh, because I
Yeah.
interrupted and they wanted to hear it. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
but you interrupted Brent.
No, I think it was you. I think it was you that I interrupted and they wanted to hear you.
Hmm. Well, Brent, what you're saying about standing up for each other
Yeah.
in any given circumstance, I think that right there is like the top priority in a relationship because there are some instances where your wife has to stand up because if you did it. I mean, as men, we can come off a little bit too harsh, because we're just more logical.
Uh
We lack that finessing emotional. I don't know what you call it, that feminine coercion. Or
huh.
some, you know what I mean. It's just that soft. How do they word that? They call it a soft approach or something like that. I think that's how it is. Soft delivery. Where your wife can do it better than you can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And to me, that makes the relationship. See, that's what I'm looking for because the more black women, and I say this because of what I've observed, and just I just been really focused on this. Black women are more outspoken. They don't, in a lot of times, in a lot of cases, they don't pull away or shrink back from speaking up for themselves, or just in general speaking up for justice. And they do it when they need to, or I won't say all black women do it, but I think it takes a lot of courage for black women and white men to come together and do something
Mhm.
amazing. I really do. So you have to be a courageous person to even start it
Yeah.
or want it.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because interracial relationships, it's a hardship. It is going to be hard, no matter because people judge it. They
Hmm.
judge it harshly. So you're going to get back pushback from your family, your friends, the ones your loved ones, and your family, your friends, your siblings, the ones you grew up with. You're going to get that kind of pushback. Um, and then the advice I have for young people who are dating out is, even though you love your mom, your dad, and all your family, don't let them control your love life.
Yeah.
You just don't let
Oh
them do
yeah.
that. Your love life is your choice. Who you love is your choice and your choice alone, not who your mom. I don't care if your mom doesn't get along with them. And if your mom threatens to disown, just, hey, make sure you have all your stuff together so you can just say, well, I'm walking away.
Mm.
you know Make sure you have a job, a place to stay, so if your mom does decide. I'm talking about people in their 20s, like college students and stuff, not teenagers.
Yeah, I was
But
going to say this speech
no.
is for kids.
No, I'm talking about young people, as in 20 something or
Yeah.
something like that, like
Yeah.
not teenagers, but young adults. I'm just saying, if your parents threaten to disown you or something like that, you like make sure you have all your ducks in a row, so you be like, well, you know what, that's it. Then I guess that's the it for us. And I know they'll come around eventually, maybe. I mean, it takes years. It may take years. Some people come around, it takes longer, but some people
Yeah.
never come around. But if you truly love that person, no matter what race they are, you will fight for that person. If you truly love them, you will stand your ground and fight for them. Don't be a coward. Don't let your mom insult. Don't let your mom put your hands on your partner. Don't let your mom or your dad or anybody disrespect your partner in any kind of way. Stand your ground. And that's all I have to say to younger, young adults, young white men, Asian men. You know, don't just stand your ground. Don't let anyone disrespect your partner. If you really care about them and love them, you will never let that happen. You will,
Yeah.
even if they're family or siblings or whatever, you stand your ground. You know, it
Yep.
is going to be hard. It's going to be a hard road ahead. And you have to make sure that that person also loves and cares for you and also has your back, you know, because it can't just be you, you know, it can't be just one person to have your back. Y'all both have to have each other's back and stick together, because it's going to be a harsh. Interracial relationships are not easy. They're not. But relationships itself are not easy, but it's a lot harder when you're in an interracial relationship. They're not easy. It's not easy
Well,
street,
I'll tell
you
you
know.
what really makes a relationship hard is when you got outside opinion that takes precedent over somebody else's opinion who are in the relationship, whether it comes from your husband's side or your wife's side. If outside opinion overshadows their personal opinion, it's going to create so much pain in your
Yeah.
relationship. It's because it doesn't belong there.
It does.
Other people are trying to live your marriage and
Yeah.
control your life. It don't belong there.
Well, that's why you gotta put them to the side. Make your wife priority. Um, Moonchild says, in my opinion, it's only hard when you make other people and family opinions a priority over your spouse. Yes,
Yeah,
and that's why your
she's
spouse
right.
is number one. You what anybody else thinks is their problem. If they
Hmm.
don't support it, it's their problem. If they don't like it, it's their problem, not yours. But your spouse is the most important person, and it should be, because how can you come together as one if you allow outside interference in your relationship?
Yeah.
You can't. And
Yeah.
when you do, that's when the relationship starts to break down. That's when you know you start having problems. Um,
Well, you
you
got a
know,
divided house. It can't stand.
yeah,
Right. And I think the only time a parent, like, family has anything to say about a relationship is if the person's character is under question. That's it.
yeah,
Their
yeah.
race has nothing to do with that, but their character should be. If their character is in question, that's when your family should get involved. If that person's real shifty and they have, you know, criminal backgrounds, they just recently commit a crime and they're just all
That's the
around.
extreme outside edge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
and,
mean,
and
that's,
yeah, but race
mm.
should never be an issue. It should never
Oh,
be an issue. It should never be a topic. It should be the person's character. That should be the topic coming out of your mom, your dad's mouth, or your family's mouth. That's it.
Yeah. You know what?
Mm.
Hey, we were talking about this on the other show, and somebody had asked me, we're talking about body wash and how to get that certain scent. I was sharing to you guys on what my wife likes, and yeah, and I did a test on this, and I used it at work, and I was getting compliments on how I smelled. Seriously, there were women at my workplace, and they weren't hitting on me. They said, "Oh, what's
Yeah.
that smell? Oh, you
What kind
smell
of body
good."
wash is that?
Okay, I'm going to show you, and
It
I'm not
better not be
trying.
Axe, because
Oh yeah, it is that. But hey,
oh, there's
I,
another kind of body
oh hey,
wash that's better. It's
oh
from a company. I can't remember. It's called like Sasquatch something. They make
oh
Sasquatch soap or something like that,
oh
and body wash. They're a really good company too. They make like men soap made for men and body
yeah.
wash for men.
But this stuff here, this okay, this is an Axe and Irish
Irish
Spring.
Spring.
You mix these. I get it smells great, right? And I'm not advertising this product, but you got
Oh,
Axe.
geez.
Oh wait, that's Irish Spring. Axe, Dark Temptation. It used to be called chocolate, but anyway, you mix this with Irish Spring Ultimate Wake Up. It's like the light blue color, kind of like my shirt here. And you mix these two together. You go in the bathtub, and
Oh, wow.
I did this because I was soaking. My back was hurting, my foot was hurting, and old age and injuries.
Yeah.
I soaked in this stuff, and my wife loved it. And
Oh,
people at
wow.
work, I put it on. Usually when I go to work, I just use soap. I'll use like Ivory soap because I can't use every type of soap. You remember the Lever 2000, that bacterial soap? That stuff would
all
do
your
something to my skin.
all your
It-
2,000 parts.
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't mess with that.
yeah,
That it dries out your
it turned me
skin.
up.
I don't mess with it. It dries
Yeah,
out your skin.
but
Yeah.
this works good. So try this out. Axe Dark Temptation mixed with Irish Spring Ultimate Wake Up. Okay, you
But
mix
isn't
these
that
two.
like overload of like scents, like
Hey,
too
yeah,
much scents on it? I don't
but
know.
it blends together good. It really does, and it smells pleasant. It really does.
Yeah, I
So
prefer Dove. I'm a Dove type of lady. I like Dove. Dove. I think it's what is it called? Milk tea or something like that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, Dove is the best. I like Dove because it's good on my skin.
yeah. But I don't want to sound like I'm advertising, but we were talking about and
It sounds like you're advertising.
it does, don't it? Did that sound like a little commercial? Like I was being sponsored? I'm
It's like,
not being
guys,
sponsored.
combine this with this, and you get the ultimate snail, and all the women will just start flocking to you.
Well, okay. Let me put a disclaimer. They're not going to throw themselves at you. They might say, "Oh, that smells nice." That's all you're going to get. Okay. Um, unless
so
you look
it's
like
like
Tom Cruise or something, then
a
then
chocolate
you don't need the
Irishman.
body wash.
Nah, Tom Cruise is no,
So
don't
it's
No.
like
that
a
guy.
chocolate Irishman.
Yeah. Oh
Chocolate Irish.
God, Corey.
Yeah. Goes
Hey,
for this.
I've been behaving so far. I've let a lot of them go.
I just don't like the smell of Axe. I really don't.
Oh, you know.
I no, I can't. Like I
Okay.
don't know. It's just like one date I was on and this guy had like he had like body wash and the freaking spray and it was like double the smell and I'm like
Oh well, he overdid it.
yeah, he
Yeah,
overdid it and I was like I can't. He's like,
he
"Are you
couldn't
okay?
breathe.
Drink some water." He's like, "You okay? Drink some water." Now this is when I was in my 20s. It's like my early 20s. I was like, he's like, "Drink some water."
Man, I went to the perfume counter up in Eugene, and the young lady there, they're all kids to me now because they're young, but she sprayed a few of them. Brent, I tell you, I could taste it in the back. I could taste it between my ears. It was so strong, and it
Oh,
cut. It cut through everything, and that was all I could smell. It was so strong. I could taste it. And when she finally, and I told her, I told her. She goes, "Well, what scent are you looking for?" And I said, "Vanilla, coconut, sandalwood, musk." And of course, she walked right over and she picked one up, and I can't say it on here for obvious reasons, but well, because I don't want to encroach on your commercial for Axe and Irish Spring. Um,
Right.
but anyway,
Advertisement.
when she gave me that one, I was like, "Oh, that's very pleasant. I like that one."
Hey, I'm getting some Tom Cruise. I guess maybe that's a bad example. I thought
Yeah,
women love Tom
no,
Cruise.
no, I don't. I don't. I think Scientology is what kind of turned me off as a fan
Oh
of Tom
yeah, well
Cruise.
that's
Yeah,
yeah.
not to be rude against
I'm
other.
not into that.
Yeah, not to be rude against other people's religion, but that's just something I just don't. Mm-mm.
Yeah, they're
And just a lot of
yeah,
other underlying stuff that he has done that's been really shady, and I'm like, no, not nah. He's no. It's a
he's
definite
played
no.
out,
He's played out. He's definitely played out.
and
I
Yeah,
choose
he's
no,
Brad Pitt.
Tom
I
Cruise is
choose
not
Brad
a
Pitt over them. At least Brad Pitt is honest. He did an interview recently. He's really honest about himself. But no, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. Yeah, he's definitely not attractive. I'm not a fan of Tom Cruise.
okay. So I guess you're not going to go see the new Top Gun movie.
I did. It's
I
pretty
did.
good
I liked
movie.
it. We'll just like,
No,
I
I'm
thought
not.
the I thought the end
I
of it
think
was
they're
a
being
little bit too
sued though.
fantastic, but
huh?
I
They're
thought
being
the end of the
sued.
movie was too fantastic.
Oh, they did. They
Oh
are.
yeah, yeah, definitely. They're being sued though. I think that the people who like because the story is based on a true story. It's like true events of a person, and I think that
Oh,
the
really?
family of that veteran are suing about that. They went to court for it. It happens every time they make a Top Gun movie. They
Oh,
get
really?
sued. Like the back then when they made the first Top Gun movie, they got sued for it, but
What?
they're getting sued again.
Well, there is a Top Gun program where the best fighter pilots go to train and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I just want to apologize to Corey. I didn't mean to talk over you. Whatever you were trying to say, because I know the ladies are getting like really like, be quiet. We want to hear the guys.
uh,
I'm a big fan of Chris Evans, but I'm not like all that. Like, cause it's the thing with me is like I don't like when people buff up the guys too, like get their heads too big up high up on the top, and it's like, oh, he has too many fangirls. Cause I seen what happened to Lizzo. I was like,
mm,
because if somebody bring that racist stuff to me, I'm going off. We about to be on the internet going back and forth, and I will literally make a video cussing them out.
yeah,
I don't play that.
that's just stupid. Why would people do that?
Yeah, I just don't. But I mean, I'm definitely a fan. I'm a big fan of Henry Cavill though. Superman when he played
Oh,
in Man of
okay,
Steel.
yeah,
Man of Steel. Yeah, he's also plays in The Witcher as Geralt. It's on
yeah.
Netflix.
Hey, wasn't there weren't they looking at him and being the next James Bond?
Yeah, they were trying to. I don't know if he. I guess he said in an interview that he's not trying to, but a lot of people are looking. A lot of his fans are like pushing for it, and then they were
No.
pushing for him to be in the Highlander movie. Apparently, there was supposed to be a Highlander movie coming up in 2023.
Yeah,
So he was supposed to be in a Highlander movie, but right now he's doing a Witcher. I think he was doing season 3 of The Witcher.
oh, and then there was that black guy that they were talking about making him James Bond. What that
I'm not.
English
I'm.
actor?
Oh, you mean Ray Gay? His name is. He played in Bridgerton.
Oh, I
He
don't know
played
if
in the
that's.
Netflix series Bridgerton. They wanted to make him and
I,
Tom Hardy. They wanted to make it was between Henry Cavill, Tom Hardy, and Ray Gay, the guy from Bridgerton. They were going to make they're choosing between the three of them to be Bond.
yeah, because there was a controversy when the black lady in the last Bond movie was going to
Yeah,
replace 007,
yeah,
and then they were going to bring in, I guess that black guy that
yeah.
he's an actor. He's from the
Yeah,
UK.
that's the guy who played in Bridgerton. If you've seen the series, he's a yeah
He,
he's
he,
from the UK.
yeah, he was in that movie No Good Deed too.
I think so. I think
Yeah,
that's him.
I mean
I
he's a
think his
good
name
actor.
yeah his name is Reggae or something
Oh,
like that.
Reagan. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
And then they said
Superman guy.
Tom Hardy also. They picked Tom Hardy. So it was Henry Cavill, Tom Hardy, and Reggae. I picked Henry Cavill because he was in another I think it was a movie with Army Hammer, but I can't remember the name of that movie. Forgot what it was. It was back in 2018. Or was it in 2018? He did kind of like a spy movie with Army Hammer. And he also did Mission. He was also a Mission Impossible though. Did y'all know that?
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah, that's him.
You know
The
what I
American
wish they
Uncle.
would have done, guys? You remember the James Bond movie where Halle Berry was in?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love that movie. That's awesome.
Everybody loved Holly Berry in that movie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
The
that
booty
was
shorts.
Die Another Day.
yeah,
All I heard was people going on for days. Her booty shorts. I'm like, oh God, please stop.
yeah. But
Let
you
it
know,
go.
they were going to make like a spin-off where she was going to be a spy for the US, you
Yeah.
know, and the CIA. And they were talking about doing a spin-off where she would have her series, the Black Woman Secret Agent. I wish they would have done that. I think that would have been a great idea.
Yeah.
Rather than being the next 007. I think they should just leave
Yeah.
that to a man. But
Yeah.
I mean, the Black Woman spin-off thing, I think that would have worked.
Yeah.
I would have watched it. Heck yeah.
I want to see him in another Superman movie, Henry Cavill. I do want to see him in a Superman movie. I think it's in the talks right now because DC was trying to push him aside because they said he was too old. He's only like 38. Like I think wasn't Christopher Reeves old when he played? He was pretty old when he played Superman.
Yeah, he was. Hey, you know Roger Moore was up in age when he played 007. I think he was like in
Yeah.
the 70s. Well, him and what's the good Bond, the real good one? Gosh, I can't.
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
Sean
Yeah,
Connery,
he's
yeah.
a legend. He just fit that just perfect. But he was up in age when he played Bond there for a while
Oh,
too.
several movies. Yeah.
Yeah.
He played Bond. He was very old.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Roger Moore looked like some of those ladies' grandpa. I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this and like, how is that antique going to take on a 200-pound or 190-pound young man and with that cheesy little karate chop? Roger Moore. I mean, I liked his character.
Yeah, he was a good
But
actor.
I was
a good
just trying to
actor,
figure out how
yeah.
he was gonna last in the bedroom with all them women. Ain't
Oh,
no
right.
way.
Take a lot of
Ain't no way.
Highly unbelievable.
you know, hey,
That
you know
blue
the
pill,
movie,
that's what it is.
you know the movie I liked with Roger Moore was that old 007 when they're in, I think they're in Louisiana, and
Live and let
he
die.
had, huh?
Live and let die.
Live and Let Die. You remember that black woman he was with that had that big old fro and stuff?
Oh,
Yeah.
the white bikini.
Huh?
Was that
I'll
Pam
never,
Grier?
no,
No, that wasn't
Oh,
Pam
okay.
Grier.
I'll never forget that white two-piece bikini. But I
Yeah, I
went
was
back
like,
and
man, you know
I
what?
went back and I watched that movie and it hit me like a freight train. That movie was so racist. They portrayed
Yeah,
all the black people as the bad guy. I couldn't
Oh
stand
my
it.
yeah, they
God.
did.
I couldn't
Yeah.
stand it. I was like,
I
oh my
I
God.
didn't really focus on that. I was focused on that woman he was with. I was like, all right, he's with the black woman. Yes. It
Oh
was like
yeah, he was built perfect in all the right places.
I was just, yeah, well, you know what? If you look at movies like back then, there were a lot of them that had racist content to it. It was like,
Oh man.
Even in
Yeah.
the 70s, it was just as bad with these pimp movies and stuff. I'm like,
Oh man.
oh
I've
yeah,
watched some old
Nonstop.
movies. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Why
right?
though?
It was nonstop. It really was.
Yeah, I'm like, Jesus Christ, why are they all the bad people? That's just as
I
bad as
know, right?
the video game. A lot of people said it was a controversy at the time. The video game, I think it was Resident Evil 3, or no, it was Resident Evil 5. They were in Africa, and with all the black people were zombies, except for one black girl. Everybody was like, "What the hell?" They were
Mm.
freaking out, like, "Oh no, 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 no!" There was huge controversy behind that back then. Yeah, it
Moonchild
was.
I like Daniel Craig for 007. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did pretty good.
Yeah.
yeah, he did.
He did way better than Timothy Dalton. The guy just smiled. I was waiting for a comic stand-up.
Timothy Dalton, didn't he just do one movie?
He did 3 of them, I believe.
Oh, did he do?
What's that
Oh,
other?
yeah, that's right. The Living Daylights
Yeah,
and that.
what's that other British guy
Yeah.
who played 007? He had the dark hair. Dang, what was his name? Pierce Brosnan. Wasn't he in
Oh, yeah, he
007?
was good.
Yeah, Pierce
Yeah, he
Brosnan.
did okay.
Yeah, ladies loved him too. They thought
Oh
he
yeah,
was.
they loved Pierce Brosnan,
Yeah,
that British voice.
yeah,
I still remember him from Remington Steele, the old TV show.
yeah. That guy aged pretty well. I mean, he was up in age. I mean, some people just
Mhm.
do.
Yeah,
Um,
everybody. I think every guy had a picture of Pam Grier on the wall from The Shaft when she played Foxy
oh
Brown.
gosh, I love
Pam
Pam Grier.
Grier.
I, I I love watching those old movies. They're kind of corny, but I mean, they're
Yeah,
just entertaining. And you know, she was fine in the day. I mean,
yeah.
you gotta admit it. I mean, yeah,
She
Hmm.
still
I
hasn't
was,
aged much. She's still looking
yeah, she
great,
looks great
even at
for her
her
age.
age.
Yes.
You ought to
Um,
see her in that movie Greased Lightning with Richard Pryor,
Uh-oh.
based on a true story. It's about a race
Uh-oh.
was
car
Pam
driver.
Grier in that movie?
Yes, and she was
Yeah.
young and in her prime. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Corey.
Okay,
Oh
I'm
man,
thirsting a little. Jeez.
hey,
He's
Okay.
drooling. Corey's over there
tho-
drooling.
hey, those black women in the '70s. Oh man, I'm telling you, Thelma from Good Times,
Yeah,
Hmm.
Diana Ross.
Diana Ross, Donna Summer,
Yeah, they were
um,
lovely ladies.
yeah,
Diane
Diane
Carroll.
Those are
Carroll.
the kind of women I
Ooh,
inspire to look like is the women
oh,
from the 70s, black women from the 70s.
oh gosh, you know what?
Definitely.
Oh man, I okay. No, seriously, they were beautiful, and it was like I don't. Black women are beautiful anyway. I mean,
There
I
was
just
another,
look at who
wasn't there
could say
another
that?
woman on Dynasty? I forgot what her name was. She was in a show called Dynasty. She was
Oh, that
black
was
woman.
Diane Carroll.
Yeah,
That's
Diane
Diane
Carroll.
Carroll.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Oh God, I saw her on the old Johnny Carson show, and
Yeah.
she was young, and
Johnny
oh
was in
man, she was
trouble.
fine, and you could see him checking her out. I was
Oh
like, oh
yeah,
man,
they were flirting with it. The guys were definitely flirting with her on the show. All of
I
them.
don't know how you could keep from it.
Yeah, she had a
yeah.
beautiful
How could
voice
you?
and a beautiful face, and she's a lovely woman. So who couldn't deny that? You know,
You can.
you should
Mm.
see how they were flirting with her big time.
Yeah.
And she was like,
Um,
"Well, you know what? I'll put my makeup on and everything." She was really a classy lady. She was
Yeah.
definitely a
she
very
was. She
classy, very
real
traditional, but
eloquent.
very classy. She said
Yeah.
she wears her makeup, even inside the house if she's not going out. She still wears fancy clothes and she dressed so nice. She told him like it was. I'm a lady, you know.
Yeah.
She even says she's traditional. She's a traditional woman and she's lovely. So, yeah, they all loved her.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely Diane Carroll. They loved her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you could never picture Diane Carroll twerking.
No. No.
Never,
No.
Never.
ever.
No.
No.
She's got too much class. Dan
No,
Carroll's.
never. She
No.
was one of those the type of woman you buy a whole house for and up in and she's part of the tennis club or something like that. She's one of
Yeah.
those classy ladies, like
Hmm.
high maintenance. Well, not in a bad way, but she's just high
Yeah.
maintenance. She's one of those classy ladies. That's
She's so
Diane
Yeah.
Carroll.
beautiful. Yeah, she's so beautiful. You wouldn't have a problem keeping up with her high maintenance.
Oh yeah, you would definitely want to buy her $1 million, everything. Take her to the whole jewelry store and buy the jewelry store here. Get what you. She was one of those classy ladies, and
Yeah, she
she
was.
had the charisma and everything. The class and charisma about her.
Hmm.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
did.
she
I
reminds me
think that.
kind of. She kind of reminds me of my mom when my mom was really young. My mom was like that for a while. She was like one of those that liked to dress extravagant. She liked,
Mhm.
the man had to pay for her. She wasn't paying for jack crap at the restaurant. You take her out, you had to pay. You better pay, or she walking out and you're gonna be stuck with the check anyway. That's how my
Yeah,
mom was. She didn't play that. She was one of them.
Mm.
She's a classy
that's how
Oh,
it
lady.
should be.
there's a lot of man babies today.
Yeah, it's
Where
so
are they at?
sad. No,
Oh,
no, we're talking about just today in the dating pool.
oh, and they
Instead of
No,
yeah,
nobody in the chat.
coming
Nobody in
nobody.
the chat.
I thought they were coming in the chat.
No.
A lot of man.
Well, you looking for a victim, Brent?
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
about to roast them. He was looking for
well,
someone to roast.
yeah, trolls don't love me tonight. They're not. That's okay though. They need a day off. Get some rest.
Maybe they actually went and got help. They're
Maybe.
institutionalized. I'm hoping they're institutionalized. That would be a grand day to celebrate. It'd be even better if it was on Corey's birthday. We all celebrate. The trolls get institutionalized and like, yeah, let's
You know,
celebrate. It's your birthday present, Corey.
to tell you the truth, I would hope that these man babies would become men because we need more men than we need anything else.
True,
Yeah.
but some of them are like around my age and older. They're just stuck in their ways. They're not going to change. So you might want to. The best way to get them is when they're young, and that
Mm.
to mold their minds and get them to understand that the way to a woman is to be a gentleman.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Once they're like in their 30s and 40s and they've had that mindset since they were young and they haven't changed at all, they're stuck
Hmm.
there. They're not. There's no hope for that. They would
I've
have to
heard if a
change. They,
man doesn't. I've heard
oh,
if
go
a
ahead.
man doesn't mature by the time he turns 50, he's not going to.
No,
Yeah.
unless he wants to. That's the thing.
That would be a miracle.
Oh,
Yeah,
hey,
unless he wants to.
hey, Corey, when's your birthday? Moonchild was asking.
It's on the 23rd.
23rd. Okay.
Mhm.
I got to write that down. Maybe we'll have a birthday show. You guys want to have a birthday show for Corey? Hey, maybe we'll have a dating show with Corey. Who
Oh
does
Lord,
the birthday man pick?
Yeah, have all the ladies up on the panel for him.
I might be MIA. Last time I felt like roadkill when this started.
Oh, it
Were
was
you
me.
the only one in the dating game, or was
Oh,
it somebody else?
what happened was is the ladies started this teasing
Oh,
frenzy, I call it, where they were. I think they were competing to see who could make me blush the most.
oh,
Brent was just laughing. He was enjoying it.
Oh yeah.
But it was something. It really was something. It was. I won't say it was dull. It was not dull
Yeah,
at all.
it was fun. It was an enjoyable moment.
Yeah, it was good natured and everything, but it
Yeah.
did make my face get really warm. I turned really red. Yeah.
they
Yeah.
they all crowded around you. They got him cornered. They had him cornered.
Yeah.
It's like we're
Well,
gonna get you, Corey. We got you cornered.
Yeah, it was game
Poor
on.
Corey. He got cornered by all them black women. They got you. They got you cornered.
hey, that's a good way to be cornered though. So
Yeah, he didn't.
I,
He said his face turned
Oh yeah.
red.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
That's right, ladies. Get him. If it happens again, get him.
It's
Beat him up.
already turning red just thinking about it.
Oh my god. Yeah, get him, ladies.
You know, I mean, I love this show. I love the way Brett carries off this show. It's great. It's awesome. But I wish we had more men come in here and join, And I don't mean man babies, I mean men. Um,
yeah.
it just seems to be elusive and
I,
just hard to get together.
yeah. We have and there's plenty. I mean, they come through every now and then. You see them, and I
Hmm.
know there's out of 6,000, I'm at 10%. There's at least 600. So I mean, but anyway, I look at the analytics. A lot of people like to just watch and listen. Some people don't want to get involved or get in the chat or do a dating game. And but I think it would be fun. I think we'd have a good time, and I'll do it in an avatar so people don't have to show what they don't have to cam up for it. It's just for fun. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, but yeah, that would be awesome. Indiana mom, welcome to the show.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Good. How are
Good.
you
How are
doing?
you?
I'm tired.
Tired?
Yeah, I mean, like I don't have a what do you call it? A chauffeur's license? Or I just have a regular driver's license,
Hmm.
and so uh I can't drive the RV. So poor Tree is the one doing
Oh,
all the driving, all of it. So yeah. And I'm the navigator. So yeah, he's in back crash. I'm shocked y'all can't hear him snoring because he snores like a freaking horse.
That's
I'm
when you
used
know
to
it's
it.
yeah. My dad
hey,
used to snore. He used to get on my nerves. Like, can you please stop?
hey,
I'm so used to it.
hey, J9. Thank you for the comment. I appreciate it. Okay.
Oh
Good night,
yeah. Did you get
J9.
hurt? You got hurt?
Yeah, you haven't seen it? Here, I'll show you.
No.
Oh, if I could get my leg up.
Oh, be careful.
Yeah, I'm in a boot. I fractured my foot.
Oh wow.
Oh,
I hope you get better.
not
Jeez.
good.
Yeah. So I'm on injured reserve for a little bit. So
So your job ain't bugging you? They're not saying, well, when you get back to work.
well, they are, but they can't do nothing. I'm supposed to get evaluated tomorrow, see if I could do some light duty. I'll probably be sitting at a desk answering phones. Yeah, great. But
What did you do?
I fractured my foot.
How?
I rolled my ankle and it broke a bone in my foot on above the arch.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's
the
oh
crazy
my
thing
god.
is, the crazy thing is I did the same thing on the other foot, same bone and everything. I got maximum fracture.
Oh,
Yeah. So,
Dude.
um,
Oh my God. No, that reminds me of when I was like, I know I had a driver's license. So I was like 16.
uh,
And my sister and I had our own phone line, like upstairs in our respective rooms or whatever, because we were spoiled little brat. And it was spring because my windows were open and I could hear my phone ringing from the driveway. So I ran up like 2 flights of stairs and grabbed the railing and like flung myself around and my left foot kicked out and I kicked the wall
Oh,
hard,
oh,
oh,
hard.
and then you cried.
Cause like at the top of our landing at my mom's old house, the last
uh,
3 stairs were level, but the floor continued beside the stairs. You know what I mean? It continued, so it was like a ledge that
oh,
was like the same height as the three steps that continued behind us, and
oh man.
that's what I kicked was
oh,
was
ouch.
the leg, and
Hey,
of course
thanks, Cleo. Appreciate it.
at sixteen.
Sorry about.
Go ahead. At
Yeah, I was just telling
16,
people.
oh, that's fine. At 16, I didn't feel it, and
Mhm.
I'm yapping on my phone to my best friend Susie. Not like we didn't see each other 15 minutes earlier after cheerleading practice, but whatever. And we're yapping on the phone and doing our homework, and I had to use the bathroom, and I stood up like 3 hours later, and my foot went, nope, uh-uh.
Mm.
Oh, did you feel the pain or no when you stood up, or still it was just numb?
When I stood up, it was searing pain that went all the way up to my eardrum,
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh
like
my
all
God.
the way up my left side of my body. My
Oh
my my foot went
no.
nope. And
Oh my God.
being
I would have cried.
but being the typical teenager, and I was a tough kid. I had a high tolerance for pain because I was an athlete. So I was constant. I got dropped my freshman year in cheerleading and broke my wrist. And I mean, I've got like this high tolerance for pain. So 16-year-old me went, there's no way I'm saying anything because I'm going to get yelled at for running in the house. That was my thinking, that running up and down the stairs and running in the house, that's what you get. And now you're grounded. So
Ouch.
this,
Ouch.
this happened like on a Monday. And I went to school. I did everything. And by Thursday, I was in so much pain that I told my grandma. And she took me to the doctor and he sent us to the hospital for x-rays. And nothing was broken, but you know, the top of your foot,
Mm-hmm.
you know, those
Yeah.
little tiny, tiny little bones.
Oh my God. Please don't
I
say it.
bruised,
Oh,
I bruised 14 of them.
oh my God.
Nothing was broken or fractured. And the doctor had told my grandma that it would have been better if it would have just been a straight break because then the nerve endings would have been severed. But with it being
Yeah.
bruised, all my nerves were still active, and that's why I was in so much pain. And he put this
Just
like,
stubbing my toe in it, like stubbing my toe. I cry like if I stub my toe. Just I can't even imagine the pain. Oh my God. That is
he
just,
put this
oh, I would have been
he
crying.
put this brace on, which nowadays they call it an air cast. And and he gave my grandma like pain meds or whatever for me to take, um and then he gave me a pair of crutches. And my grandmother told me many years later, she said the minute the nurse walked in with those crutches, she said all I could think was, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Nope.
She was like, yeah, that's not happening. And yeah, I was supposed to take a note to school. um I didn't have gym class, but I was on cheer squad, and we were having conditioning, and I was still in the middle of softball season. And I was supposed to give these notes to my coaches so that I didn't have to participate, and I did not give the notes to my coaches because I was not going to not do conditioning for cheerleading, especially since I was up for captain the next year, and I was not going to sit out my first year on varsity softball. I wasn't having it. I just put on extra socks on that foot and tied my shoes really super tight, and I went on about my day.
Oh my God.
And
You are brave, because me, I would have been like crying. There's no way. I would have been in tears.
and Friday night, like this was a Thursday that I got the X-rays and everything. Friday night, I was at the roller rink skating, and because I wasn't gonna, I've been skating since I was 2 years old, and that was my hangout, and I was not gonna miss the rink and have like 50 people calling my house wondering where I am. So I went skating the next night, and Saturday morning I had a softball game that I played, probably second base or shortstop, and I played the whole game. And my grandma knew. She was at the game. She knew that I didn't give the note to the coaches. She knew. She was like, yeah, I knew this wasn't. Yeah. She's like, just wear the
Hey,
air cast at home.
hey, let me say good night to Sophia. Hey, good night, Sophia. Have a good night. Thanks for coming in.
Man,
Okay.
Yeah.
there's no way you weren't. Oh man, I would not be doing anything. I'd be like crying, like, oh, I need the painkillers. I
hmm
need something for the pain.
Yeah.
No,
My
there's no
son, my
way.
son's the same way. Christian's the same way. He, sophomore year, either his freshman or sophomore year. He was at baseball conditioning for high school, and I don't know why they had him trying out for catcher because he had never been a catcher. He's been playing baseball since he was 3, and he'd never been a catcher. And he's like 6'5". How many catchers do you know that are 6'5"? Come on. And it was hurting his knees going up and down, and he was like really slow. And somebody threw a ball, and it skipped on the ground and popped him in his left knee, and it swelled up. And he was on crutches for like 2 weeks, never complained, refused to take his pain meds, used the wraps and everything. And then 2 years later, he was doing ROCT or RTO. What is it? What is it?
ROTC.
ROTC. Yes, he was doing
ROTC.
ROTC exercises junior year in high school. And it's that some kind of thing where you have to pick up a person and do like a fireman carry and run with them. Well,
Oh.
yeah. And he was doing that with somebody on his back. And he said he felt and heard his knee pop. And then I guess he just dropped. And he was out of commission for 6 weeks then too. Still
Oh,
refused to take his pain meds, wrapped his knee, and he's 24 now. But yeah, he's like, Mom, my knee tells me when it's gonna rain. I'm like, I know, right? I'm like, my foot does the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Like when it rains, like people who have like joint issues, they tend to get in a lot of
Yep.
pain. Yeah,
Yep.
have joint issues.
Yep. And he was told that since he re-injured the same, and it was both times it was a ACL injury, but it wasn't severe enough for surgery. It just needed, rest and no weight on it and whatever. So he's never injured it bad enough to need surgery. But they've said if he injures it again, he's probably going to need knee surgery. And they also said that by the time he's like 35, he's going to have full-blown arthritis in that knee, guaranteed.
Ouch. Dang.
He re-injured the exact same spot, the same tear.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay. Yeah. Injuries are not fun. I'm
No.
telling
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, my dad had to get surgery on his knee because he didn't have any cartilage in it, and
Oh.
yeah, he had no cartilage in it, and he had to go get surgery on his knee because he's worked all his life. He's worked from the time he was like 16 and up. He's just been working. He used to work for the steel mills out where we live, and when that was back around the time Reagan was president, so he worked at the steel mills, and then he was a garbage man. He worked all his life. So yeah, he pretty much ran the cartilage right out of his knees. And he had to get surgery for him. Yeah.
Wow.
For the years.
See, my dad was a trucker for most of my life. So he drove cross country. And my grandpa was a railroad conductor for Conrail when I was a child. But I want to say Grandpa retired when we were really, really little, like 2 or 3. I don't remember him retiring. So, but my dad drove semi until I was probably 24. It was after college when he retired. But yeah, most definitely.
There's some background noise somewhere.
I think she's talking to you, Indiana Mom. She says there's some background noise.
Maybe.
Yeah, you got another device on? I still hear it.
Okay.
I can mute and figure out who it is if
I'll just switch to the computer.
Oh, you got 2 devices. Are you on a tablet or a phone or?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Yeah, usually. Yeah, StreamYard usually is messed up with tablets and phones. It has a lot of background. Yeah,
All
There's a
right.
lot of background noise with tablets and phone. If you have a computer, it's a lot less noise.
Yeah, it's like
Got it.
double feeding somehow. And also, guys, if you ever come on, make sure that you're only on, the StreamYard, because sometimes you'll be watching on YouTube and then go in StreamYards and it's like it double feeds that way. I found out too.
Yeah, just make sure you have you can mute the live on YouTube and then just keep
Yeah,
one open, one thing. Yes, yeah, you
yeah,
can get the background from that. You're
yeah.
allergic to pain, Corey?
Yeah, come on, Corey. Pain is fun.
I'm very allergic to pain. I've been hurt enough. I don't care to ever feel it again. I know that's not going to happen, but
Yeah. Indiana Mom, are you coming on again? I see you in the you're backstage and on the
oh, she coming up twice.
yeah.
Yeah, I think she's getting on her computer because
Okay, maybe if
with
I
tablet and phone.
Nope.
yeah.
Now we have twin
Okay.
sisters.
We got two Indiana moms. Okay, now it's going back to normal. Welcome
There we go.
back.
Is that better?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's much better.
Cool.
Yeah.
Like I remember too, like when my son first started playing baseball, it was hilarious. His coaches were so cool. His coaches were hilarious. And he was one of the younger ones on the team. He was on minors, but he was only like 8 on minors, which is really, really young. And he had this really bad habit of leaning into the pitches.
Hey, sorry, Indiana Mom. Let me just
Yeah.
say goodnight to Thelma real quick. Good night, Thelma. The prayer meeting, I don't know what time tomorrow. Sandy's coming in, Sandy and my daughter. So I don't know what time. As soon as we get everything, taken care of, I would like to go 4 o'clock Eastern. That's what I'm going to shoot for, but I don't know if I'll make it. But it'll be somewhere in the evening. I just don't know what time yet. But yeah. But Thelma, have a good night. God bless you. Thanks for coming on. And yeah. But anyway, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say good night to her. Go ahead, Indiana
Oh
Mom.
no, you're fine. He had such a bad habit of like leaning into the pitches that Tree decided he was going to mess with the other team's pitchers, and he literally painted a bullseye on the side of Christian's helmet. Because my son kept getting beamed in the head with the baseball. His dad's like, I'm pretty sure he's brain damaged as many times as he's been hit. Oh my god. He's like, yeah, we probably should not have let him play so many sports because yeah, that's probably why he's so dingy. I'm like, yeah, right. Yeah. Like, what's the excuse for the girls? He's like, oh, that's just because they're like you. Like, all right, whatever. Okay.
Yeah. So okay, that covers injuries. We've been
It
Yeah.
does. The girls have 0 injuries.
yeah. So if you open up your options, you might get injured. Just,
Oh goodness, Brett. We might get injured. Wait a minute. What do you mean?
yeah.
Mine was just answering a phone.
You hear that, Corey? You open your options, you might get injured.
Yeah.
Well, some injuries are worth suffering.
It
I'm
is.
not,
Not,
I'm
not
not
if you're
afraid
in a
of that.
body cast, a full
I
body
was
cast.
A body cast. Well,
just
it would depend on who's taking care of me, I guess, at that point.
Hey,
Oh,
that's why you get injured.
oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
The idea of a sponge bath, it might have some perks.
it depends on who's giving the sponge bath, though.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
obviously, I mean,
Because,
Pretty much going to be the lady he's with. So yeah.
well, I mean, but if there's no significant other and you got to hire a nurse, what if you get a nurse
Big
named
Bertha, the
Dave?
nurse.
Or a nurse
That's
named
gonna be a
Dave?
nightmare for Corey. Big Bertha, the nurse.
She's going to be an angry Karen. I saw
Yeah,
you
she's
looking
gonna
at
be an
that
angry
woman.
Karen.
Why are you guys talking about a nightmare here? I mean, come on.
And she ain't going
No.
to be a nice Becky. She's going to be an angry Karen.
I'm
One
gonna
that
hire me a traveling nurse from Africa or
Yeah, she's
somewhere.
gonna run you
Wow.
a hot bath, one of those hot baths. You ever see that one movie where the lady had like she was obsessed with the novelist and she held him hostage in the house because he injured his leg?
Oh yeah,
Misery.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh
that
my
was a good
goodness.
movie.
Mercy.
That was man.
Yeah,
Wait a
that's
minute.
gonna be your nurse.
That ain't funny because I'm a published writer here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we trying to
Wait,
jinx you there? Trying to jinx you?
Wasn't she the one that actually injured his leg, though?
Yeah, she broke
Yeah,
him with
she
a
did. She broke
sledgehammer.
it. Sledgehammer.
Yeah.
Psychotic Karen.
That's what a Karen is. They're psychotic. You gotta watch yourself, Corey.
That's a
That's
Karen.
scary.
I'm
But she
gonna
was
go
a
hide in the
caring
mountain
Karen.
somewhere.
She did save his life and then tortured him.
Jesus Christ. We're giving
Yeah,
it to
I'd
Corey
rather not have
nightmares.
my. Yeah, I think I'd rather take my chances in the wilderness. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take my chances with the cold weather, and I don't even
Hey.
like the cold weather. I wouldn't
And the
just live in.
bears.
I don't
go
want
find me
anywhere
some.
near a
I'll
Karen.
And
go
the
find me
bears and
some
the mountain
abandoned mine
lions.
shaft and just go in there with Boo Boo and be good for the whole winter.
I just take my chance with the bears and the mountain lions. That's all right.
I'd rather be eaten by mountain lions than deal with a Karen any day.
Right on.
They're
what?
psycho.
you know, I saw this show. It was like a nature show, and they went into a cave where a bear was, and it was hibernating. And these guys were messing with this big old bear, and it's like kind of comatose, I was just like, they went in there and tagged them, and I'm just like, what if that bear
What if
wakes
that
up?
bear woke up?
Oh man, he would rip those people apart. But I guess
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess when they hibernate, they're comatose. I guess. Or
That's just
Okay.
like when people go into haunted houses and there's like demonic activity there. That stuff scares me. I'm like, why would you go in there and mess around with that? That's angry spirits and stuff.
Nope.
Stay
Big
away
no.
from that.
Mm-mm.
Nope, that wouldn't be me.
Mm-mm. Nope.
You know what?
No way.
I was watching this show.
That's why you never see black people in horror movies, because it would be a commercial.
Yeah.
We would not be there. That's the point.
Get out. Well, gotta go. Pack it up. We're out of here. Let's go.
Isn't that
Nobody's
true,
going
though?
upstairs. Let's
You get a
go.
bunch of white people, they go into a haunted house and they invite their friends, and black people show up at the door and they're like, nope, we're leaving.
Yeah, I wouldn't go near
Nope,
no
gotta
haunted house.
go.
I had to forcefully live in a haunted house as a kid, and trust me, it was not pleasant. I wanted to go. I was like, heck no. But
Oh,
I was
wow.
a kid,
Really?
of course. Yeah, it was really bad. It was like they used to do like rituals summonings down in the
Oh.
basement. Oh yeah, it was one of those
Yeah.
houses.
Yeah, you
I
don't want to.
And I was only 7 years old. I was scared as heck. I kept covers over my head, crying every night. I was like, Mom, can we please move? I was like, it should have been obvious. It's a big Victorian house that only costs $300.
Yeah.
That's haunted, Mom. Please don't ever do that again.
Oh Lord.
Actually, I have really, oh my God, this is like involves Christian when he was a baby. The house my mom moved into, we moved in when I was going into high school, and it was the first really, really nice house my mom had. We had a pool, everything. And it was okay until I brought Christian home from the hospital. And we were living with my mom off and on right after he was born. And it got to a point where I remember he was about 3 years old, and I was trying to get him to go to sleep in my room, my old room, and he just refused. And before that, every other time we had been to Grandma's house, he would just jibber jabber and talk to somebody and look up at the ceiling and just talking away. And I'd be like, "Who you talking to, Christian?" And he'd be like 2 years old. He'd say, "My friend Bobby." I'm like thinking, okay, we don't know any kid named Bobby, but whatever. And I'm like, okay, imaginary friend, whatever. And one winter night, we were staying at my mom's. It was over Christmas break, and he was about 3, and I couldn't get him to go to sleep in my room, and he threw a fit. And he's not the kind of kid that ever did that, ever. And finally, I let him go downstairs to sleep with my mom. And I was like, my God, what is going on with this kid? So I went downstairs, and Tree calls me over to the computer, and he's messing around on AOL because it was that long ago. And I'm looking at something over his shoulder, and then the lights start flickering, and we're just like, what the heck? And I go upstairs, and there was an electrical fire in my room. And when I opened the door, the whole bed was completely engulfed in flames.
Jesus.
The whole
Oh,
bed.
Oh my God. Yep, time to go.
And we got everybody out of the house. Our neighbors called the fire department. They put it out. There was only damage, excuse me, to that one room. And I talked to my friend Jen, who is like really into paranormal stuff. She's that weird goth kid from school. And she told me to research the house. So I did. And back in like somewhere in the 40s or the 50s, there was a family that lived there, and it was a man, his wife, their baby daughter, but she also had a son from a previous relationship that wasn't his. And that little boy's room was my room. And the stepfather offed him in that room to get rid of him.
Oh God.
And then offed himself in the same room in like
Jesus.
1940 something or whatever.
Oh, good night.
And the little boy, his age when he passed was 3, and his name was Robert.
Oh wow.
All those times that my son was hanging around talking to his friend Bobby, yeah, and
It was that kid.
yes, and it turned out, I like Jennifer, my friend, says that she thinks that everything was okay as long as it was me and my sister there and my sister's daughters, because we were all girls. But when I brought my son in, and then my son turned 3, there was a problem. And then that's when things started happening. Weird things.
Oh wow.
At one point when my son was 3, before the fire, he was in the kitchen with my grandma, and she said he just started screaming for no reason. And she turned around, and he's sitting on the floor holding his foot, and there's just blood everywhere. And
Ooh, man. That's when it's time to go. When they start getting vicious like that and violent, it's time to go. It's when that's when you know they're evil. That's when you know they're evil, when they start actually harming, human beings.
He had a gash under his big toe. And we took him to the hospital. He had to have stitches, and Tree searched the whole kitchen floor. There was nothing on the floor that could have possibly cut him. And then like 5 months later was the fire, and we were just like, yeah, we can't be here.
It's time to go. That's
we can't. Yeah,
I don't mess around. I don't mess around. If I find out that somebody or any of that, I try to get the heck away. I'm like, no, we need to move.
And then like 3 years later, when Christian was 6, I asked him if he remembered the fire, and he said, yeah, Mom, I remember. I said, why were you throwing such a fit to go sleep downstairs with Nana? And he said, well, Bobby told me to kick and scream and cry and and do not sleep in that room because something bad was going to happen. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, Woo.
Right. And
All right, I think
That's-
T-Jen's she wants us to be on topic because we're talking about
Creepy.
she's like, oh, so she eating the popcorn and everything. She's like, this is a good story, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's creepy. It's creepy.
Yeah, that's this reminds me of that show. What is that show? Haunted
Ghost Hunters?
History. Well, it reminds me of more of Haunted History. Is that the name of that show where they would tell stories about what people went through in different
Also, I think it was Ghost Hunters too. Also,
I've never heard
Ghost
of that
Hunters.
one.
Yeah, Ghost Hunters.
I've heard of Ghost Hunters.
Yeah, I think Haunted Histories was like I think there was a show called that, and then there was it was another one where they would tell stories about families moving like into a whole old house, and like you're saying, stuff happening.
Oh, I think I know what show you're talking about, but I can't remember what
Yeah.
show it is. Yeah, I think I
Paranormal
know.
Happening?
Paranormal Happenings, I think.
I don't know.
Oh, who's
Yeah.
that?
And I remember a time too that I was an adult. Christian was a kid. He was like a 4-year-old. And we were in the process of moving out. We were actually moving out of the house and moving my mom out and everything. And I was the last one in the house, and I was getting ready to lock up. And like the basement is like right off the kitchen. And we usually always had the door open to the basement because that's where the cats would go down and eat and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I was getting ready to leave, and I got shoved by nobody because I was in the house by myself. Everybody else was outside, and I got shoved. And as I was knocked off balance, my hand jerked out, and I accidentally slammed the basement door and then landed on the door. So if I hadn't accidentally closed the door, I would have went down the stairs.
Oh God.
And landed on a cement floor.
Oh, that wouldn't have been good. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
Hey, I want to welcome Stephanie. Welcome to the panel.
Oh,
Hi.
Stephanie.
Hey,
Hi.
Hi,
Stephanie.
y'all. It's been a long time. How y'all doing?
Good.
doing
How
fine.
you doing?
I'm
Good to
good.
see you.
Today was my birthday.
Oh, happy
Uh-oh.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I turned 48 today.
Oh, okay.
Woo-hoo.
So young.
Right on.
48
Thank
years
you.
young.
You said what now?
48
Jeanette.
years young. Yep,
Oh
Jeanette.
yes, 48. Yes, 48 years young. Yes.
Yeah. You know, I lost track of my age. I'm caught in between 52 and 53. I don't know which one I am.
You forgot your own age. Come on.
Oh,
I
I do.
understand that though.
Right.
You're like, okay, what? Because I thought I was a year younger than I was, and last year who caught it was my ex-husband. And I was like, oh yeah, I am that age, which was very interesting. Anyway,
I've done that big time.
Yeah, I've done that through, and you know what's crazy is when you're off, it's always you're younger for some reason than
A year
older.
it's
younger than you're
true. It's
supposed to
true.
Yeah, I never made the mistake where I was actually older. It's always like a year off, and people like, no, you're actually this age. Am I? And it, both me and my wife, it was crazy. We were like, we were saying we were a year younger than what we are, and we were both off a year. Does that make sense?
And you're like, how dare you take a year away from me?
Yeah, right.
Just let me die with the lie, man. Come on.
Yeah, let me. Okay. Can I reverse it instead of 50, 45?
Change the birth date, the year.
Right.
Set you back a little bit.
I don't think my body will adjust to that age, though. I think it's.
Our mind is that young, but like you said, the body reminds you of really how old you are.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
Yeah,
dang it.
definitely. Our brains haven't aged at all.
You're right about that.
I still feel like I'm young.
Me too. And I'm like, am I supposed to feel like this? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when I turned 39, it's like I'm like I don't feel 39.
It, it's funny because I remember when I went in the military, when I went in the army, and
Uh-huh.
people would ask me, when were you born? I say 69. Wow, you're that young? You were born then? They'd be like, you're so young. And it's
Oh my
like,
God, you're just
oh,
a
Well,
kid.
my mom is older than you. I think she was born in 62.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
she's
I tell people that now, and they're like, man, you were born in the 60s. Like it was like ancient times or something.
Jeez, they're trying to make it seem like you were born in like BC before Christ.
Yeah. Well,
Hmm.
the Pony Express was around, and it just
Yeah.
Oh.
that
Well,
was
I
our
overheard one of my cheerleaders talking about I don't know why all these older people are on TikTok nowadays. And one of the other girls was like, older people, what do you mean? And she's like, yeah, everybody that's born like in the late 1900s. And I was like, excuse me?
People who were born in the late 1900s, they're long
Yeah.
gone.
Like 90, no, late 1900s is like 98, which is like my son. And I'm like,
that's
what about the mid 1900s? Because that's kind of closer to me. I'm like, they think 25-year-olds are old.
Wow.
And I'm like,
Yeah,
of course they
that's
do. Of course they
crazy.
do. They're 16. Of course they do.
Well, a 16-year-old would think anybody in their 20s is old.
Yeah.
Exactly.
yeah,
But they
that's true.
call them older. No, they call them middle age. That's what they call them.
Oh my gosh, they're still
25
very
is
young.
middle age? What?
To a 16-year-old, they were like, yeah.
What's wrong with them?
People
No,
born in the
Mhm.
people born in the late 1900s.
But when they get 25, they'll think they're young.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh
Mhm.
my
That's how that
God.
works. So
I think some of these ladies are getting triggered on here.
Yeah, what the heck?
hey, so when you reach your 30s, you're actually over the hill.
Oh, jeez.
I'm used to listening to them. They're teenagers.
We basically hit the wall.
Well,
Yeah.
you're a
Get
classic.
outta
If
here.
you were a car, you're a classic at 20. You're an antique at 50.
Oh, I'm an antique. Yeah.
So when
I'm almost there. I'm
anything,
almost there.
anything
House
after
jump.
that, I guess you're just like an artifact or a relic or something. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Well, I'm a fossil.
Is
Moonchild says I'm a fossil.
Yeah,
museum
according
quality?
to Moonchild, you're a fossil.
Well,
that
but this-
museum quality, Brent?
But this antique still runs like it's off the showroom floor. Thank you very much.
Amen
well,
to that.
I don't run that good. I still run though. Just say that.
Yeah, still got the engine's running just well. Don't hate.
Yeah,
Right
the
on.
engine is great. The other parts need repaired and replaced, but the engine's running good. So
Right on.
At least my daughter says I'm not old. She's like, Mom, you're not old. And I got one time I was in the Uber and this guy said that I looked like my daughter's sister. I was like, what?
I get that all the time.
She's like, I'm like, yeah, I have my daughter young, but I don't not her sister,
Yeah.
her mom.
yeah, I get that never.
I get that all the time. I used to get that like when I
Black
coached
women get it the most because we never really age all like that. We don't get
Exactly.
all age wrinkly like that. So that's why they think we're
Yeah.
so young until they actually
Exactly.
figure out our age. They're like, oh my God, you don't look like that age. Like Kerry Washington, she don't look like her age.
No.
Still young as heck.
Do y'all think that has something to do with us getting hit on too? Like you might have people we want to hit on us that are our age, but they look at us and think that we're younger, so they might not try to hit on us because they think that we're younger.
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't happen
yeah.
to me.
Yeah,
I'm
you know
telling
what?
you, I literally had a high schooler try to hit on me. I'm like, what the heck is wrong with you? Where's your mom? I need to speak to your parent.
I just remember
Where they think I'm a high school kid, and it's like, no, I'm old enough to be your mom's age.
I get mistaken a lot for being on the actual cheer team that I coach at the high school. because like the football players and the basketball players, they see me all the time, in the halls, and I'm always with the cheerleaders, and I'm always wearing the team hoodies and the jacket, and so they just assume, and it's a pretty big school, so not everybody knows everyone. We've got a
Oh.
student body of around 2,900. So not everybody knows everybody. Now, most of the athletes know who I am, and they call me coach because they know I'm the coach. But the average kid, like band or whatever that I'm not involved in, will see me and go, "Oh, you're on the cheer team," and I'm like, no. And it used to happen to me all the time, because the high school that I coach at is the same high school that the kids attended, and that my youngest is going to be a senior this year. And so the kids are there, and every now and then somebody will say, "Oh, she's a cheerleader." And somebody else will know who I am and go, "No, that's CJ's mom." And they, CJ that plays baseball? Yes, yes. CJ the senior? Yes, that's his mom. She's the cheer coach. And they're like, "Oh my God." I'm like, yeah, I'm
Especially
the
if you're
mom.
small and petite black woman, they automatically think you're a teenager.
Yeah, I'm like,
It's like, please stop. Don't think I'm a teenager. I'm a grown woman. Please.
I'm like 5'5", 5'6", and I kind of hover between 125 and 130. So yeah, I don't mind it at all. I think it's cool.
I'm just like, don't hit on me. Please don't.
That would
do
be
Yeah,
that.
awkward. It's like
That's the
you're a
that's the
baby.
creepy
It was like,
part.
what the heck's wrong? Yeah, that
Like,
would
I
be
got a
awkward.
kid your age. What's wrong with you? Get
Yeah,
away
no,
from me. Where's your mom at?
the teenagers don't hit on me. It's with me, it's always way, way older guys, like guys that remind me of my dad.
Oh yeah,
And
those ones
they're
that
thinking
'cause
you're young. Something's
they're
wrong with
thinking you're a
them then.
teenager. Yeah, something's
Yeah,
wrong with them. That's the
that's
ones
who
who
hits
think
on
you're
me.
still a
Gosh.
teenager, and you're like,
Exactly.
no, I'm 30 something years old. Wait a minute,
And they're
but you
trying to hit
don't
on
look.
you.
Yeah, it's like,
Something's
wait a
right with
minute,
them.
you thought I was a
Yeah,
teenager? Oh heck no, you're sick.
I've never been hit on by a teenager as an adult. That just
Yeah, I
no.
definitely have, and I didn't appreciate it. And I told their parent on them because I didn't like that. I said, no, I am
But
this girl's mother. No.
I think probably the reason that I don't get hit on by teenagers is because of my affiliation with the school, and that
Yeah, they
somebody
know
knows me.
that your kid goes to that school, so they
They
know
all
you.
know me,
Yeah, they know you.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. I mean, they all call me coach, so yeah, it doesn't happen. It happens to me, like at the gas station, in the grocery store, and um the dollar store, and the park, I mean, just wherever. Not so much
That's
in
why I'm
our
saying
town.
that melanin, the melanin helps us with our age. The melanin, the more
It
melanin you
doesn't,
got, the younger you look. I'm not lying.
yeah,
The
and
more melanin you,
it doesn't happen in our town because we're in such a small town that there aren't many people of color here. But when we do go into like the city, ooh, yeah, it's bad. It's like every 30 seconds. We can't. Yeah, no. Mm-mm. We haven't. Me and my daughters don't go into the city, which is excuse
yeah,
me,
it's always the cat calling. I mean,
which is
I'm
Chicago.
the city I live in isn't that big, but we still deal with cat callers out here. We deal with weirdos and stuff. Had guys staring at me, old grandpas. The guy old enough to be my grandpa staring at me
Yeah,
with a toothless grin. I'm like, what's wrong with you, man?
yeah.
Like, no.
I mean,
You got grandpa and the little boy
That
after
was like an
you.
80-year-old man was smiling at me as I walked down the street. I'm like, and he was like, "What's up, baby?" I'm like, hard
oh no,
pass.
it's much worse. Like we're about an hour and a half from Chicago, and when my daughters were younger, we used to go shopping. Just spontaneous on like mom weekends and go shopping. And by the time they hit like 12, we couldn't do that anymore because
Wow.
the men would not leave us alone. And I mean, it was more than catcalling. It was coming up and like physically grabbing my arm.
Oh my
Whoa.
gosh!
touching
See,
my-
that
Oh
would have been
no,
pepper
that's too
spray.
much. That's
That's too
scary.
much. That's
You had to
scary.
bring that pepper spray and then
Yeah, for real.
touching my
Taser or
daughter's
something.
hair,
Taser. Yep, right.
touching my daughter's hair.
Oh
know,
no,
and-
who's not
yeah,
raising
it
those
got to
people.
No,
They-
ma'am. The one
It
thing
got
you
to
don't
a
do to black
point.
women, you don't touch our hair. That's fighting. You're gonna get
Well, it
caught.
got to it
Shoot,
got
the
to
fact that he touched your child, that would have me. I have a big problem. You know, Mama
Yeah,
Bear
for
come out.
real.
Wait a minute now.
Get your hands
Yeah,
up off my child.
it got to a point where it's been years and years, and the only time we will go to Chicago for a weekend is if one of my daughter's boyfriends are with us, or my son, or their dad. We got to have one of the guys. Period.
Wow,
Otherwise, if we have
Yeah.
one of the guys with us, they stay away.
They figure they have to fight them, and they don't even want to take that
Yeah.
chance. That's the
Yeah.
assumption.
yeah.
And it doesn't
definitely.
hurt. It doesn't hurt that my son is biracial and looks perfectly right smack in the middle between me and my husband, and that both of the girls are dating white guys that are well over 6 foot. They both play football. They're big dudes. And then of course there's my husband who's 6'5" and 260 something pounds, and he's like, yeah, you don't even look at my wife or my daughters. So yeah, but we got to be with one of them. We don't do that by ourselves.
Yeah, Chicago,
Wow.
especially in Chicago and New York, those are like the dangerous streets out there because them men don't give a dang out there. They grabbing up girls and just doing whatever, and all the shooting and all that, shooting and everything else. So yeah, just be careful. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like
That is crazy.
It
yeah,
is.
they don't get that frisky out here because they know I don't play that. I be cussing them out in the street. I'm loud. I will embarrass them right in front of everybody. People will be standing there like, whoa, what's going on? And one thing I like about living out here is if you are loud and obnoxious and you're really loud and trying to fight with them, people will stand around and try to help you out here. They'll be like, leave her alone. You have black folks,
That's
leave her
good.
alone. Don't be messing with her. So I don't play that. Like I get loud. I'm like my mom. My mom is an Aries moon. So we get loud. We be like, don't you be touching us. You better go on down the street.
Well, now we live in a really, really small town, and we got a chunk of property, and like 2 of our closest neighbors, both within about a half mile, are both sheriff's officers. So we're pretty safe and chill here.
Yeah. Because
And my daughters both, were babysitters for like their little ones when they were little.
yeah, that should be a
So they
golden
know.
rule. The
Yeah,
golden
our
rule is
families are close.
you never put your hands on women and you never touch our hair. Don't ever do that. We don't
Yeah,
like
don't
that.
do that.
Unless we give you permission or that we're okay with you doing that, don't touch a black woman's
Yeah.
hair. Don't be doing
Yeah,
that.
don't just walk up to them and start touching their
Yeah,
hair.
that's just like that video that I saw where that
might have
lady
your-
in,
You
Yeah.
might get your feelings hurt real quick.
oh yeah, you get cussed out doing that. That's just
Yeah.
But
like
I
that
mean,
one lady.
it would be scary. Like we would get
Hard.
catcalled, and then if you ignore, you would get a hand on your arm, grabbing your
Or
arm, going,
cussed
"Hey,
out.
didn't you hear me?
Oh,
Didn't you hear me
wow.
talking to you?"
Okay.
Yeah, or
That-
cussed out, calling you
that-
MFers and everything else.
Wow.
And have nerve to say you have an attitude. That's just so disrespectful, distasteful, and who they think that they are? That's just ridiculous.
And I mean,
Yeah.
you can't ignore them, and you can't politely decline. Because suddenly you're ugly, you're fat, and I'm like, well, 10 seconds ago, what?
That's because you turned them down.
Yeah,
That's,
they can't handle rejection.
I'm just like, dude, I don't even go around
Hey.
those areas without the guys.
What's those loud buzzes that they have? You know those you push the button, it goes, it's real loud. Maybe they'll get embarrassed. You know how you push that little thing and it makes a really loud noise? Everybody will look around, then they'll probably look, yeah.
Could get
have
a
like a
foghorn.
bullhorn.
Yeah, one of them foghorns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to
Um,
annoy them. They'll
well,
go
this
away.
this is interesting. So a lot of you ladies have been hit on by teenagers. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm seeing in the chat. Well, Moonchild had a 21-year-old hit on her. You
Yeah.
ladies do look younger than what you are. Seriously. I know some ladies that are in their 50s that don't look like it. They look like they're in their 30s. And
Yeah.
younger men approach them thinking they're younger.
Not realizing that's somebody their mom's age.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
The only thing I have, even
I-
remotely close,
in fact, when I was younger, I did that. I approached black women that were older than me, not realizing. And it's like, wow.
well, I
And
mean, sometimes
like-
it's completely innocent. You have
Yeah.
no idea.
Maybe the ones that look 12 are actually the ones that are 20. Yeah, they look 12, but they're actually 20. I don't know. I'm just being silly. Yeah.
But I mean, the only time it's ever happened to me was a 17-year-old, but he was a friend of, or he was a older brother of one of my son's friends. And my son was probably 8 or 9. And this DJ kid was Tony's older brother. And my son came home one day after baseball practice and asked me what a MILF was. And I was like, ask your father. And we just
Oh
kind of
my
brushed it
God.
off. And he figured it out. When he hit middle school, he figured it out. And he immediately came home from 7th grade one day looking for this Tony kid. Like 3
Yeah, don't
years
call my
later.
mom that.
3 years
He's ready to
later.
fight.
Yeah, 3 years later, and now Tony, or this DJ kid, is like 20 years old. My son is 12, and he is out for blood. He's ready. And the hilarious thing is that this DJ kid was like all apologetic and freaking out because my son was already bigger than he was. He was already 6 feet tall when he was 12.
what?
So, yeah,
At 12?
yeah, he
Wow.
was 6 foot
Dang.
at 12.
That's a
That's
big
crazy.
boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
He's
6'5",
about to knock
like
that
his
dude
dad.
out.
He's
Wow,
6'5",
that-
like his dad.
Wow, that's
Yeah, I lost him when he was like 8 or 9. He was the exact same size as me, same height. I had him by about 6 pounds. That's it. He was the same size as me,
wow, that's
and he
amazing.
still comes up to me and goes, "How's it feel to be the same size as a 10-year-old boy?" I'm like, you know
Oh,
what?
God.
Get out of my kitchen.
Hey guys, hey ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to shut down here where it's we've been on
Yeah, 4
5
hours.
hours now.
5?
Uh,
Yeah, it's time
yeah,
to close
Yeah.
the shop.
4 minutes,
Yikes.
56 minutes, or 4 hours, 56 minutes.
Yowza.
Yeah, we we were on a
I
while.
wish Stephanie
But-
would have came in earlier, but I guess you were at work or something. Stephanie? If
Well,
you're there.
actually, now I'm here. I took myself to eat. I went shopping, and then I was looking for my niece's dog. She left the gate. She left from my yard, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't call my sister, my nieces. They're gonna be crying because I can't find their dog. And when I looked everywhere with my car, and I walked. Then when I brought my car in, and I was about to go out with my bike. That's when Roxy came. I was like, oh my gosh. So I've had an interesting birthday.
That was an interesting
sounds
birthday.
like
Well,
it.
happy birthday.
Yeah,
Thank
happy
you.
birthday,
Mhm.
Stephanie.
Thank you.
Right
It's
on.
good to have you on. It's
Yeah.
been a little bit.
Thank you, Brent, for this
Oh, okay.
panel. Even though we kind of teetered
Oh,
off
we-
a topic
we
a little
we
bit.
always do.
Yeah.
That'd be my fault. I do that every time I come up. Way
Yeah.
off subject.
Yeah,
And
we
I
drift.
still stand by. Open your options. Date out. You know.
Right
Don't-
on.
And I'm open.
Life
I'm
is too
y'all,
short.
I'm on these date. I'm on eHarmony now, and I put on there to make sure. I said, hey, I'm open. I said I had to put cis men. I said I'm open to any nationality or ethnicity. And
Mhm.
so it's just different people. So it's just eHarmony just takes a minute, I guess, because you have to answer all these questions. And it just takes a minute. So that no luck as of yet. I mean, I've met a couple of people and they were like, "Oh my gosh, you have a great profile, and too bad we're far away, which out of state." But so I don't know. I'm just waiting. I don't know how I feel about the dating sites because I was off of them for years, and now I got back on. So I don't know. We'll
I've
see.
never been really a much of a fan of dating websites because back then, like I just never really was because it's just a lot of messed up people on there. Sometimes you get the messed up ones who have like high standards, but they look like bums. It's like, why you looking like a bum, but you got high standards? Come on now, fix
I've
yourself up
never,
first.
I've never been on
Right.
I've never been on a dating site. I met my husband right out of high school as we went into college.
I met my people. Like I had an ex fiance, then I had an ex husband, and I met one in undergrad, one in grad. But it's just we're not right for each other. So I said this time around, I need to definitely take my time, and it has to be the right one because that's it.
Right on.
And so my daughter actually met her boyfriend on a dating site. He seems like a pretty nice kid, and they're actually out of state. And he came to see her, so now she's
Oh,
going to visit him. But I'm going to go with her for a few days, and then I'll let her stay up there, by herself. She's 19. She's going to be 20.
Okay.
So because the thing is, he asked her. They met in February. He asked her out. I think in April, and she said, "Well, that's nice, but I would like for you to say it in person." So he came down here. I said, "That's my girl.
There
That's
you
my girl."
go.
He bought his ticket, got his hotel. Yeah.
Moonchild says, "Girl, we're born on the same month. You're born the same month as Stephanie,
Oh,
Moonchild."
for real? Hi, Bullshot Cancer. Don't you love us?
That's awesome.
So I think even Corey a Cancer. He's a Cancer too because his birthday is tomorrow, isn't it?
For real,
I don't
happy
know.
birthday. We love hard, and look, that's one thing about us. We love hard and don't mess with the people we love because then we aren't smiling as much as we used to.
Well, he's on a Cancer Libra, Cancer Leo cusp, kind of.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
My
I think he's
son
more
is
of
a
a
Leo.
Leo.
I have one that's a Cancer who's born 2 days before me, and then my other one's born on 24th, and he's a Leo. So that's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the topic? The topic was keep your options open. That was the topic. And guys, we do drift, and that's why when I go on the show, I hit the topic before I bring on the panel. So if we do drift, we kind of get that out of the way, you might say.
Yeah, and then we drift.
Yeah, and then we,
Yeah, because
and
a
it
lot of
just
people
goes-
were saying stay on topic, and it's like
yeah,
kind of hard.
I mean, I've been asked a lot how to meet other men, other guys, and I'm like, if you don't want to use like a dating app or a website or anything, put yourself in places where other guys are. Go across.
I wouldn't
town
recommend bars though. I mean,
Yeah,
No.
and I've lived in suburbia all my life, so they're around here. It just has to happen.
I would say malls,
I
maybe,
mean,
or just like
put yourself in those spaces, like
or festivals. Go to
the
festivals
bowling
like
alleys, music
art
festivals,
museums, music festivals. You might find
baseball
some there.
games.
Yeah, you might find some single dads over at baseball games. A lot of
Look,
single dads
you know
out there.
what? You know what? You know where to find the coolest, most fun guys ever is motocross.
Definitely.
What's that? What's a motocross?
Motocross, yeah.
What's that?
Dirt bike racing.
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Yeah, you'll definitely
I mean,
find
that's-
guys.
I have to
Brent,
go somewhere
I'm
that I
gonna
like.
drop
I mean,
off
I
of here.
don't want to go
Dirt
somewhere
bike.
I don't like just
Good
to
night,
meet
buddy.
guys. I mean, I need to
All
go.
right, good night, Corey. We'll see you, brother.
Yeah.
See you later, Corey. But I
See you,
mean, back
Corey.
in the
Have a
early
good night.
'90s, we lived near Redbud, and it's like less than an hour from here, and that's one of like the national stops for the circuit. And I mean, every year we went throughout the '90s, and we were friends with like Jeremy McGrath's mom, Mike LaRocco. He's from South Bend. nearby, and we were friends with him, and we would get into the races for free. And I mean, they would have races all day long. 125s, 250s, 500s, and on Sundays they would have the little itty bitty kids on the 80s, and oh my god, it was just so much fun.
I mean, even amusement parks are pretty cool, because remember I told you,
Yeah,
I remember
yeah,
I told
totally.
Brent the story about me and the amusement park and my dad just cutting
Oh
in.
yeah.
I love
so
amusement parks. Yeah,
amusement
I do.
parks is another place you can meet guys at. That's good advice for the ladies out there. The
Dude,
amusement
all we got
parks.
to do
I-
is go like 3 hours east, and we're at Cedar Point.
Yeah. Oh,
Cedar Point.
Oh,
Yes.
Cedar Point. Didn't they? I thought it was called. It's called Six Flags now.
No, Six Flags is Great America. That's
Because I
south
know
of
that's in.
Chicago.
Wait a
That's
minute.
the other way.
Oh, because Ohio had a Cedar Point. That's what I'm saying. Ohio had a Cedar Point, but they bought it. Six Flags bought that area, so now it's
No,
called Six Flags.
No,
In Ohio?
no. Six
Or is it?
Flags. Six
No,
Flags.
no.
Great
I said
America.
there's another amusement park that was called Cedar Point in Ohio. It was in
It's always
Ohio.
been Cedar Point. They haven't changed it. Great America is Six Flags. That's in Illinois. That's the other way.
So
And the other,
there was no Cedar Point in Ohio.
yeah, it's still Cedar Point. Great America, or
I
Six
thought
Flags
it was.
did not buy it.
Oh, okay.
Six
Because I thought it
Flags.
was Six Flags that bought it.
Six Flags owns a different park in Ohio. It's in
Oh,
Cincinnati.
okay.
Six Flags owns Kings Island.
Okay, so Cedar Point is still there.
Yeah,
Okay.
Cedar Point is Sandusky, way up north in the it literally
Yeah,
on the way.
I thought they bought it. I thought
No.
I thought. Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Hey,
I
ladies.
didn't know that.
Six Flags bought out Kings Island. That's in Cincinnati.
Okay.
That's the middle of the state.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
hey,
I gotta
ladies.
hit up off of here. All right. Good night,
I
Brent.
gotta shut down, ladies.
Yeah, he gotta get up. It's Sunday tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta pick up my wife and stuff.
All right.
Cool.
Take care, Brent. Have a good night.
Take care. Have a good night. Thank you, ladies, for coming on. It was
Thank
So,
you.
Andy, we said hi.
Have a good night.
Okay, I will. Have a good night, and
You too.
thank you.
Bye.
Have a good night, Indiana Mom. Good to see you.
You too.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming on tonight. The beginning of the show, we're talking about keeping your options open, and do it, because you don't know when you'll run into that blessing. That person that loves you, and it might come in a different package. It might come in a different color. But love knows no color. True love is true love, and that's what we all want. But I just want to say good night. Thank you, everybody that could come on. I enjoyed tonight. And I'll be doing a prayer meeting tomorrow. Don't know what time yet. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. God bless you and your families. And I'll see you sometime tomorrow. As soon as I get a stable time, I'll put it in my community page. But thank you so much, and have a good night. God bless you and your families.